welcome fam. Sorry we're late. And we're starting the live later than usual tonight, because we only have one thing on the agenda, and it is From Academy tonight. Normally we've been covering the residents on Friday nights before From Academy, and we still have 2 episodes left to cover, but I needed to postpone that to next week to try to get caught up with some videos that I need to do. I'm up to my neck in video content that I have to make. Um, Trying to make 2 videos by Sunday and a third one by Monday, so it's crunch time. So yeah, we're just gonna do From Academy tonight, and we have Doc's awesome mystery solving techniques that he has researched. We're going to dive into how to unravel a mystery. And this is also relevant to From, not just the residents. It also could be helpful with trying to unravel the mystery of From. So there's some crossover there. And Doc has done an enormous amount of work preparing it, which is awesome. So, and I really appreciate it because I've been pretty overwhelmed with things in my life lately and the channel. So I'm just I'm glad to have Doc working on that. And yeah, he'll be joining us probably around 12:30 a.m. when he gets home, and we'll dive into that. But in the meantime, we can just catch up here, and let's see who's in the chat here. Of course, Dieter. Dieter is here. Good morning, Dieter. Is morning for him, of course. And of course, there is our friend Doc, who'll be joining us soon. Samuel Dieter got me craving pad thai. Just ordered some. Yeah, I love my pad thai. I have it a little bit too much, chicken pad thai, but I blame my mom. She's the one who keeps bringing it into the house. Um, Keeps getting takeout, and then I eat it, and yeah, I feel like I have to eat it when she buys it, so I'm not wasting her money. But it's a little bit too much. Um, Sadly, I think it's too late to order pad thai here, or I DoorDash some to Julie. You're
I have to get
sweet,
some
Doc.
pizza, late night pizza.
But pizza's like the only thing that you can get
Yeah,
late at night. Either that or some fast food joints are open till, well, at least they used to be before COVID. I don't know if they are
yeah.
anymore.
Or a 20, a
Wendy's,
24-hour grocery store if you have one. I don't know if you have
that's
one. A chain.
that's over now too. Since the
That
pandemic.
is.
Yeah, the 24-hour, we had a 24-hour Super Walmart. It used to be
Mm-hmm.
open 24 hours a day. I used to work there. That was my first job.
Yeah.
It was open and it was terrible. It was open 24 hours a day except for Christmas and Thanksgiving when it would be closed. And ever since the pandemic, it's never gone back to
Mm.
the 24 hours. Now it closes at like 11 p.m., which is lame. And
Yeah.
it sucks because it would have been a great place for me to go for walks during the winter. Like I need to go for walks every few hours, and I keep strange hours. So there are many times I wished I could go there and walk laps when it was too cold to walk outside. But no, it's on. Some things have never gone back since the pandemic. Everything still has shorter hours that they're open, and a lot of things have never really been the same. Banks used to be open later. Now they close a lot earlier too. It's weird. I thought everything would get back to normal eventually, but certain things never have. Um, so yeah, and pizza is like the only thing you can get late at night. Wendy's used to be open until 2 in the morning, but I don't eat
Taco
fast
Bell.
food anymore.
Taco Bell's been suggested.
Taco Bell. Yuck. Ugh. Yeah,
No.
that's some of the worst fast food you could eat. It is like um
But they don't use
yeah,
lard in their beans, so there's that.
really. Um,
People I
everyone
know are
kind of,
vegetarians went there because they don't use lard in their beans.
oh, okay. Well, all I know is I hear Taco Bell and I immediately just associate it with diarrhea because that's like
Right. Oh my god.
'Cause
I
that's
used to get their 7-layer like burritos or whatever they were, and they're pretty good, but that's the only thing I ever got off their menu. And not for very often. Only when I get out of work late.
right, right. Well, my friends, when I used to have local friends years ago, dragged me to a Taco Bell once, and I had to eat there. I just, ugh, I thought it was nasty, and I've just heard so many horror stories of diarrhea caused by Taco Bell, so I associate it with that. But and I don't eat fast food anymore. I've given up fast food, so I just avoid that anyway. Hey, Bill Chill, nice to see you. Hey, Just Me. Um, Just Me, actually, uh, was so kind and generous to reach out to me and offer to sponsor another cameo giveaway. So, um, she wants to sponsor another giveaway for a Doug Hughes cameo. We gave one away on Wednesday to and Compassionately was the lucky winner. Um, but I screwed it up with my technology issues, my technical difficulties, and during the contest we had to start over again like 2 hours in and have everyone enter a second time. So some of the people who were there had already left, and I felt bad about it. And this way we could give people another opportunity to win one. So, and I'll make sure I'll try to avoid any technical issues the next time. Hopefully it'll go smoothly. And we'll have to find out when Doug is available to come back on. But if he's free next Wednesday, we could have another cameo giveaway and another story time with Doug that night. So we'll see. We'll keep you guys posted on when it'll happen. But hopefully I'm looking at next Wednesday as a good option to do that. Um, and as for the From rewatch, I think next Wednesday we're gonna need to, if Doug is not available, we're gonna need to just do a From Theory chat because I'll be still trying to cover the last two episodes of The Residents and two other shows. Next week's gonna be pretty crazy, but the next week we can finally get back to the From rewatch. Once we finish covering The Residents, then we'll get back to the From rewatch. In the meantime, we can just talk theories, and that's something I don't have to prepare for, so it's easy enough for me to do. And we can talk to Doug if he's free. So we'll keep you posted on which it's going to be for next week. Hey, welcome, Kelly. Nice to see you. I don't know what that's about, Bill, but what did I miss here? Wow, Doc, you made a Facebook album artwork by Dieter. Oh, that's sweet. Dieter's been making really beautiful AI images, from related bottle tree images involving me and Doc, and he made one with we were doing a watch party last night of Monty Python and the Holy Grail, and Doug Hughes joined us in the Discord to watch it. And Doc Dieter made an AI image of us having a watch party, and all of us sitting like we were in, not all of us, but like whoever he had pictures of, so we knew what they looked like, the back of our heads sitting in movie seats watching, and it was me and Doug and a few other people. Doc was in there. It was really cool. So I guess Doc made a Facebook album. Um, yeah, that's awesome. Anyway, Love Crochet by Alexis saw the Severance episode of the Ortbo with Dieter's lineage. Oh, Alexis is just catching up with that? Oh, wow. Yeah, Dieter's lineage. That was a
She's gonna
legendary
make a Cobalt
episode.
doll. She's gonna make Cobalt
Huh?
dolls. Cobalt doll.
Cool. Yeah, oh, she needs to definitely make cure dolls. People would totally buy those.
Oh
I know
yeah.
people like that would probably be the most popular one if she were to make Severance dolls. And I know Mark Geller, who plays Kier, asked her to make one, so she is going
Oh
to
yeah,
make one for
yeah.
him. Yeah. Yeah, that episode will always be that Ortbo one. That will never not be hilarious. The whole Dieter's lineage thing. We were loving that. Um, Bonjour, comment ça va? Michael. You don't want to know. It's not so great. Not so great. Sub mall. Not good.
Trey Mall.
Um, Trey Mall. To be honest. But but I hope you're all doing well. Um, this community is the best. This is always a highlight of my day or night or whatever. Doing these lives, and it's so helpful to me. I can't tell you how much I need these right, especially right now. Taco Hell, yes, that's a great that's a great way to put it. Taco Bell is Taco Hell. Hey there, JT Moore. What's up? Let's go for another 12 hours again. Friday night, all night hangout session. Oh my God. I can't do that again. That's right. Last Friday was the 12-hour stream. The now legendary new record 12-hour stream. 12 hours and 48 minutes to be exact. But don't believe YouTube. YouTube cut off part of my replay. It says 11 hours, 54 minutes, and 55 seconds or something. Oh, that pissed me off. They cut off a big chunk of my record live, my record longest live, and that's lost forever now. I don't have it saved anywhere else. So I was upset, but still, you can see that yeah, I did beat the record of 11. My previous record was 11 hours and 5 minutes back in November, and I never got close to that again. This was not expected at all. I didn't plan on it. It just kind of happened. So, uh, it was a lot of fun, but I definitely can't be doing that on a regular basis. It was great though, I gotta say. It was great. I had a lot of fun with it, and it was fun just seeing what was going to happen because we were told like 12 hours was the cutoff point. So I thought it was going to cut us off at 12, like right at the 12-hour mark, and it didn't. We were still live. Everyone could hear. Lori was there, real cinema therapy. Um, and and it was like, okay, well, I guess we can keep going then. It was like Thelma and Louise careening toward the cliff, seeing what was going to happen, and then YouTube wound up cutting off part of the replay, so it let us do it. So we figured out how it worked. At least now we know. I tested it out for real, and now I know it lets you stream. I guess it'll just let you keep going on endlessly, but once you sign off, it will chop the replay to bits. Damn. Well, I should have expected something like that. I don't know. I just uh I figured if it let us stay alive, then we'd be good, but no such luck, unfortunately. It's too bad. It cut me off right in the middle of saying something that was really meaningful to me too, bastards. But yeah, it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. We went from talking about the residents. Scarlet and I talked about the residents for hours, and then Scarlet went to bed, and next thing I knew, we're talking to Lori. We're talking about The Last of Us and movies and TV, and yeah, it was nuts. But too bad. Only the people who happened to be there can vouch for it that we were actually live for over 12 hours. Um, Michael said it never said it was good, but it's open. Oh yeah. I didn't know Invader Zim had a Taco Hell, Doc. I never really watched that. By that point, I didn't like Nickelodeon shows anymore. I thought they kind of lost their touch. They weren't good anymore by that point, in my opinion, anyway. Um, like I feel like the cutoff point was the last good Nicktoon, in my opinion, was SpongeBob, and even that fell off and wound up not being good anymore. Eventually, it was on for like 20 years. Um, but well, I guess the Fairly Odd Parents was good. That was probably the last one that was still good. It was the one that it was premiered after SpongeBob, so I guess that was the last really good Nicktoon, in my opinion. But I didn't even like the ones in the late '90s, the Wild Thornberries and uh, Invader Zim, and I forget what the other ones were. As Told by Ginger, like boring. I didn't care for that one at all. It was early '90s and mid '90s for me. Those were the best. Rugrats, Doug, Ren and Stimpy, Rocco's Modern Life. Those were the best ones, if you ask me. And Hey Arnold, that one was good too. We got into that. That was one of our random tangents in the last stream where KP joined and stayed for like 6 hours, which was wild. Hey Trace, nice to see you. We also got into the Handmaid's Tale in our last live, which I was not expecting to do. I'm not doing live streams for the Handmaid's Tale because the issues are really divisive and political and depressing, so I just nah, I'm not going to attempt that. Even though it was nice to at least talk about it for once in a live. It was cool, but not something I'm going to plan on doing. We just kind of KP and I just kind of wound up doing it accidentally. So yeah, it wound up being like a combination um story time with Doug live and The Handmaid's Tale later. I never know where these lives are gonna go sometimes. Um, hey, with Alice, and now Julie will get all the Monty Python references. Yes, finally, I my whole life I haven't been able to understand the Monty Python jokes and references people make, and now I finally do. Um, anyway. See, Dieter has a link to photos here, but I'll have to switch to my YouTube tab in order to show them. Get the hyperlinks. Hey, Laura Butler, welcome. Hope everybody's doing well. Yeah, I didn't think I would ever do it. I swore I would never attempt to break that record, and I didn't. It wasn't planned. It just happened. We talked for so long. Scarlett and I talked for hours and hours, and then Lori joined, and we talked for hours and hours, and like I mean, I realized that I was within like 20 minutes of breaking the record, and I said, well, that's it. I have to do it. I'm within striking distance. I've got to stay on at least 20 more minutes and break the record. Wound up staying even longer. It was yeah, I remember the exact amount of that replay. It was 11:54:55. Pissed me off because that's wrong. It was really 12 hours. 12 hours and 48 minutes. Anyway, yeah, Trace, it didn't cut it off before the 12-hour mark. It let us keep going. I was like, hey, can you still hear us? And they said, yes, the chat could still hear us. So we kept on going till 12 hours and 48 minutes. But now we have no proof of that except for the witnesses who were there. Ask Mackie Valls. He was there the whole time. He can vouch for it. I forget who else was there. There were a few other people who were still hanging out till the end. Um, hey Amy, I hope you're doing well tonight. Um, hey Scott, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Ed and Eddie gave me serious eye issues. The picture was drawn poorly and moved horribly. Yeah, a lot of that's true. It was really poorly drawn. I liked a lot of the hand-drawn ones though. I didn't like when animation became too perfect with the use of computers and CGI. I like hand-drawn cartoons like Rocco's Modern Life, Ren and Stimpy, Doug, Rugrats. They were hand-drawn, and I think it gives shows more character, in my opinion. But uh, but yeah, Ed and Eddie was particularly bad. I know what you're saying for sure. Yeah. And Cow and Chicken too. "'Tis but a scratch." Now I know I get that reference finally. I've seen people say that a lot, and I thought it was something from Shakespeare or something. I don't know. I didn't know what that was about. Um, just a flesh wound as the guy's arm got chopped off and was squirting what looked like red paint. It was it was embarrassingly like fake looking, and of course they did that on purpose. That was one of my favorite parts where King Arthur chops off the knight's arm. He's like, "'Tis but a scratch, a flesh wound," and then he chops off his other arm, and he's like kicking him. He's kicking him, and then like chops off one leg, and then he's hopping around on one foot, chops off the other leg. Oh my God! Yeah, one of my favorite parts for sure. We need a From birthday clip. I don't know what that would be, Dieter. There aren't any, no one celebrates any birthdays on From. Panda Kalima, that's right. You were there. Panda Kalima saw the record shattered. Yes. And Kelly, you were there. Yes, you were there too. And you were there and you were there. It was not a dream. It was real. It wasn't a fever dream from being live for so many hours. And guess what? I didn't fall asleep this time. Not once. The last five, technically I was live for 11 hours, 5 minutes, but I was asleep for at least half an hour. So not this time. Wide awake. So proud of that one. Okay, we'll call it a draw. Yeah, oh my God, that was amazing. And the ending, Hope From doesn't end like Monty Python and done over just blackness. Yeah, I didn't mind that though. Like normally I don't like open endings, but the whole thing was a farce. So it didn't like I didn't need to see the result of the battle for the Holy Grail. Like the whole thing was a farce anyway. I liked how they did that. It just cut off. Like, you know, it ended and we don't even really see the result of it, right, as they're going to battle. So I thought that was genius, actually, the way it just cut itself off like that. I loved it. Flesh Wound guy is crazy hilarious. I agree, Scott. Smiley celebrates a birthday. Yeah, he has a literal birthday. Indeed, indeed. And you were there, but in Oprah style. Yes, I was. During COVID when Instagram would let me go live for hours and hours instead of just 1 hour. Oh, Scotty Saturn. I didn't know that Instagram used to allow that. That's cool. I don't know why they imposed that limitation. It's stupid. I don't really get it. Um, it's my 20-inch hair extensions. Oh, Amy, that's pretty. Is that what you have in the picture? I think I can see it. It's a little hard to see in this. It's kind of small, but yeah, I think I see. I just zoomed in. That's pretty. It's really pretty, Amy. Um, the entire movie was one big elaborate troll. Yes, it was. From the very start, when the credits are trolling us. And the opening credits had a bunch of nonsense. It was like stuff written in some other part of it was another language, and then like random stuff about moose and people who have various jobs to like take care of moose in in the movie. I don't remember the details, but the credits were great. I went back and watched the opening credits and paused it so I could actually see all the nonsense. It was really funny and clever. And then it's like the person who sorry about the errors in the credits. The person who was responsible was sacked. It starts over. Then more nonsense happens. And, oh, the person who fired the person who did the credits was sacked. It starts over, and then there's more nonsense, and then it says the director was sacked, and now we're going to continue the credits in a totally different style. Yeah. The whole thing was one big troll from the very beginning. Hey, welcome, Muncher Luncher. We notice you. Hello. We notice you, as always. Um, wait, wait, Bill Chill, is it Bill Chill's birthday? Where did I miss that? Where is it? Oh, happy birthday, Bill. I must have missed it somewhere. One of these messages. Where is it? Oh, okay, here it is. Well, happy birthday, Bill. Happy birthday. I hope you had a great day. Hope you had a great day. I don't know if you meant like today, like Saturday, because it's after midnight, it's your birthday, or Friday was your birthday, but either way, happy birthday. Hope you have a great one. Um, Amy, my cat got into the catnip treats and knocked it over and ended up eating a bunch. She's knocked out. Yeah, when I eat too much, it knocks me out too. Something about eating a large amount of food, it like puts you into sleep mode if you overdo it sometimes. Too many calories. It's not just Thanksgiving food. People think it's just Thanksgiving food because of tryptophan in turkey, but a lot of other things, like if you eat enough of it and you stuff yourself, it'll knock you out. Like sometimes really rich pizza will do that to me if I eat too much of it. I used to get pizza from Uno, uh, Uno it used to be Pizzeria Uno, but now they call it Uno Chicago Grill or something. Um, it must be loaded with too many calories because I finally stopped getting it because it was grossing me out. It would knock me out every time. And you're welcome, Bill. You're welcome. Um, wait, make him the Jolly Green Giant. Make who the Jolly Green Giant? Oh, Chat GPT is messing up FROMacademy images. First, no landscape one, then Doc is giant. What the fuck? Yeah, Dieter, the AI can be unpredictable like that. Make him the Jolly Green Giant. Yeah. But instead of having a red outfit, it'll be green. Yeah, we could do that. Could do that with the image. And then those responsible for sacking the people who just got sacked had been sacked. The credits were done in an entirely new style at the last minute at great expense. And it's all llamas. I loved that, Michael. And the only way you could catch all that stuff is by pausing it too. So when it first came out in theaters, this was before VHS tapes and before DVD. So how could people even fully appreciate all this stuff? You can't pause it. So I don't I don't know how that could have been done back then. 50 years ago, 50 years ago this week, Monty Python and the Holy Grail came out, 1975. That's why Doug suggested it. Doug Hughes suggested it, and it was a great it was a great suggestion. I loved it. Um, Now I gotta watch more Monty Python movies, which I had never seen. Muncher Luncher, it was your birthday this week as well. Well, happy birthday. Happy belated birthday. A lot of birthdays around this time of year. Mine is coming up on the 12th too. And then someone else said their birthdays later this month. I'm somewhere between 21 and 61. Well, that's a pretty big range. 40-year range. Jeez. I'm guessing maybe you're somewhere in the upper range of that since you said that. I don't know. Food coma. Yeah, food coma. I'll admit my age. I don't care. I was born in 1988. That's fine. I'm not ashamed of it. So I'm in my mid 30s. It's okay. Um, yeah, certain things give you a food coma. Yeah, get those Thanksgiving type calories. Exactly. Exactly. So, Doc is going to be joining us shortly. Oh, Doc is already here. I am so sorry. Jesus Christ. Sorry. I'm using the wrong laptop. My other laptop, my good one, I killed the battery by working on videos. And so I'm using the laptop that doesn't have notification sounds when people come in. I'm sorry, Doc. How long have you been there?
Just a couple minutes, but it's totally okay. I've been listening in.
Okay. Well, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good. How about, or rather well. How about you and Scarlet? And good evening to the both of you.
Oh, doing all right. I'm gonna these speakers are so bad. It's so hard to hear. I'm gonna plug in my earphones. Hold on. Okay.
Oh, it's Earth
Um,
Day? Oh, belated Earth Day. That's right. Earth Day was
yeah,
like Monday or something. Usually I keep
yeah.
track of those, and this year I didn't.
Yeah. We have a birthday section in the Discord for people who are in my Discord. You can enter your birthday into the birthday channel so we know when to say happy birthday to you. It's a cool little bot that Dieter installed. So you put in your birthday and then it'll say how many upcoming birthdays there are. Like I'm looking at it right now and it says Jen, the teacher, has 9 days uh until well, this was in April. So it was like it said like 9 days until like, her birthday, which is April 13th. And then and then it said like me, how many days are remaining until my birthday. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. And then so like the rest of the people with birthdays this month, it says Debbie, Abby, Bo, Bebby, and Samuel. Um, and that's it for a while. No one else has put their birthday in yet. So if you wanna add that and you're in the Discord, then you can do that. All you have to do is, I think you just go in there and how do you do it? Trying to remember how did we do that? Oh, yeah, so you go in there and you just type slash like a slash and then birthday add and then it adds your birthday. So trying to see an example of it. I guess once you do it, it doesn't actually show it. But because I was gonna show an example of how to do it, but you just type a slash. It has instructions in the thing, and then you type in birthday add, and you put in your birthday, and it adds that to the list. So anyway, oh wow, it's already 9 days until mine. Honestly, I'm not in any hurry. I find birthdays kind of depressing, to be honest. But this time I might have a pretty cool birthday if I actually get this ticket to see Kendrick Lamar, who is going to be at Gillette Stadium on my birthday. So we'll see. I'm probably going to do it, but I still need to get a ticket. I'm getting more information on how to do it now. They could possibly accommodate me, uh, so we'll see. In terms of like having all this pain and stuff, I called the stadium and got some information. Um, Scott said Doc's volume is low, hard to hear him. Oh, I thought it was just me. I thought it was just me. So I figured it
Oh,
was my
maybe.
speakers.
All right, hold on. Is my voice like the sound changing as I'm talking right now?
Not really changing, just low. I have my volume all the way. Try talking again.
I think it was because I was connecting my headphones while I was connecting the StreamYard. All right, let me bounce out and come back in.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for letting us know. Appreciate it. So, um, oh, I'm sorry, Amy. Sorry about your mom. I know the anniversaries of losing somebody are always really tough. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Um, no, Dieter, nobody else is backstage. Just you, so that we can add your so that we can add your cameos. Hey, welcome back, Doc.
Thank you. Any better?
Sounds okay to me. Let us know in the chat if Doc's volume is still low or not. To me, it sounds fine. So, you're welcome,
Okay.
Amy.
And can you hear like random stuff in the background?
Nope,
Okay, good.
nope.
Because I was snapping my fingers near the device that I'm using and making sure that it wasn't picking that up and that's using the headphone mic. All right, cool. So we're good. Thank you.
Hey, KP. Nice to see you. Oh no, still low, Scott? I gotta switch devices and see if I can hear what they're talking about because I can't tell using this laptop. This is the old laptop, and
I might
I'm
need a
not a good
reboot.
judge. I'm
I
not a
might need a
good
reboot.
judge yeah, I'm not a good judge of this. I'm gonna listen on my phone and see how it sounds. Hold on a second. I'm gonna mute myself and just try saying something and
No,
I'll listen on my
a couple,
phone.
a couple of people are saying that I'm still low, so I'm gonna
Okay.
reboot.
Okay, duh. All right. So thank you. Thanks for letting us know because we have a lot of stuff to discuss with Doc tonight. So we need you guys to be able to hear him. Doc sounds like my bank account low. I feel that, Panda Kalima. I feel that for sure. Yeah. Um, um, KP, I've been hard at work on Handmaid's Tale video scripts, trying to catch up because I'm really behind. I got one video released, my deep dive into season 6, episode 4. I already did part of it, like 10 days ago, released it, but I never got around to the rest of it. So I did the rest of episode 4. So that deep dive is out right now. Handmaid's Tale episode 4 of season 6. I just finished the script for my episode 5 deep dive, and I'm putting the images together, and I should be able to release that in the morning. And then I have to finish my episode 6 script, try to get that released on Sunday, and I'll finally be caught up with that. My Last of Us deep dive, I probably won't be able to get released until Monday, but honestly, I don't think it really matters much anyway because a lot of people are so upset with the show that actually, no, what am I saying? I need to get that one done by Sunday before the new episode. The Handmaid's Tale episode 6 one is the one I'll release on Monday before that one drops at midnight on Monday. So it's gonna be a crunch time for me. But The Last of Us episode 3 deep dive, I am gonna release hopefully by Sunday before the new episode comes out. A lot of people don't want to watch the content right now. A lot of content creators are taking big hits and not really getting views like they were. Like I've noticed, I looked around and I'm not the only one. My videos are getting about 25% of the views that my first Last of Us video got, which is a big drop, 75%. I looked around and other people had even bigger drops from the kind of views they were getting. You know, Geek Academy had like tens of thousands of views on his videos for his original video on The Last of Us, and then episode 2 happened and his views went down quite a bit. So yeah, it's not, I know it's not just me, it's just everybody everybody's views are taking a hit. Um, I've noticed other content creators too, because people are upset with the show, and it's not going to stop me from continuing to make content on it. I still think it's a phenomenal show, and I'm going to keep doing my deep dives live as well, on Monday nights at 10. And hopefully, Smitty Snippets will be able to join again on Monday for that. We'll be covering episode 4 of The Last of Us. Sunday night, we'll be doing our weekly watch party at 9 p.m. Eastern in my Discord for The Last of Us, the new episode. As soon as it drops, we'll start the watch party and then we'll do a voice chat. Um, I still think it's a great show. And this week, I dropped 2 videos. I'm taking the advice of my new friend, fellow YouTuber, Koala T Reacts, who does amazing reactions to rap music, especially Kendrick Lamar and various news and developments in rap and hip hop. And he advised me to work work smarter, not harder. Try to get more videos out per week, make them a bit shorter, and find ways to minimize the time it takes, and also to clip sections out of my live streams and turn them into videos. So I'm doing it. I released 2 Last of Us videos this week that are clipped from my Last of Us live stream. I edited out mistakes and parts that I didn't really want included, and I released 2 videos, and it's great. I'm gonna continue doing that. I do these crazy long live streams, so why not use it for material? There's so many great moments that I would like more people to see, but most people are not gonna watch these marathon length lives all the way through and don't have the time. So from now on, I am going to be making a note of, as we do lives, the sections that I think, "Oh, this I think I'd like to clip this later." I'm gonna write down the time, and then later I'm going to make videos out of sections of live streams in addition to my usual content, so that more people can check out these moments they might have missed during these crazy long streams. And it's it's easier content for me to make in addition to my usual content, and it'll get more stuff out there, which is good for the channel, like Quality advised me, which I deeply appreciate all his support and advice. Hey, welcome back, Doc.
All right, how do I sound now?
Much better. Much
Sound-
better.
I don't
Loud.
know. I didn't hear you last time. You sound good now.
So yeah, I figured out the problem. My headphones were on backwards.
It
I,
sounds like something
I'm,
I
I'm,
would
su-
do, Doc.
I'm surprised that affected it because it doesn't have like a mic that sticks out. But yeah,
Yeah, it's funny. That sounds like something I would do. I'm surprised that would affect it too, though. Weird. Well, you're great now. Nice and loud. And Muncher Luncher, Dieter put the channel name. If you guys want to check it out, it's Koala, like koala bear, Koala T Reacts. It's right there if you want to check it out. If you like hip hop and rap, if you're a fan of Kendrick Lamar, you would love this. And he's hilarious. He's my favorite reactor now. He is so damn funny. He could be a stand-up comic. He's so funny. He's amazing. Like, this is clearly what he's meant to be doing, and I cannot recommend his lives and videos enough. It's so entertaining and fun. So yeah, shout out to him. And he gave me yet another shout out in the live this week. Was happy. Like, for once I actually caught one of his lives when it was actually on instead of the replay, and he was like, he yelled my channel name out, put my channel name up there, and everyone in his chat was so kind. Some people subscribed to me, giving me advice on trying to pick a seat for Kendrick Lamar, the concert and all that. Everyone was just so awesome there. It's just a great community he's built. See, kindness attracts kindness. And, if you project kindness out into the world and positivity, then you tend to attract people like that around you. And that's what he's doing. That's what I try to do here, too. And here we have this community of amazingly kind and compassionate people like Koala T has. So, I just really appreciate it. And content creators like him who uplift each other instead of tearing each other down. He wants to support other content creators. Anytime he sees someone in his chat who has a channel, he shouts them out. He puts their channel up. It's amazing. Will his live streams cure my depression? It might. It's a pick me up. I believe me, I could write. I could write a series of books on living with chronic depression and, of course, chronic pain. So believe me, if it can make me laugh and enjoy it, if I can enjoy it, then you could too. It's not easy to make me laugh, like, I mean, really laugh and lift my spirits. Thank you for supporting him. Awesome. Anyway, um, so so uh so Doc, you've done so much work preparing for this theme of the week, and finally we actually get to do it after postponing it for 2 different weeks.
No
Finally we can do
worries.
this. So yeah, and I looked at the worksheets. I can pull them up too and take. I'm gonna be looking at them while we go through these worksheets on unraveling mysteries. It's awesome. You're so organized. I wish I
Thank you.
could be as organized as you.
I tend to put together a little too much stuff though, and so sometimes when I look at it, I'm like, oh my God.
It's better to have more than less, though, I think.
Yeah, I agree. This way too, like if the show can continue on until, noon tomorrow if we really needed
Oh,
to.
okay. Yeah, it's happened.
Yeah, from the looks of how much you prepared, it could it could go
We
till noon.
No, I don't think we're gonna take it that far though.
No. Kidding.
But then again, we say
Awful.
that sometimes.
Yes. Yes, Julie against the machine, Bill Chill. Julie love Kendrick and quality. Hell yes. Yes, Doc, I know I always say I sound ridiculous when I listen to myself on replays that have turned into marathon streams, and I'm like, oh, it's gonna be a short one this time. I can't make this a marathon live. 8 hours later.
I've
Yeah.
done it too with you, and then I remember when I had the After Dark stream that we did. I kept saying, "Oh, okay, we're gonna cut this off," and then it kept going. We kept going. Oh, my cat wants to interrupt everything. Just trying to jump
Oh,
onto the tablet. I have to move it.
oh, yeah, it sounds like mine. Mine is always doing that. Sometimes when I'm on camera too. Michael, one infinity later. I can just see. Like, I grew up watching SpongeBob, so it, it's like that SpongeBob meme. Yeah, and you hear like the guy with the French accent. Uh, 5 hours later. Yeah.
Like 3 months later. That one?
Yes. Indeed. This is a safe space for cats. It is. We all have our disruptive cats. All three of us here on the panel have our cats that like to
Disruptive
intervene
cat.
in the live.
Mhm.
Wait, so I shouldn't have put her in the freezer? No, I'm kidding.
Scarlet and I both have
Cashapp.
we both have our loud, extremely vocal, talkative cats,
Mhm.
and now Doc has his disruptive cat. It's fitting.
It's because I have her on a diet and she wants more kibble. So she's intentionally trying to annoy me into giving her more food. It
Oh, I thought
almost
that's
always
why she
works,
was in the
especially
freezer.
on Fridays.
Oh, the cats will do that. My mom's cat Henry will. I've talked about that many times. How in the middle of the night, if he decides he wants to eat way too early, he'll just start knocking shit over until somebody feeds him. Just he like climbs on my mom's head, starts knocking things on the floor intentionally, like a toddler. He knows what he's doing,
Yep,
and he won't stop till he's fed either.
she'll
Yeah.
jump on my
Anyway.
shoulders. I saw an article once that said something like I think I only saw like the subject line, which is something like uh you suspect that your cat does things to annoy you. Turns out you're right.
Oh, yeah. Have, I mean, has there been research into this? Because I firmly believe it that they do it on purpose. They're
There probably
smart.
was. I don't know. I haven't looked into it, but now I'm curious. Maybe I should have actually
They're,
read it.
they're smart animals. I'm telling you,
Some of
like
those
this
things you
is
see on
deliberate.
Facebook though, and it's like, do I really want to click that?
Yeah. Well, you definitely can't believe everything you read on social media.
Yeah, a
You
lot of
Right.
have
it's
to read through
clickbait,
it.
Anything.
right? And then
Yeah.
all the like marketed like AI crap that's like being like pushed as like real images and real videos is like that's been driving me crazy lately. And I find that personally offensive.
Mm, yeah. Yeah. It's a lot of annoying stuff and clickbait, like Scarlett said, and misinformation, disinformation, just a lot of crap to wade through. I used to get a lot of my news, most of my news from my Facebook feed, but now I need to find another news source because I don't like Facebook anymore. I hardly go on it.
Yeah, it's all full of
Um,
false advertisements too. Like that's kind of what I was trying to talk about. Like it's all like false advertisements, false marketing. Hey, follow my page. But it's all like fake stuff. And I'm just sick of the fake stuff. It's driving me crazy.
I totally
we're,
get that.
we're all gonna
Yeah.
have to get physical newspapers from now on.
Yeah.
Comic section. Comic
It
section's
might come
fun.
to that point.
Yeah, like you know what else is annoying? Um, in terms of fakeness, on Facebook, there are like a gazillion fake accounts of people pretending to be celebrities. It's so
Mm,
annoying. Like, I made a post on a Handmaid's Tale. It was I made a comment on a Handmaid's Tale post, and it was so like it said that how many people? Let me see who liked my post. I looked at it and it said like 4 different Bradley Whitfords liked my post. It's like, are you people for real? Bradley Whitford is one of the actors on The Handmaid's Tale, and it was like 4 different Bradley Whitfords. Yeah, Bradley Whitford, Bradley Whitford, Bradley Whitford. 5 of them. 5. Look at this. I'm gonna let me just show you this. This is ridiculous. So hold on. Um like so you can't even interact with real people on here. These are all fake. Every single one of these people who reacted to my post are pretending to be actors from the show. There's 2 different Max Mingellas. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, but 2 different Max Minghella is an actor on Handmaid's Tale. So 2 of them. Then there's this Sam guy. I think he's also on the show. Yeah, he is. But this isn't really him. Um, 5 different Bradley Whitfords. One 2, 3, 4. There's a fifth one down there for some reason. I can't get to it. Then there's
Obviously
OT.
clones. Obviously, he cloned himself.
There are a lot of Godzillas on Facebook too. I'm trying to figure out which profile is the real one and if he takes requests.
The real one. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. There's a lot
But
to
no
weed through, a lot of
Elizabeth Moss to be
fakeness.
seen. No Elizabeth Moss to be seen though.
Oh yeah.
I don't see her.
Well, and then there's OT. What's his name? I don't know how to pronounce this, but he's also an actor on the show. None of these are real. They're all fake. So I'm like, why do I even bother on Facebook? If you go on Instagram, that's not loaded with fake accounts like this. Yeah, I have real actors from the actual shows liking my posts on Instagram. So I'd rather spend my time there than weeding through all this fake bullshit. It's so annoying. And like sometimes they'll leave comments and try to get me to like go to their pages and follow them, and it's so fake. Like, who do they think they're fooling? Like, and this is just fucked up right here. Like, this is just fucked up. I said on this Last of Us post, said everything hurts, and it shows Joel and Ellie, and then just Ellie alone. And I wrote in the comments, just lost my dad a couple days before watching Ellie lose Joel. It's a bit too real. Look who liked my post. A fake Pedro Pascal. Like, that's just fucked up. Who are these fake people who make these accounts? You're actually gonna pretend, you're pretending to be someone you're not, and you're liking a post about someone who just lost their father. That's a fucked up thing. Like, what? This is why I don't like Facebook anymore. This is a big reason, one of the many reasons why. It's been ruined by shit like this. And it's also a toxic cesspool of like
Mhm.
every single Last of Us page is full of bullies attacking Bella Ramsey. Anyway,
Yeah, I don't
And
spend too
Okay,
plus,
much
sorry,
time
what?
on
they
Facebook
kept
groups.
sorry.
Oh, sorry, Scarlett, go ahead.
Oh, they kept asking me for my personal information, including my social security card number and a bunch of information just for me to stay on Facebook. And they did it twice to me. And the second time I was like, no. The first time I gave them a library photo ID, and that's all I was going to give them. And then they wanted like bank account information and all that. This is actual Facebook too, not somebody trying to con. This is actual Facebook. So no.
Oh my God.
No.
Wow.
They didn't think my real name was my real name, but this is my real name anyway. So there you go. I gotta get out. I gotta like log out and log back in because my StreamYard is just making the inside by the chat a white bar,
That's
and I don't
weird.
want it to be a
Okay.
white bar anymore. So I'm gonna go out and come back in.
Okay. Yeah, Facebook asks for a lot of personal information now. And like I tried to make a secondary Facebook account separate from my current one, just for my channel, and it wouldn't let me. It suspended my new account saying that I'm misrepresenting who I am. I'm trying to cover up my identity from Facebook. Well, why should I have to reveal my
Oh,
identity to Facebook to me? Why can't I have more than one Facebook account?
it
It
let
won't let
me.
you anymore.
Well, no, it will. You have to claim in your profile that it's professional. That's a professional profile because you're allowed a professional profile. And I think that they do want you to have one face photo at least on there, and I think that you have to like put it up at setup or something like that. I can't remember what I had to do, but like I rebooted my Facebook recently because my last one become a cesspool. And I had like I don't know 2,000 friends or something on it. It was just I didn't know like really any of these people. It was all like too much politics. A lot of people had gone in different directions with politics. Too much fighting. I didn't want to have anything to do with any of that anymore. So now I have one. It's just sci-fi and horror fans and giant monster fans and stuff. And I'm really enjoying Facebook again with that. But my personal Facebook profile, I get like just like the ads are just, oh man, they are awful. At least on the Doc Kaiju one, it's all like sci-fi and Godzilla related ads for the most part. So it's stuff that is actually like catered to me and interesting.
Yeah. Well, that's cool. The only way I was able to manage it was I made a page underneath like it's connected to my regular profile. But I don't want to put a face picture of myself on my channel page. I don't want to do that.
And that's
Um,
understandable.
and I want my channel page to be completely separate from my personal Facebook to protect some of my privacy. So I'm just hoping that people can't find my personal Facebook through my page now because my page is connected. Facebook knows it's connected, but I hopefully nobody else can find me through it. I don't think. I just need at least some level of privacy. That's all. I've had this
Makes sense.
Facebook since I was in college, and it's got a lot of personal stuff on it. Um, yeah, it's just annoying. Anyway, um, what was those things people say too are crazy statements. Like 100% of the time, it's 50% right. Yes, bots are a real problem. If you turn off the lights and say Bradley Whitford 5 times in the mirror, Bradley Whitford will show up in the mirror and sell you an extended warranty on your car. That's great, Michael. Mackie Vals, hey, Beeb Beeboo Bop, Mackie Bot in the spot. Hey, Mackie. Samuel, I'm the real Godzilla is the real one. That's the real one. So that's how you know,
Oh,
Doc.
that makes
I'm the
sense.
real Godzilla. Yeah. Yeah. Trace says I'm gonna wind down and fall asleep listening to this show. Yes, a lot of people do. That's cool. Or your bedtime story and sleep companion and then people can wake up to us too many times as well. So uh probably see you in the morning. No, I'm gonna really try not to do that this time for real. For real. Got some really difficult stuff going on personally, so gotta try to take care of myself. What is your mother's maiden name? Yeah, it asks you a lot of really personal questions that other social media doesn't ask you when you set up profiles. I don't like how Facebook is so invasive. Anyway,
Well, I mean, with Facebook, you're basically the product, and you are being sold to marketers. That's why it's free, because you are the product.
oh,
That
okay.
social media page is just pretty much the bait and to get more money out of you.
Yeah.
Going back
Yeah.
to the, oh, sorry.
I was gonna show uh as we get into the theme of the week here, Dieter wanted to show these images that he made. This is so cool. Um, FROMacademy with me here and you. How cool is that? That's awesome. And let's see. Then there's us again, and then there's men in yellow in the background. Dieter, thank you so much for making these. It's so sweet. They're beautiful. They really came out nice, all of them. Really nice. And we're color coordinated too. It's like perfect match. We both have the red as
That
our
was completely
thing,
coincidental too.
right? That's that makes it even cooler. We're not even intending to be color coordinated when we are on camera. We just happen to both like red. So thank you, Dieter, for making those. That's awesome. Um,
I actually like blue and green and gray, but red went with the character better. I kind of wanted green goggles, but I got red ones and they work.
mm,
I also have
yeah.
goggles that glow and flash and stuff, but they don't fit as well with my glasses. I need to get contact lenses.
Oh wow. Glowing and flashing. That's awesome. That's so cool. Oh my God.
Yeah, hubby ordered them for me.
That's awesome. I'll be interested to see that. Um, there, I just made it in the background. I made it the background here. So, let me see if I can. There we go. So now, there. Now we have a fitting background for this. Thank you so much, Dieter. Sorry, I didn't see the private chat. I was in another tab looking at showing that Facebook stuff. So I didn't see Dieter was saying stuff in the private chat. Anyway,
Oh yeah, it does have
um,
a few too many roots, but that's yeah. Wicked roots in
that's a
that
lot of
tree.
that's a
That's
lot
for
of
Scar.
roots.
And that's from Scarlet. She's still off stage, but she said that to me.
Oh
It's
shit.
totally true.
Okay. Oh, she's back. There we go.
I'll just Photoshop myself into that photo.
Oh, nice. I want to draw
I
one.
mean,
I'll
My
just cut out a
drawing
photo of
skills with
myself and
people
just
evolve.
put it there. Oh, cool. You could just draw me
well,
like looking from the side, just on the left, like in the corner.
Okay.
But just a
well,
regular drawing, though,
Yep, it's
like
gonna
a
be.
pencil drawing.
Yeah, I want to make a. Well, I draw in pen,
It's fine
but
with me.
yeah,
That's more
pen.
professional.
Yeah, pen on. I like using index cards.
Oh yeah,
mm.
totally the lined
But I might need
ones.
something. I might need something bigger for a group photo.
Well, if we had like a picture of you, then Dieter could make one with you in it too. So
Yeah, but he
you
said he
could
Nah.
with
wanted to make me. He wanted to make me a really large chest, and I just didn't really feel like it.
Yeah, sorry.
but
You'd made jokes before about a sexy steampunk outfit, and I got carried away.
Oh,
My apologies.
that's fine. I just didn't want to be like over exaggerated, even though I'm exaggerated.
Understandable.
yeah.
My fiance has a similar problem.
Oh yeah.
Do I want to ask?
It's more of the men's version of that problem.
Yeah, but that made me think of like 3 different things.
Oh. I'm just gonna leave it ambiguous. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
Actually, 4 things now.
I'm trying to.
That's
I
fine.
liked that. I liked that skit. What skit was that? The Monty Python one. The one with the guy that kept going wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
I'll say no more.
Yeah, yeah. Say no more.
Parts of it are
Going.
bigger, you know. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Say no more.
Yeah. It's another reference that I now finally get.
It's just
we
it
watched
seems that I'm just saying that if you're well endowed in certain areas, a lot of people will fixate on that and kind of objectify you, and it kind of makes you
Yep.
feel bad sometimes. So
yeah. Not cool. Yeah. I would not like that either. Yeah, Trace. Oh, I believe you. Facebook is like the greatest cash making machine ever invented. Don't believe me? Look at the monster quarterly Facebook earnings, which they always beat. No, you know what they've been doing for years? They've been selling our personal information to advertisers. They do it. They openly do it. They've been doing it for all this time. So they make massive amounts of money. People didn't learn from the last time Facebook had that data leak. Can't trust them, right, Mackie? Yes. Indeed. And I know Facebook and Instagram are the same company. They both because Facebook bought Instagram and they're both Meta, but I still like Instagram better. There's just a lot of the flaws with Facebook I'm not seeing on Instagram, at least not yet, in the way that it operates and the stuff going on. Anyway, um
Going back
Muncher
to.
Luncher.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, just this one more thing. Muncher Luncher Julie, I'm from the future, and it says here there are 11 hours remaining on this stream. No, no, no. I swear to God, no, not this time. Not this time. Bill Chill said Doc Kaiju is the man in red.
Oh, I like that.
The lady in red and the man in red.
oh yeah,
MGM,
There we go.
I am available. I will work for free.
is this the one that has the man in yellow in the back? Because I remember seeing one of Dieter's pictures that had the man in yellow also in the background.
Oh, I have that one too. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm about to
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm
friend
gonna
of the
switch to that
channel.
one. Our friend of the channel. I'm gonna switch to that one actually.
I'm invisible. That's my skill.
I'm kind of
Yes.
mind.
Or I already
Oh,
gone
sorry.
through the tree. Maybe I've already gone to the tree. And I'm like, follow me.
Mm.
And then nobody ever gets to follow the other person. It all just goes dark.
Uh-oh.
Follow me, behind me. And I get to go to the good place. And you're in a well. You know.
Yeah, you got let out by the boy in white. We're still stuck
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
The man in yellow is coming to get us.
I'm in Maine. I'm like, where are you guys? I'm at the crate place.
Mm. Yeah.
You guys want some crate? Oh, wait. Where are you guys?
Mm.
I would totally be
Wait, let me
throwing
see.
things into those all the time.
Let me see if I can make it so there. Now we can actually see better, or now we can actually see us better. Except actually, this kind of fits because look, Doc,
Yeah.
your avatar is right on top of your
Mhm.
body, so it's like
That's
taking
right.
the
My
place
God,
of
I
your
love it.
Yeah. Yeah.
it's taking the place of your head.
Yeah.
And Scarlett's already
Oh,
gone in, or she's
Yeah,
a
it's already
bird.
got in. I changed the
Scarlett's already
bird.
gone in.
I'm
But
a
There's
Scarlett's a
red and
song.
bird.
yellow.
She's perched on my arm. See?
Yes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yes.
And
Scarlett's
Yeah.
the bird. It's perfect.
she's a
Yes,
musician, so that actually works,
Yeah.
like a
that
songbird.
works. And there's our man in yellow in the background. There we go. Now the only problem is when I don't have a comment up, it doesn't look quite as cool, but it's still cool. The placement of it isn't as on the nose, but yeah, and we can't
You
see
got
our man
some
in yellow.
Yeah, you got some purple scrolling going on too.
When we
Yeah,
get a comment, he emerges creepily.
I don't know how it changed to purple. I didn't change it to purple. Let me change it back. No,
I like the purple.
I like red. Red is the color it's supposed to be. It doesn't look right if
Purple.
it's anything else.
Make it purple.
Purple was a little bit easier on the eyes, but I do like the red
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, purple. Yeah, purple
The
looks
red
good too.
matches the red matches, I think, the image a little bit better.
It does. Yeah. And I can adjust like the shade of red too, so I can make it like that's like a yeah, that
There's a,
one looks better.
Yeah,
I
I
want to
Yeah.
like
point
that
out this
better.
picture though. There's a gnarly amount of roots. This is insane. No human would design this. There's so many roots. There's so
Right?
many roots in this photo. There's this insane amount of roots.
Yeah.
A
I am
mind-boggling
And it's
amount of tree roots.
I am kind of like amazed though at like where it is now, like with the AI like images, because it's kind of crazy. Before you'd have to like in paint like all these little details and stuff, and it would take me hours to make something like this or days. And like it would because it'd be making like all the trees would have bottles, a lot of them would look similar. There'd be roots coming out of the sides and stuff, and like I'd have an extra hand or two, and
You know, already.
not usually.
yeah. Um now wait a minute. Oh, Dieter said Love Crochet by Alexis is making the Tian doll now. That's cool. Anyway, oh, and Muncher Luncher said new profile pictures to honor my fat cat. He is the true Muncher Luncher. Aw, that's cute. It's a cat with a slice of pizza. Love it. I love it. That's
Should have gave
great.
Dieter. I should have gave Dieter a picture of my cat. I can create the cat. Cat can be my avatar.
Oh, yes. That'd be perfect. Anyway, so getting back to our topic at hand here, Doc. So where would you like to start? Are you
Birding,
there? Okay. What was that?
Birding.
birding. We'll start with
Okay.
birding.
Birding.
And we were watching The
Chirp, chirp.
Residents.
I'm a bird. I
Yeah.
And
approve.
I only watched about 45 minutes of birding videos, but I ended up putting together some stuff. But all right, so some birding detective suggestions. Core idea is to apply a careful observation, pattern recognition, and systemic approach of birding to the pursuit of identifying clues, subjects, or information in an investigation. And we see Cordelia Cup. So I actually think it's kind of brilliant, the whole like putting like mixing birding with detective work, because I mean, birding is like, it's already doing, what do you call it? Surveillance work. It's basically surveillance work, but on
Mhm.
birds. So you're taking those surveillance skills and you're applying it to human beings and detective work, which makes sense. And there's a lot of overlapping like skills and techniques and things already. Um, and so like a lot of the core to it, and you actually see it with how Cordelia or Detective Cuppa works. Like she doesn't have suspects. She finds people interesting. She does a lot of observing, um, observing people in like the habitat and not interfering as much. And like that's kind of like what a birder does. You don't interfere. It's
Mhm.
actually considered like unethical to interfere with the birds. And like you can might be able to make like, I think some people are like, they say it's okay just to make like some like noises, but not bird call noises to like get attention, but like that's it. And then there are people that are even against that.
Mhm.
But yeah, the whole idea is like you don't interfere, you watch, and like Cordelia says, well, Detective Cup says, yeah, you don't put the binoculars on until you've already spotted your target, um, or the bird that you're looking for. Of course, if there is an exception, if the birds or potential birds are too far, like you can't see them, and you have a feeling there are birds over there, then you can put the binoculars on to see if there are. But other than that, you want to already have a bird in sight. And so let's see. Fundamental requirements for beginners. You don't need extensive resources to start gathering information or observing a situation. You can begin simply by looking and listening in your immediate environment or the context of the investigation. Very little money is needed. Oh, yeah, skip that part. All right, so observation aids, binoculars. This is often considered essential for seeing details at a distance or getting a clearer look at subjects or clues that are not immediately accessible. This could include actual binoculars, telephoto lenses for photography, digital tools for zooming into images or data, or even surveillance equipment. You're going to want reference materials, databases. Um, Now, this is if you're, a detective out in the field, not if you're looking into like a TV show, obviously. Um, so like, but even if you were looking to a TV show, what kind of reference materials do we have? We have all kinds of websites. We got Facebook, we got Reddit, um, we got YouTube, we got Julie B and Scarlet. It's good to have recording tools like a notebook or notebook app, spreadsheets, whatever you like to use, and get practice. Practice your skills. Rewatch the TV shows. One thing that's important is understanding common patterns. So begin by exploring the immediate context of the investigation, or common types of events or subjects you are likely to encounter. Get to know common scenarios, behaviors, or individuals before seeking anomalies or rarities. Focus on common patterns first. It makes recognizing usual or unusual ones easier, and it can make the rest of your work a lot more efficient. You want to understand which subjects or events are most likely based on the context or geography, and that can help streamline your focus. You want to observe carefully and note details before jumping to conclusions. When you encounter a clue or a subject, take time to stop, look carefully, and notice details before immediately trying to categorize it or consulting references. You want to learn vocalizations or signatures or MOs, methods of operation. Learning bird calls and songs is one of the most valuable skills for a birder. In detective work, this translates to recognizing the characteristic signatures or methods of operation, communication styles, digital footprints, or other telltale patterns associated with different types of subjects or activities. Familiarize yourself with common patterns or sounds in your investigative area. Recognizing something you don't immediately know can indicate it's significant and worth a closer investigation. Resources like apps or databases, social media can help you learn to identify these patterns. Visual representations of patterns or spectrograms might also be useful. I'm not sure what a spectrogram is, though. Analyze behavior, posture, and flight patterns. How a bird acts, holds itself, and moves is a significant identification clue. This translates to analyzing the actions, habits, body language, the condition or arrangement of clues, and how a subject or system operates or moves or flies. Is it acting predictably or unusually? How does it operate or move through its environment? Consider the habitat and season, or the context and timing. Knowing a bird's preferred environment, marsh, forest, or open water, and the time of year is crucial for finding and identifying it. In investigation, understanding the context, location, specific environment, and timing of an event or presence of clues is critical. Knowledge of preferred habitats, such as digital space, financial markets, specific locations, can make finding relevant information easier. Range maps and seasonal data inspire researching geographical, environmental, or temporal factors that influence the likelihood of encountering certain subjects or events. Look for evidence or clues left behind. Just as finding an owl pellet or whitewash helps locate owls, actively search for physical.
Have you ever looked at an owl pellet?
I had to dissect one in biology.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're really gross. Someone brought them in to like teach us about them, and when I was in 4th grade, and it was disgusting. Yeah.
Yeah, mine was missing some of the skeleton that we expected to find in it. I remember that. And so
Ew.
I think we had to like identify certain things. I can't remember, but it was weird and gross. I did not like biolab.
I hated that too. Yeah, it was my least favorite subject. Anyway, um, so
But
where
yeah,
were we?
I'm looking for clues left behind. In the case of investigation, physical traces, digital footprints or discarded items, financial records, or any other signs or clues that they leave behind that a subject has that a subject or event has occurred or is present. Some evidence might be subtle. Learn from others and collaborate. So going birding it can be like a really social thing. People go on social media and groups and they engage in groups and stuff. They talk about what they've seen. They exchange tips and they help each other. Just like that, detective work means consulting colleagues, seeking mentorship from experienced investigators, joining professional networks or attending trainings. So in our case, it's kind of like, social media, YouTube, Reddit, all the same stuff. Accept mistakes and be patient. It's okay to make mistakes. All investigators do, and learning from them is part of the process. Don't get discouraged. Avoid overconfidence and always double check your findings, especially when making critical identification or conclusion. Recognize that you won't solve every case or find every piece of information. Some of them would like a bird. Great. Let's move on. Oh, wait, what? Well, anyway, patience and consistency are key. Utilize your resources and conduct research. We already said that one. Consider optimal timing. Certain subjects or types of information might be more accessible or active at specific times. Plan your observation or data collection efforts for optimal periods. And here's an important one. Maintain discretion and be mindful of your presence. Staying quiet and still helps prevent scaring birds. Wearing drab colors might help. In investigations, maintaining a low profile, using camouflage or discretion, and being aware that a large group or obvious presence can alter the environment or scare away subjects is crucial. So try to blend in, try not to be noticed or altered or scare away the subject or influence the actions.
That's actually funny because I watched the Miss Marple version of Towards Zero, and Miss Marple pretty much integrates herself into all the situations. to the point it's kind of funny because like she just kind of invited herself over, and she's anything but drab.
Yeah.
I was wondering what bird watching videos did you watch?
I made a playlist on YouTube.
Oh,
Um,
cool.
I could pull it up, but I only watched like 3 of them, and then I had AI put it all together
Hmm.
into tips. Basically, took all their tips and converted them over to a detective investigation type stuff.
Hmm.
And the last one was respect the subjects and environment. Be mindful of your impacts. Just as you shouldn't agitate birds, ethical investigation involves respecting privacy, avoiding unnecessary disturbance, and minimizing negative impact on subjects or environment of your inquiry. So yeah, there are some overlaps between detective work and birding.
Yeah, interesting. No, I mean, I found it like when I first started watching The Residents, I remember being confused by the amount of time that the show spends on getting into her, yeah, on discussing her, or addressing, featuring her birding hobby. But then the more I listened to her explain how she uses the same kind of techniques uh for murder investigations as she does with birding, it made more and more sense as it went along. At first it just seemed like a weird random quirk, and then she starts explaining it and how and comparing it to how she handles investigations, and then the way that you with all of that information that you gathered, it makes even more sense. That there are such huge parallels between birding and and murder investigations. Who knew? Like there'd be so many parallels between the techniques that you need to use.
Right? Yeah, I didn't get it right away either. Like I could see some similarities, but then like I started thinking about it, it's like, oh, okay, it kind of makes sense. And then when I started watching the birding videos, I was like, oh, this makes so much sense. And birding is
Yep.
actually really, really fascinating because there isn't just birding, like there's also herping, which is going out and looking for reptiles or amphibians. Um, and I was thinking it'd be fun for me to do maybe toy spotting and go out looking for Godzilla toys instead of buying them. Just like see if I can take a picture or like video it or something and post it on Facebook.
That would be cool. Yeah. Yeah, you should do that.
Be a lot cheaper than buying the collectibles.
Oh, I bet. Yeah.
Oh my God, those things are expensive, a lot of them because they have to pay for the licensing, and then there are also a lot that are imported. Oh my God, Godzilla stuff is going to become so much more expensive, isn't it now? Oh boy.
What is
Godzilla
what?
stuff, like imports from Japan, imports in
Oh
general are going
no.
to be more expensive now.
Oh
Oh well, such
jeez.
is life.
Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah.
Yeah, 1 second, Beta
Um,
needs water.
okay. Bill Chill said a spectrogram is a visual representation of how the frequency content of a signal changes over time. Okay. And it's essentially in a time frequency plot where the x-axis represents time, the y-axis represents frequency, and color or brightness indicates the strength of the signal at a particular frequency and time. Oh, cool. Yeah, I didn't know that, Bill. Um, I'm glad you're starting to feel a bit better finally, Dieter. Jeez. I guess they put you on the wrong antibiotics at first. That can happen sometimes. You need a specific one to address a specific kind of infection, and I've had that happen before where I got prescribed the wrong one. So, um, glad you're finally starting to feel better. It's been a month. Yeah, so that's good news. Um, Please like the stream if you haven't already. Please hit the like button and subscribe. I'm trying to get to 2,000 subscribers. I just reached 1.8K subscribers. mainly from the help of my friend Koala T. I got a little bump in subscribers thanks to joining his community and his kind support, bringing more attention to my channel. So I really appreciate that. Gave me the extra push to get me over the hump and get to 1.8K. I was close for a while, but I was kind of stuck. So it'd be great if I could get to 200, 2,000, 2,000 subscribers. Maybe by the time I cover the next show, a show that's less divisive and unpopular than The Last of Us, it might help me get over the hump and get to 2,000. Um, but it's tough. I'm covering some heavy shows right now. And it is what it is. But I'm in this for the community and the creative outlet, and not for subscriber counts and views. It would be nice to reach that milestone, though. It would be cool. Scott, it's very much like reading an oscilloscope, which I use in reading signals and repairing electronic items. Oh, okay. Similar to a spectrogram. Gotcha.
And if you
Doc, you
dislike
back?
the stream, if you dislike the stream, press the like button 3 times. And
Yeah.
that's a super dislike, okay?
Yes.
Wink, wink, nudge,
Yes.
nudge, say no more.
Yes. Like Doc said, yes. 3 times. It's a super dislike. Anyway, you know, is there still yeah, I forgot about that. There is still a dislike button on videos and streams. Remember when YouTube used to actually display how many dislikes there were?
Yeah,
Um,
I'm kind of glad
it
they
used
stopped.
to. I'm glad they stopped too, because I think by doing that, it gave people an incentive to keep doing it more just out of hate and, trying to bring creators and people making these videos to bring them down. Like, haha, look how many people disliked the video, and then they would laugh about it in the comments, and it would encourage more people to dislike videos and streams. So I'm glad that they don't show dislike count anymore.
Yeah, I feel like
Oh, Scarlett's back.
I feel like having the dislikes show might be too stressful too for the creators, like to be looking at all the time.
That would really upset me, to be honest. I'm a sensitive person, so come to think of it, yeah, I didn't even think of that, how I would feel. That would be awful.
It's
I'm
just
I
me.
think
glad I
me
don't.
I think me and Julie, I mean me and Jamie got a one thumbs down on
How
one
did you
some video we
know?
did.
How did you know, though?
I don't know. She said there was one thumbs down. I don't know where she got it, but it was.
Oh my
We could
God.
probably
'Cause
look it up. We, we could probably look it up in
maybe,
the creator lab or whatever they call it.
Mm.
yeah, if you're a creator, you might be able to find out. I don't want to know. I'm not even gonna go looking. I don't want to know. Uh, Too sensitive. I'd rather not know. Um, I've been lucky that I don't get a lot of negative comments, at least, but it's very easy for haters to just click the dislike button if they don't feel like leaving a comment. So I'm sure I've gotten plenty of those and I just don't know it. I'd rather not know. Anyway, so where were we at? Where were we at now in the agenda, Doc?
Well, you're in Rhode Island. I'm in Massachusetts. I think Scarlett's somewhere on the other side of the country. Oh, you mean with from Academy?
Michigan?
Okay, Michigan.
Yes,
Is Michigan on the other
yes,
side of the country?
not
I think
quite.
so. No? Yeah, I don't know where a lot of states are apparently. Well, I'm a foreigner. Remember, I'm from Planet X, so
Oh, I see. Yeah,
I'm
but
still
the one looks
learning
like
the
a
geography.
hand. It's a state that looks like a human hand, like a mini.
Okay,
There's a lot of fresh
Gotcha.
water around. Lots of sea creatures.
okay, for the hand to grab. I get it.
Yeah, yeah. The hand's hungry. Yeah.
I did put together a Birdwatcher's guide to decoding from before that one was completely AI. That one actually in some ways is better, but that one's way too long. I'm not even gonna read it. We're gonna get to the real program. Unless we run out of content later, maybe we'll get to this.
Okay. I'm following along here in the drive folder that you posted with the worksheets. Wow, this is awesome.
Thank you.
I was gonna say two things. Michigan is not in Canada. I wish it was in Canada, and it's about 2 hours away from Canada, not 10.
Yeah, not
If I was driving pretty speedy, I could probably get to Canada in a couple hours if I needed to vacate the country.
lucky
Which
you. Oh, lucky.
maybe someday.
Yes. Yes, Michael. Nagging, I never heard of that term, but nagging videos unfairly was toxic. Yes, indeed. Um,
Oh, that that's a term I hadn't heard before. Negging on videos.
yeah, me
I
neither.
get it.
Me neither. Anyway, um, so should we go next with this then?
All right, so we'll go next to the guide on how to start an investigation in a mystery box to unravel a mystery box show. And this I'm going to go through just a little bit quickly. This is because we're going to be getting into this more next week. This week is more fact gathering, clue gathering, stuff along those lines. But we want to have a general idea of how to start an investigation before we get into that, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes total sense.
I
I
only
agree.
wish I would have taken some photos for the residents or from to put up while you're talking, so we'd have like the visuals.
Oh,
I mean, I have plenty of screenshots from those shows. Just depends on like which, like I don't know which
what
ones
we're
we
talking
go with.
about. Okay.
Yeah. So like, if I hear something that sounds like a photo I'd have, like, I'll try to pull it up.
Okay, so to begin unraveling a mystery box show, think of yourself as a detective approaching a new case. Your initial steps are to lay the groundwork for understanding the central puzzle and identifying the crucial information. So based on sources I put together, um, first thing you want to do, and with from, this is a little bit tricky, is identify the central mystery or the hook of the show. Um, why it works, every mystery box show revolves around a core enigma or central question that drives the narrative. Pinpointing this hook immediately, anyway, well, pinpointing the hook helps you focus the investigation and helps you focus your clue gathering and your information gathering. Without defining what you're looking for or the central puzzle, you're kind of just groping in the dark, possibly. Um,
So the central hook of from is people wanting to get out of from.
yeah, that's kind of what I think. I think it's how to,
Yeah.
that's what I figured was how to escape from or
Yeah,
from Bill.
exactly. Escaping from.
What do you think,
And
Julie? Do you think that's the central theme too?
oh yeah,
Or
definitely.
mystery?
How to escape from. Absolutely. I'd say that's while there are many mysteries in From, I think the biggest, most pivotal one is how to get out, for sure. And in the Residence, well, it's pretty simple. It's just this right here. It's AB Winter, dead
Mm-hmm.
on the floor.
So
Who killed him?
who killed him or
That's
how'd
it.
he die?
Hmm.
Because I'm still not ruling out him having a heart attack from dealing with the stress of all these people. They would drive me to my grave.
I
Then you
know,
get
right?
the murder on the Orient Express. Sorry, spoilers. Plug your ears. Where a whole bunch of people are doing different things to a body that just died of natural causes,
Oh my God.
including
That sounds hilarious.
including me and Julie thought, including dragging it to like 4 different rooms. I think at this point.
Yeah, I think AB's been
Mhm.
dragged from a couple of rooms, at least
Yeah.
one.
Seems that way. That he's been in more than one room. Yeah, that
Yeah,
complicates
we're
things.
are all 3 of us caught up to 6?
Yeah, I am.
Yes. Yep.
I
Okay,
just haven't seen the
he
last
was
two.
like in the Oval Room, and then they drug him to. He was in the Lincoln bedroom for some time, and then in the spare bedroom they put a bunch of junk in because they didn't want somebody's relatives staying there, and then ended
Yep.
up in the game room. So that's like 4 places.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it could be 4 different people moving around, at this point.
It really could.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They could have just found
Uh,
his death or being there inconvenient.
yeah, I mean, like these mysteries, they make you assume many times, oh, it's just one killer, but then many times there's a twist in a murder mystery, and you find out that it's a team. It's a more than one person affair. Like in the first Scream movie, it turned out to be a duo. It was
Hmm.
two people, so it was a double twist. Yeah. So anyway,
Including one of
Yeah.
them one of them faked their own death, right? Too in that movie.
yes, I believe so. Yeah, one of them faked his own death. Yeah, it was a great twist. Yeah, I never saw it coming. I love a great twist. I don't want to be able to guess who the murderer is, to be honest. I like to just be surprised, but it's fun to try to put the pieces together. Um, in the end, I hope I'm wrong, but the process is fun. That's why I love mystery box shows and theorizing. But
Agreed.
anyway, um,
Yeah.
so
So the actionable steps on that are to ask the core question, frame it simply, um, and use this question as an anchor. The fundamental question will guide your observations and help you determine the significance of the details that you come across.
mhm.
And the next important thing is to understand the show's foundation and context. So mystery box shows, they build unique worlds. They have their own rules, their own histories and structures. Um, Understanding these foundational elements, they provide the important context for interpreting the clues that you're going to come across, and understanding characters' actions, and anticipating the kind of mystery that you're dealing with. Um, Genre conventions can offer clues about potential tropes or the direction that the mystery might take, for example. Um, so by determining the primary genre, sci-fi, supernatural, psychological, historical, etc., will help you to anticipate some of the common elements and twists. And now with From, we kind of see that, I think, too, with a lot of the repeating mythology motifs, dream and nightmare motifs. You want to note the setting, pay attention to the location, the time period, the initial context presented. If it's a historical setting, a basic understanding of the era is beneficial. You want a good grasp of the world's rules, understanding the initial mechanics, like the mechanics of like the supernatural stuff, the talismans, for example, like they have rules that go with them. You have to have them up by the door. If they fall to the ground, they're useless. You can't just take them outside and throw them in a monster's face. That doesn't help. Um, so understanding the mechanics can also help you understand where things may go, because obviously with the show as it is presenting itself right now, you're not going to have like say Doctor Who show up in a TARDIS or whatever. Um, so yeah,
Right.
yeah. So how do you feel like understanding the genre of From and um, its setting and the world's rules and stuff help you understand the show or predict things?
Um, I think I think it does a pretty good job. Like, I mean, it's tough because, just when you think you know how the place works, and more twists come in, and more phenomena that you weren't expecting. Like season one on From, you think, okay, so this is pretty straightforward, or it's fucked up, but it's straightforward. It's a town you can't escape, that has monsters coming out at night to shapeshift and rip people apart. You stay indoors, keep your talisman up. Those are the rules. And then you survive. During the daytime, you can try to build a life, and that's it. But then they added more layers to it. They added more like they expand mystery boxes often do this. They expand the world of the show, and then you see there's more to it than what it seemed on the first on the surface. So in season 2, then you see, okay, well now there are new rules. Now there are new things that you didn't know were possible. Things can be physically pulled out of dream states. We didn't see that in season 1. Boyd being stalked by ballerina visions, and the music box dreams happening to people, the cicada entity that became something unexpected. And of course, the faraway trees were part of the original rules too. That was like the original framework. Um,
Well, like I
so
think we knew that something bad was going to happen to Dale when he went through that tree because he did not understand the rules.
right, mm-hmm,
So we might not have seen in
definitely,
we kind of knew in advance that someone was going to eventually have a mishap with those trees.
yes, definitely. That's a great example because Victor set that up in season 1 when he told Ethan, "You never know where you might end up. You could wind up stuck in a mountain somewhere." So, eventually they paid that off. Season 3, we see Dale get in the wrong one and winds up in the wall of the pool. So, yeah, um, unpredictable,
Yep.
risky nature of
Taking
these
note of,
trees. Yeah.
I'm sorry, but I just
No,
wanted to
no, go
say,
ahead.
taking note of possible foreshadowing like that is also important in investigating these shows.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sorry, I
Absolutely.
interrupted you. I didn't mean to.
No, 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 it's okay. Yeah, foreshadowing is key. Yeah, From is packed with foreshadowing. There's loads of it. So, and and once you know that foreshadowing is part of a particular story that you're watching, then you can go back and start to look for other things that could be potential foreshadowing for future reveals, like, you know, potential clues on who the man in yellow could be. Is he somebody we already know? Could this have been foreshadowed already? So, you go back and look and see signs that Tabitha and Jade were reincarnated. There was foreshadowing, there were clues that were already there in the beginning. So maybe there are clues to other things. So yeah, it's definitely an important feature of predicting, an important tool to predict where mystery could go, looking at foreshadowing or potential foreshadowing.
Mhm.
Mm. And the
One of the next
Chekhov's
important.
gun. And
Yes.
also Chekhov's guns. Plot devices that come up. It doesn't have to be a literal gun, but plot devices that come up that have been introduced for a reason. It's the principle that every plot device is there for a reason, and eventually you may not see its significance at first, but it will pay off later. So it could be anything that pops up. But like Eloise, a lot of us think something is going to happen. There's going to be a reveal regarding Eloise being alive. Why? Because she was introduced randomly to the plot out of nowhere, and her fate was not made clear. So she operates like a Chekhov's gun. Anyway, sorry, continue, Doc.
No, that brings something to mind. That wasn't universally always like a literary device because and we went over that and I think it was it Renaissance literature? Yeah, it was Renaissance literature, I think. Or was it medieval lit? I don't remember. It was whichever one no, I think it was Renaissance. We read Tristan and Isolde. Um and it's just funny because like there's like a scene where someone walks into a room and he's got a bow and arrow in his hands, and you know that he's upset with someone there, so he's probably going to shoot him with the bow and arrow, and instead he drops the bow and arrow, he draws his sword and cuts off the person's head, and it's like wait what? But
Oh
yeah,
man.
and there was also not a lot of respect for the audience in that novel either. Like the writer would just like go on like these like rants like and tell you the king was was, I don't remember if it was terrible or awesome, and give like, then like later on when they're describing the king, like they're not described in like the same way. It's like almost like counter to like how the narrator's been ranting about them,
Yeah.
and did not seem intentional, like it was being satirical.
Yeah.
But anyway, another important thing is to identify key players and analyze initial dynamics. Um, so like lists of main characters or images of them who seem central to the storyline, keeping an idea of like who the main characters are is important. Note their starting roles and relationships. Are they allies, rivals, leaders, or outsiders? What are their initial stated goals or statuses? Observe initial power dynamics. Watch closely who seems to be in charge and who influences others. And note any immediate power struggles or shifts. So who do we feel like are the main characters of From?
Definitely Boyd. Boyd is like the leading man of the show. I would say, especially now that we know Tabitha and Jade's significance, we might not have realized this in the very beginning, but now that we know their significance, I'd say Tabitha, Jade, and Boyd are probably like the three most important people in the show, the three biggest leads at this point.
I think that they're
What do you
making
think?
Julie a little bit more prominent too now, but I don't think she was initially.
No,
I feel like Ethan was actually more prominent during the beginning.
he was. Yeah. Um, yeah. I'm about to take some vitamin weed. Mackie. Boyd and Tabitha. Okay,
Yeah, there are a
yeah.
lot of some of those I feel like are like more like secondary characters, and then you can get into you can kind of like rank them almost by importance, but that can vary too by I think season.
Yeah,
Depends on where they want to bring the story.
like Donna and Victor, they're important characters in the show, but they're more secondary. They're more like supporting characters. Um, and when you look at the core lead, like the official leads, they're the ones who do like things like Comic-Con and stuff like that. The main leads of the show, according to the show, are Harold Perrineau as Boyd, Catalina as Tabitha, well, formerly Ian Bailey as Jim, and David Alpay as Jade. Those were the leads. I thought it was crazy personally that they didn't have Scott McCord at Comic-Con, because I know he was not hired to be a lead, but he's like the heart and soul of that place, if you ask me. So, and he is an incredible actor. I mean, he just steals every scene he's in, and I feel like he should be elevated to lead status at this point. But that's me. Um,
I kind of agree.
Boyd is certainly important. Yeah.
I
Go
feel
ahead.
like I feel like Scott McCord's performance has elevated his status within the show. I don't think he was initially meant to be as important as he is. And so he
Nope.
hasn't been given that lead status. I think that they've been writing him bigger a little bit each season. And
Oh
so he's starting to
yeah.
become more of like a main character, but they still use him a little bit more as not a prop, but as like a way of moving the story along. He isn't like the central
Yes.
character. He's more like there to move things along, but he's essential and vital, like the old wizard.
He's Yes, he's like the living history of the town, the living, breathing history of the place. He's like a plot device, like
That
the
was what I
plot
was looking for,
device
a
of,
plot device.
yeah, the usage of his memories, and that moves things along as he remembers things. They're using that as a plot device. His unreliable narrator memories. So yeah, he's become more and more important as they're doing that. And he in season 2 he was elevated, to like a more of a supporting role instead of just recurring. They did kind of up his status, but he's still not a lead. I think he should be, but he's not. Um, Alma, Gus, and Jasper. Jasper for sure. Mary Shaw. What? Mary Shaw too. Um, and Boy in White is certainly important. I wouldn't call him a lead, but he's definitely an important figure, a very ephemeral, mysterious figure. He's a mystery in himself to solve. He's just one of the mysteries, if anything. Uh, yeah. Anyway, um, so
Next is formulate initial questions. You want to start with the basics. Before or during the first episode, write down initial questions. Or when you're rewatching, write down, some initial questions related to. Okay, this is for new episodes. When you're watching new episodes, before or during the episode, write down some initial questions related to the central mystery, key characters or strange events. Who is this person? What just happened? Why are they acting this way? Where are we? When did this occur? You can go back and do that too when rewatching. Refine as you go. You can use these initial questions to kind of guide your focus during the viewing, refining them as you gain new information.
hmm yeah, yeah.
What kind of note
I
taking do you do for your shows when you're watching or rewatching? I'm curious.
When I first watched, even like long before I had a channel a year ago, um I had no plans on even starting a channel. I had no idea I was going to do it, but I just started taking notes on because I started watching really challenging, mysterious series and complex series um from Severance. So I started taking notes on them just because, just for myself to try to figure things out. And my notes are just extremely disorganized, messy. um, I wish I were. I've never been an organized person. But I did
Me
so
neither.
like for each yeah, so like I looked back at my notes the way I used to take them, and they're more organized now. But back then, I would just as I was watching an episode, I would just write down anything I found unusual, like basic main events that happen in each episode, questions I had about what characters were doing and why, or what did this mean, what did that mean, the faraway trees, like any questions I had related to the mystery, I would add them to my notes. um and I would give my initial impressions, and I like theories, like I would write down like um ridiculous theories I had at the time that that I look back now and I think they sound so funny. But yeah, like my first theory I wrote down um as I was watching From season 1 for the first time was maybe this entire town was plucked out of Earth by aliens and brought to another planet, and they're being fed like cattle, like livestock, but literally like being given livestock in the woods to eat, so to fatten them up. So that was my first
Hey,
From theory. Yeah,
still could be.
it still could be. I doubt it, but that was one of the things I put in my notes in the beginning. Now I take much more organized notes now. I go scene by scene, and I write down like the main things that happen in each scene, important quotes, questions, much more organized now that I have a channel, and I'm trying to make it easier for myself when I go back and I write video scripts, or I go through a breakdown live. Much easier with organized notes. Yeah.
You do a lot more than I do with that stuff. Well, then again, you also have your show, but even before your show, like I never took notes really on like shows and movies. I think that's cool that you did that. It's really awesome. Um, I have so I write down notes about like everything, like not everything, but like I'm very active in my notes app. It's just a basic notes app, so it's not organized at all really. Um, but I just put random stuff. So like if I'm watching something, I might go into my notes app, but I'll like it's if I'm writing something, it's because like something it gave me an idea, and I'm writing down an idea. The type of note taking that you do for shows, though, I tend to do that though when watching like documentaries. I'll like
Mm,
get ideas, or I'll like quotes from it, or there'll be like names or something that like I feel like I need to look up. Sometimes I'll pause and then go and look it up, um, and things like that.
hmm
But yeah, that's a great way to go, I think, the way that you're doing that. And
definitely.
and
Yeah.
refine as you go. You seem to be doing that as well.
Yeah, I wish now looking back I had been even more like I wish I had thought ahead about certain things when I started the rewatch. I wish I had kept track of certain things as I'm rewatching, like how many times do they say dream and nightmare? Keep a running tally. Like how many monsters have I seen? Like how many different monsters? Which monsters? Certain things that would be very time consuming to go back and check on unless you're doing a rewatch. I wish I had thought of that when I was starting it. I do have detailed notes, but there's certain things I'm like, damn, I wish I had thought to do that while I was watching, but I'm sure I'm going to be doing another full rewatch before season 4, so there's always the next one.
I need to go and do a full rewatch, like from beginning to end too. I haven't done a full rewatch since season 4 ended. I mean season 3 ended.
Yeah, I mean, we're only a few episodes into season 2 on our rewatch, so we have quite a bit left to go. We're gonna go through the entire thing again. We're gonna finish season 2, and then we're gonna um go into season 3 and do the whole thing. Um, we haven't been doing it the last couple of weeks because it's just been too hectic covering the residents and me covering The Last of Us and The Handmaid's Tale. But after next week, then we should be good to get back to the From rewatch lives. But anyway, um,
Okay,
yeah.
and then
So
the last section for this is begin detailed observation and note key details. Um, so yeah, because missing these initial details means missing pieces of the bigger picture. So observe meticulously, pay close attention to visual cues, um, objects, symbols, setting details, dialogue, like cryptic lines, offhand comments, remarks, what's not said, and background elements that seem minor but recur or feel significant. We're actually going to go a lot more into this section because pretty much the rest of this is going to be all about basically observation, key details, stuff like that. Um, but but yeah, anyway, so just this quick part before I take a quick bio break. Um, look for early inconsistencies or anomalies. Pay attention to anything that doesn't quite fit the established context, um, character behavior or timeline, anachronisms. These can be deliberate clues. Decode titles, pre-watch / early. So decoding titles, I mean, that's obvious. You look at a title and try to decode it. Research potential meanings or references in the show and episode titles. Titles can act kind of as a roadmap or foreshadow some twists. And yeah,
mm-hmm. Yeah, titles can have, especially in From, I've noticed titles can have multiple meanings and give you some clues and context as to what's going on and what, the messages they're trying to send. Sometimes there are double meanings. So I always pay attention to the titles. Especially in From. But the Residents is mostly like I've noticed their titles are references to other mysteries and literature, stuff like that.
and it's noted that mystery box shows often put a lot of the important clues in the first few episodes. Um, the early episodes deliberately plant clues, sometimes hidden in plain sight, that are vital to understanding all the later reveals. Um, and missing those really that can cause you to miss the bigger picture. And I think we've even heard them the creators say that they want it so that you can go back to like the first episode or two, and all the answers are kind of there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take a quick bio
Yeah.
break. I've been drinking a Mega Monster, so I'll be right back.
Okay. Sorry, I was muted. Didn't realize I was muted. Early inconsistencies from Teen Monster, loop in escape attempts, the resident's Harry. Yeah, the Teen Monster in From is an odd little detail for sure. Yeah, Harry is you know, he's the one who looks guilty as sin from the beginning on the residents, which makes me think it's probably not him, but who knows? Maybe they do a double fake out. It's the one that you most suspect. Yeah, it's the one. He'll be like the one you least suspect because he's the most suspicious, and then he could actually be the one who's guilty. Who knows? Um. So. Um. Anyway. So let's see. And Teeter is saying weird things in the chat as usual. Please like the stream if you haven't already. Would help people find us. My notes app takes up 4 gigabytes of space on my phone, Maggie. Yeah, my phone is always running out of space too, and my G well, I save so much stuff in Gmail, so my Gmail is always running out of space, and I never delete my emails, so it's really bad. I have to pay for storage from Google every month because I've run out of space. I basically take all of my notes in Google, like in in Gmail. That's what I use for notes in the drafts section. Um, I should just find some kind of notes app instead, but like I've tried Microsoft OneNote, but they don't give you much storage space and then they want you to buy more. So I ran out really fast. Gmail gives you a lot more storage. So I don't know. Because I really want an app that backs up your notes. So you're not just saving them on your phone in case something happens to your phone, because I can't
Mhm.
tell you how many times I've broken my phone and lost everything that was on it. I need everything to be backed up all the time. Um,
And I'm back.
you back? Okay,
Yep.
cool. Red herring. Yeah, red herring. I think Harry is a red herring on the residence. That's something
I think so too.
very common device in mysteries that
Hmm.
we should always be on the lookout for. Something that looks like an obvious clue, but it's just meant to mislead us and lead us down the wrong path. Um,
I've
yeah,
got a 16 tips on recognizing red herrings.
nice. That's great.
I'm
That's
saving that
awesome.
one for next week.
Nice. Oh, I like that. Yeah, I think that's a really important topic when you're trying to understand mysteries. That's going to be important information to share for sure. People need to understand the whole red herring thing and how common that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I might end up having time tonight to get through it. We'll see.
Yeah. Um, yeah, like even in Scooby-Doo there were red herrings. So, um oh, music, that's another thing that can be a clue to themes and the way that
Hmm.
things work in a mystery. So music can, you're right with Alice. Titles and lyrics, absolutely, that can be a clue. Hey there, Slab House Fishing, welcome. Google Keep is for notes. I never heard of Google Keep. I'll have to check that out. Thank you for the tip. I My Gmail is just bursting full of too many notes. I need to find something else.
Yeah, I know what you're
Anyway,
saying because I pulled up another thing. So I put together a reference sheet that is separate from that guide. And this is
Mhm.
actually even better. Like it has a step one, prepare for the investigation, research the show's premise, get a grasp of the core concept, set up a detective's log, use a notebook or spreadsheet app, expect misdirection. Actually, I'll read through these quick too after.
Okay.
Do we have more comments to read before I move on?
Let's see. Okay, wait, what's this? Well, Bell Chill was talking about the leads season by season. Ethan seemed like the most important at first, for sure. And then
Mhm.
Boyd in season two, yes, in season two, Boyd was really the most prominent one for sure, like following his struggles the whole season the most and his quest to
Yeah.
overcome that, the mind fuck that happened to him and the worms. And then in season three, yeah, Fatima became like the main focus, even though you know, her she's not technically one of the leads, but her plot line took center stage more than the others for sure. Yes.
Mm.
And that's pretty much it. We're caught up on
Okay.
this, so we can continue.
So also on that Google Drive that I uploaded for everyone is a reference sheet for starting an investigation into a mystery box show. That one's a bit better organized and easier to understand. Um, so step one is prepare for the investigation. Research the show's premise, get a quick grasp of the core concept, such as group stranded on a mysterious island for lost, sets the stage for your questions. Set up a detective's log. We already talked about taking notes. Use a notebook, spreadsheet, or app. I've actually started transitioning over to using just my Google Drive and creating folders and making notes inside there because they kind of look a little bit nicer and are easier to type out. That's
Mm-hmm.
just something I've started moving over to, and that's also in the cloud too, so I have access to it with all my devices.
Nice.
But you
Yeah.
could use
I've
Notion or Evernote as well. I think I've used Evernote, but they want money.
I hate that. See, like I've tried to find note apps that actually back up your notes and they always want you to pay. And so, yeah, I mean, I just keep buying more Google storage. It doesn't cost me that much. So I store everything in the Google Cloud.
Yeah, me too.
What are the apps you mentioned?
It mentions Notion or Evernote. I've used Evernote before. I liked it, but I think I still use it on one of my phones.
Gotcha.
I've got a lot of devices.
Okay. Yeah, me too, actually. Not phones, but like crappy laptops and crappy Chromebooks and stuff. Thankfully now I have one nice laptop that actually works really well, but like a bunch of other devices I can screw around with and not have to be so careful with. Like one that I can use on the treadmill. I don't have to worry about it falling off because it's cheap anyway. Things
Hmm.
like that. It's good to have devices like that to fall back on. So, you have that
And
backup stuff that you can kind of beat up and not be as careful with.
yeah, the phone that I bring around with me, I only pay $25 for. So if something happens to it, I won't be devastated. And I back up
Right.
everything.
Oh yeah, that's important. I've lost a lot of stuff off of phones, but I can't tell you over the years how many phones I've dropped and cracked open and then lose everything on it. At least now, um, my Google, because I have everything connected to my Google account, it remembers all my apps and so it restores most things, but things that are not backed up to the cloud, it doesn't. So like I've had many voice recordings, things from like I like sometimes, well, almost every doctor's appointment I've been to trying to figure out what's wrong with me over the last few years, I recorded doctor's appointments and I lost all of that by smashing all my phones because I never backed up my audio
Oh
recordings, which is
no.
really a shame. Yeah. Um, it sucks. I mean, it's not like those appointments really led me anywhere. I kept hitting dead ends, but I mean, at least I got some insights here and there, and now they're lost. I could have just sat there taking notes, but it's hard to absorb what the doctor is saying and keep track of all the questions I need to ask while typing or writing everything they're saying. So just doing recordings was so much easier, but now I regret it because I lost them all. So anyway, yes, moral of the story. Yeah, if you're going to take notes, make sure you have something that's backing them up. And if they're voice recordings, back those up too. And, I did start to buy more like protective phone cases, which have helped. But um, in the last year, though, I got really careless with everything because my life has been just such a mess. So I got a new phone and I neglected to buy a protective case and for a while, and then by the time I finally bought one, I had already dropped the phone, and the phone still works, but one of the camera is busted, so that sucks. Anyway, um but getting back to the topic, uh so where are we at here in the list? I've got the list up on the screen.
Oh, cool. I'm just washing out a mug right now to heat up some broth for my dog's food.
Dieter's got
Just-
something in the chat here. Hold on. What is this? Um, Doc's, he said, Doc, do you see the chat? I put your logo as your head in, I'm looking at it. Hold on, I'm gonna open it. Um, this is great. I'll share it just so people can see. This is funny. Um, wait, let me make it bigger. That's hilarious, Dieter.
I love it.
That's great. Dieter, you're amazing. That's awesome. He said he'll DM it to you too, Doc.
Thank you.
Anyway, I'll go back to sharing the list here of starting an investigation. That's what we were on.
Do you want to read the next part?
Yeah, I forget where we left off though before we went off on a tangent.
Oh, okay. We finished part 1, step 1.
Step 1, okay. Step 2 is observe characters closely. So first, track introductions. Know when and how characters appear. For example, newcomer arrives in episode 2. Timing can hint at their role. Oh, interesting. Yeah, interesting. So the timing can hint at their role and the circumstances, I would say, surrounding the arrival of a character. Like, look at Tabitha and Jade. Look at the way they both interacted. Now, look at the way they both entered the show. On the very first watch through, we wouldn't have really picked up on this, but by season 2, some people were already starting to suspect that Jade and Tabitha had been reincarnated. And if you went back and looked, you can look at certain things about how they both entered town. Both of them fell unconscious in different ways when they first entered town. Tabitha got knocked out in the RV and she looked dead. That was a clue to the fact that she had been reincarnated, which is one of the big mysteries that was revealed. Jade, when he first got to town, fell and hit his head on a rock, fell unconscious. He looked dead and he was passed out cold for a while. Again, another clue that they were connected. We just didn't know yet. But by season 2, on a rewatch, when people were suspecting possible reincarnation, if you went back and looked at that, you might have been able to start to piece clues together. Maybe there's a connection here. Um, the way that they both came into town, even before the reincarnation was confirmed, I saw people pointing that out during season 3, going back and looking at that. So definitely when and how characters appear, that can be and definitely a clue as to their significance, whether they're connected to each other. Um,
Right.
yeah, and
Like with Tabitha
mhm.
and Jade, I didn't realize that they would be so connected. I knew that it seemed obvious that, them coming into town all into town at the same time, that was significant. Victor had even said that, oh, this isn't a good thing. But I
Two
didn't
cars
realize those
arriving.
characters would be connected like that.
Yes, Victor Victor was kind of giving us a big clue by saying, um, two cars came at the same time. That's special. That hasn't happened in a long time. And he said to
Yep.
Julie, "What do you think it means?" He might as well have turned to the camera and said it to us. What do you think it means? Like that was our
Wink, wink,
clue. Like,
nudge,
hey,
nudge, say no more.
exactly. So that's how we knew, okay, the timing of them coming to town, these two vehicles, something has to be significant about it. We didn't know what, but we knew it had to mean something. The people in those cars. And then later, Sarah said that the voices in her head told her that, what did she say? That everyone was going to die and it was because of the people in the two cars or something like that. I forget. I was something to that effect. And so, yeah, so there were huge clues that there was some connection between the people in those two vehicles, but we just didn't know what yet.
And so I
Um,
think you kind of hit the point that both of those characters were knocked unconscious at the same time too, and that kind of linked those two characters together. So there are probably other things that link together that we haven't really either put together or realized. Okay, yes, that is a valid connection.
mhm, definitely. If they've done this, now that we know this is how the story operates and the writing, then there could be other connections that we're just not seeing yet. So, um, there's also spot suspicious behavior, watch for odd actions or inconsistencies, such as avoiding eye contact, cryptic remarks. Um, so that's, yeah, I mean, I think if anything, people who watch From do that a little bit too excessively.
Oh yeah,
You know, like like
Donna's
all
hands in
of
her pockets.
Donna's hands in her pockets. Yeah, what's in Donna's pockets? Um, her her story about her sister. It is odd that she described her sister's face getting ripped off, and that's not like anything we've seen happen on the show, and we only have her word to go on with that. So a lot of people point to that as, that's sus. And Tilly, Fanny Pack Granny, with her popping up all over the place, spilling the tea on the gossip in town. So we always have our eye on people like that. And now the latest thing is it tends to be Clara. Clara popping up everywhere. People are like looking at her, giving her side eye now. Um,
I
and
I
sometimes
think
it could
Clara's a
be
red herring.
legit. I I think I think all of those are red herrings. I don't think there is a
I
mole, but
agree.
who knows? You never know. There could be. In Severance, it turned out that there was a mole. Um, people pointed out that there were odd inconsistencies in the way Helly was acting, and it turned out they were right. It was Helena. So sometimes it can be true. In From, I don't personally think there's a mole, but to each their own. Then there's hypothesized motives. Guess what drives each character, like survival or secrets? Motives often unlock the bigger mystery. So that's a great point too. What drives each character? Like in The Residence, why is Harry pushing so hard to classify this death as a suicide? Um, it I think personally it's purely political. He's like a classic Politico. He's a friend of the president and he wants to contain any scandal, any mess as much as possible. But the alternative is he's the killer. I think it's too obvious, but again, motives are really important, trying to ascertain what the motives the characters are. Um, and then step 3, map the plot's flow. You can build a timeline, log major events with timestamps, and look for patterns or gaps. Um, that's cool. Like that would have been really helpful with The Residents. And if I had more time with all the shows I'm covering, I would have tried to build a timeline, because The Residents is not told in sequential order. So it's even trickier to try to piece together the mystery because the entire series, most of the scenes are taking place on the same night, but you're seeing it from all different angles, different perspectives, different characters at different times, and trying to piece together what happened at what time. Plus, some of the characters are lying about what happened and when, what they saw and when. So, trying to exactly figure out the sequence of events, when people last saw AB, who saw him when, what time it was at night, when the body was found. That would be helpful, really helpful in a show like The Residence.
Agreed.
Um,
With From, I think it helps more with the backstory and understanding the history of Fromville.
yeah, yeah.
But also, I think just the idea of plotting out a timeline probably helps you see things that you didn't see before.
Mm-hmm. Right, right. Yeah. It's like the timeline, um, yeah, I don't think that the exact timeline is as important. But in certain cases, it is interesting. Like, figuring out exactly how long was Victor in the cave. How long was he missing? Because Victor went through the faraway tree after the Colony House massacre, and he was missing for several episodes, and then he popped up waiting for Tabitha. So trying to keep track of exactly how long that was, I think some people have said about a day and a half, 2 days tops that he was down there, which it's peculiar that he'd be able to survive that long down there. So it's definitely something to keep track of. So things like that on the show for sure. Um, and then mark twists. So highlight game-changing moments like a betrayal or a revelation. These often hide key clues. Um, well, we certainly got a lot of those in season 3 of From.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
game-changing moments, revelations, reincarnation, and um, Victor remembering that the boy in white talked to Christopher, not Jasper. Um, you know, the revelation that the boy in white talked about the Ankui kids being born in the dark and murdered in the dark, told Christopher about the tree, and so like this is it's a revelation, but it also led to more questions and and probably has clues in it that we should take note of too. Um, I think that whole scene, that was another clue to add to my belief that the boy in white is a helpful entity and he was trying to help Christopher, but Christopher couldn't deal with it, so he snapped. And
Mm,
boy in white is now changing his tactics. I think that revelation was a clue, and it helps us understand now why he's not giving out answers so readily, because we saw a little glimpse into that flashback and he was giving a lot of answers and it didn't go well at all. So that's an example of a revelation that gives us clues into what's happening in the present time.
I agree. Because like, yeah, you kind of have you definitely have to if you look at the boy in white's chronology, uh, the earliest I think we get is that scene, right, that Jade sees where he's talking to Christopher, I think, right? And that
Hmm.
sets up the whole him explaining last time I tried that, it went bad. And we saw
Yes,
that, yeah, last time he tried that, it did go bad. So
exactly.
looking
Yes.
at it, looking at it in with looking at the timeline like that and like actually just like singling him out, looking at his timeline, it really does help you kind of see like where his story has gone and understanding whether or not he is a good character or a bad character, so to speak.
Hmm. It helped me, it because until season 3 I was not on the boy and white side at all, but that was just one piece of it, though. That was one clue that led me in the other direction toward the boy and white being a helpful entity. I think that was a key insight. You're right, it's set up the scene with him and Victor where he said, I think it's best that you figure it out for yourselves. And he wouldn't tell Victor anything other than don't cut down that tree. A lot of people didn't understand
Yep.
why he wouldn't just tell Victor more and thought, that he's supposed to be Victor's friend. This proves he's not his friend. But no, if you look back at that flashback, he tried to tell people more with Christopher, and you saw Christopher. The problem is, I mean, they made it mysterious. It is a mystery. They didn't make it too obvious. We only got a brief glimpse into that scene. We couldn't hear a lot of what Christopher was saying, but he was going off and said everything here lies. He was flipping out. So there you go. That's a huge clue there. Anyway.
I think so. I
Um,
think he was given too much information at once. He couldn't handle it. He couldn't believe it all because it was probably too fantastical for him, even with what he's experienced there. And so, yeah, I think
yeah.
it went badly. And we do see that that the boy in white has changed tactics, and it does seem to match with his his story with with not just his story seems to match what we saw from Victor's perspective.
Exactly. And it also explains to me why he pushed Tabitha out of the lighthouse and said, I'm sorry, I really am. This is the only way. He lured her up there, making those angkooey noises, pretending to be one of those kids, pushed her out. And then what she found out there wound up being very helpful.
Hmm.
Information about her past, Henry. Now, this was helpful stuff. He was leading her in the direction of that. He appeared to her out there too on the street, but he didn't say, "Hey, follow me, come this way." Like he was leading her in the general direction by appearing to her on the street. And then she wound up at a church thanks to the boy in white leading her that way. The guy at the church got her to open the lunchbox. She was on her way. That was it. So, again, he's leading her in in the direction gradually.
Right.
So
He's now, instead of info dumping, he's leading them to them finding the answers. This
right,
way they
exactly.
believe and actually probably do it right.
Mhm. That's what I think anyway. Um, and then the last one under step 3 is list open questions. Boy, do we have a lot of those on From, right? Open questions. Oh my God, like we could spend about 6 more hours on that. Write down and resolve details. Yeah, there are a lot of unanswered questions, and this is another thing I wish I had done during the rewatch. I wish I had made a list of every single question that I mean, I listed as many as I could from memory, but in every episode, I wish I had written
There are
down every
so
single question
many.
I had.
It's why I kind of like I've been trying to go through those with From Academy a little bit. Like, what are the unresolved questions with the crows, or trying to unravel that mystery? And there's just so many that we're gonna have to try to go through a lot of them one by one.
Yeah, yeah. It's it's a lot. I was gonna make a video actually after the season ended. I never got around to it. I just got busy with getting ready to cover Severance, and then it just everything got nuts. But so I never got around to it. And if I did it now, I don't think it would. I don't think people would really notice it as much because we're too far into the off season. I'll wait, but I am gonna eventually do a video breaking down every question that I can come up with, like every unanswered question I can think of. It's gonna be that's gonna be a deep dive. That will be a long one. Um, and I'll do one on the questions that were answered, but the trick is though that the questions that were answered led to more questions, um, which is exactly what we were promised. I mean, we were told we would get answers, but that the answers would lead to more questions, and they did not disappoint.
I
Um,
think the
who
trick
was
is
the
trying to figure out what the most important
mhm,
questions are that we need to be asking, or
right?
what the most important
Yes,
unresolved questions are.
kind of like pick your battles. Like pick your battles. Like, do we really need to be fixating so much on the spider webs still from season 1? I personally, no, I don't think so. Um, I don't think we need to be fixating on where all those spider webs came from, who pulled the tent. yes, those are interesting questions, but I don't think those are going to be the key to solving the whole mystery of how to escape. Um,
I think
so
sometimes things like that though provide the opportunity to do some fun things though, and like go into like mythology and stuff. And that can be a
oh,
lot of
for sure.
fun and provide some like flavoring and maybe give us a little bit of insight. But yeah, you're right that
Absolutely.
it's not going to give us the big answers we're looking for. It's not going to solve that key question of how to get out of from.
Exactly. Yeah, and the other questions are fun and I enjoy them. I mean, that's one of the big reasons why from sparks discussion year round because we get to dive into this myriad of questions and theories, mythology. It's so much fun. But if we want to really focus on specific, on the most important questions that could try to solve the overall mystery and how to escape, then there are certain ones that we can put to the side when we're having that kind of conversation. Um, and
Agree.
and then and then of course, there are the things that just lead to more questions. Like, you know, KP was asking me, well, what answers did we actually get in season 3? Because some people still don't think we really got answers. And I said, well, we got a lot of answers. The problem is I know they led to more questions, but I'm happy that we got some answers. I mean, we got the answer to who was talking to Jim on the radio, most likely. It was the man in yellow. The problem is now we have to ask who or what the hell is the man in yellow and what is his role going to be? There's a myriad of questions that could come just from that alone, but I'm still happy with it. I like that there are still loads of questions and we got answers as to you know how how the monsters were created, or at least not the mechanics of it exactly or what did it, but that they sacrificed their children for
Yep, and who
immortality
they
and they were
are.
turned into monsters. They used to be human. you know we got that answer. That was a big one. That was a huge answer.
That was a
Yes, it
huge
creates
answer.
more. I mean, it creates more questions, of course. Like, what entity did this? How did they, what entity did this? Why did they sacrifice their kids? Was this part of like planet Earth originally, and that like or our dimension, and then it split off into a pocket dimension after? Of course, it leads to more questions, but it's still a huge answer that we got. So I'm happy about that.
We learned how Jade and Tabitha are connected, how their arrivals were connected. Um, it basically kind of tells us like why they're at least those characters are brought there and why they keep returning there and getting trapped there in a way. Um, and it gave us the answer as to who threw the rope. Um, and
Yes.
uh, I feel like there are more that I'm missing right now, but I feel like it gave us a lot of answers in that season, especially by the end. Like we also learned too that Boyd's Parkinson's isn't cured, that he is still suffering from that. Um,
Hmm.
and so yeah, a lot of unresolved questions were answered, but yeah, we have more questions now. Like, okay, so why is everyone else there? Um, how do we get out? How do we stop this cycle? How do we free the children, so to speak? And I think we're also given a hint as to how the whole like magic of them getting trapped there started. Like I feel like it started with the kids when they put their hope into the roots and somehow caused that whole karmic loop thing. Um,
Yep.
but
That's
and maybe it trapped the monsters
that's
there. That's something I wonder too, if maybe
mm,
Fromville is also a trap to keep the monsters in it.
yeah, I think maybe it would be cool if it was sort of like the revenge of the children, like the children, their hope was poured into the roots that created the bottle tree. Maybe it also
Mhm.
created this prison for these monsters. Maybe it did, box them all in. So that's possible, and that's another example of an answer we got that led to more questions. Of course, yeah. How
There's
did that have happened? Yeah.
there are a lot of
Um,
stories too. Like you didn't end, you weren't there for the troll watch party, but it's kind of about this there was at one point there was like a war between like the humans, I guess, and the fairies. They wanted to, and they decided, okay, we're going to split the realm evenly. But the fairies wanted to, but there was an evil troll that wanted to take over, and he started by invading a house and taking over the rooms one by one. This way, he could turn it into like a portal for the fairy world to enter and break through and take over the human world. And
Mm.
so, and that's, and they're like, I've come across other stories, fiction though. I don't know if it's tied to myth. It probably is. There probably are mythological stories of like battles and warring between like the fairy realm and the human realm and attempts at conquest. But I'm wondering if there's any of that going on with From. But that's just me digressing.
Mm. Mm. It's a valid point, you know. There could be something like that going on. And a lot of people were like theorizing about fairies being connected to From. The monsters are a lot like fairies. They steal people's stuff and go bring it underground and whatnot. And actual fairies are horrific things. They're not Tinkerbell like in mythology and stuff. Fairies were like monstrous. So yeah.
It reminds me of like I think it was the German myths of either the Black Elves or the Dark Elves, the ones that live under the ground. They have a better term for it. That's like the English term. Um, but yeah, they're
Mhm.
like underground, I think, dwelling elves, and they're kind of associated with death and stuff. I feel like they're kind of taking a little bit from that mythology as well. Like we see a lot of Norse mythology in From, I think,
Oh,
especially with
definitely.
the especially with those talismans.
The runes on them. Yeah, definitely. Um, let's see. Let's see that what the chat was saying
Yeah,
too.
it's in the chat.
Bill Chill said Victor is a seer, an oracle of sorts. I agree. I think he's a living he's like the living, breathing history of the town. And he's also, I think, a seer because I don't believe that he's literally seen everything that he's drawn in those pictures. I don't think it's possible. I know he's been there a long time, but there's some crazy stuff in those pictures. And one of them is a flood that looks a whole lot like Boyd and Donna on the roof. We all know that hasn't happened yet. Yeah, I think he's some type of and also the fact that he was drawing the Matthews car accident without even having seen it, in the first, or I think it was the first episode. Yeah. So I agree, Bill. And and I think Bill was also saying, Tabitha and Jade metaphorically and physically collided. Yes, in every cycle too. I think in every cycle it happened that way. They both arrived at once. That's why it was special, according to Victor. He just didn't know why it's special, but he could sense it. Um, yeah, this is a question too, like counting steps between trees. What does it mean? Clearly an important plot point they spent some time on in the early episodes. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
Michael. And maybe it means and the trees are moving closer. Victor said that's bad. And Michael, I know Michael has talked about the idea that maybe this is like a dimension that's shrinking, it's closing in on itself, like a bubble kind of shrinking, which I think is possible. Yeah. And I would explain why the trees moving closer is a bad thing. Maybe eventually it collapses in on itself, this whole dimension. Um, Bill from dropped the ball with Tilly. They dropped to the fanny pack. I think that was all a red herring to screw with us. Um, I think that she was a patsy to be used by the big bad because she was trying to help, just like Sarah and Elgin. But yeah, I don't think she was any kind of like literal mole. Um, Victor's background is a mystery. Yeah, how he survived all that time. Acosta and Randall need more screen time. I could do without. I mean, Acosta doesn't. I don't know. I don't really care about her,
We could still
but
use more backstory.
we could use more. Yeah. And yeah, I've thought of this too with Alice. When I first heard the line, I thought, well, it doesn't, I immediately thought it may not be literal. Born in the dark could mean born into confusion. I know my people are born and die in confusion usually. Yeah, exactly. It could mean that too. Doesn't necessarily mean they were literally born in the cave. The only reason I came around to that way of thinking as a likely scenario is because their hair is falling out. They're so pale and gaunt, dirty, and one of them was in a cage down there when Tabitha saw the first one. So it could be, again, it could have a double meaning. It could be, they were
During a
born in
dark period.
confusion. Yeah, it could be both. It could have a double meaning that they were
It
literally
makes
born down there and in the dark, metaphorically. Go ahead.
it makes me think how someday when I invade a planet, I was thinking this actually before the stream, that I could go to one of those planets that has, a prophecy that aliens will come in peace, and I will just arrive in peace time and obliterate everything, fulfilling their prophecy. I came in peace
Yeah, you
time.
came in peace.
But that ties right into this.
Yes, it does. Indeed. Also, another question, who has seen the boy in white? Um, so yeah, that's a good thing to keep track of. Like, one of the things we were talking about in this list here, keeping track of the timing of characters appearing and stuff like that. Who has seen the boy in white? When has the boy in white popped up? What were the circumstances? I always keep track of that. Who had seen him? That would be Ethan, Victor, Sarah, um, Tabitha, Elgin in a dream, and I believe that's it. Yeah. I don't think anybody else has seen him. Boyd was there, but he didn't see him. So yeah, that's a great thing to keep track of for sure.
We'd made a kind of list, but
Um,
we didn't keep track of it during the boy in white stream.
mhm. Yeah. That's something I always paid close attention to, so I always remember that stuff because the boy in white is one of the most fascinating things out of the whole show for me. Um, I
He's
always
definitely
pay
one of
close
the biggest
attention.
enigmas.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Bring up another question. Michael says, were the monsters always monsters after the deal? Or did it take time to go from immortal humans to monsters? Oh, I never thought of that question. That's an interesting
I never
one.
thought of that. Now I'm
Hmm.
wondering.
If it wasn't immediate and they were just human for a while, then I don't think the sacrificed children necessarily trapped them there, since they wouldn't have been monsters yet. Yeah, I gotta say, I think it was probably like one of those Faustian bargains, like the monkey's paw kind of thing, where I doubt that they got to just be immortal humans for a while. I think they probably turned into monsters immediately, but that's a
They seem
really interesting
frozen.
point.
They seem frozen at their age when they're not in their monster form. But that could just be
Hmm.
a glamour. So their monster form could just, yeah, I think, because we see when they're sleeping, they're in their monster form. So I think that is like their normal form. So yeah, I don't know if it took them a period of time. But when they glamour themselves, how come they always go back to looking like that exactly? Like, wouldn't
Right,
like Granny make herself look younger? Because I feel like most people just have that impulse. But it could also be
right.
part of her shtick for luring in unsuspecting people.
Yeah, they always seem to send her after the kids. Megan and Ethan. It's always Granny Monster. So it seems like she's there for that like specific purpose. They make her whatever force controls the monsters makes her go for the kids. Um,
Oh,
with
there's a creepy
Alice.
backstory there.
Oh God, yeah,
I don't even want to know that one. That's going to be on SVU.
probably. With Alice says, "Why do you guys say the parents sacrifice their kids again?" Sorry, I keep missing that one. Um, well, we were told only a very simple statement, such a huge revelation, and it's said in such simple, vague terms. All we got was Fatima having a revelation after the Smiley Pod
it kind of like through osmosis gave her this like revelation by carrying that thing. She said she said they sacrificed their children. She said the monsters, they sacrificed their children because they wanted to live forever. Because it promised them they would live forever. That's what she said. It very vague. So that's what we were told. That's why. So I believe it. I don't think they're going to go back on that just because. I mean, I just feel like at this point they're not going to tell us nonsense and then say, "Oh no, never mind. That's not why they did it." It's not going to be like a Victor thing where if she realizes later, oh no, she's remembering that wrong. And she's not going to be an unreliable narrator. So I think they just wanted immortality. But the question is, why would they do that? It still leads to another question. Why would any parent do that? Why did a whole group of them do it, let alone, why would anyone do it, let alone a group of them? It's the crazy thing. Yeah. Michael said the original townsfolk made some kind of deal with an entity for eternal life. The terms included sacrificing the town's children. The majority of the town agreed. The two parents, original Jade and Tabitha, opposed the deal and tried to stop the sacrifice to save their own child, but failed. And the way I envision that is like they were probably tied up or something. Like maybe they were tied up and forced to be there, and all they could do was sing them lullabies. Like Jade said, they sang them lullabies, and we were told someone told them a story that gave them hope. So I just envision Jade and Tabitha like being tied up and all just helpless and only able to try to comfort them in the end. That's my theory. But Michael says the deal clearly went sideways in some manner. So yeah, they live forever, but became monsters in the process at some point, whether immediately or over time. Amy said, "This is very thorough, Doc. You must ace in school with PowerPoint and projects." I agree.
I was not this organized in school.
I was never organized in anything, period. So I'm impressed. Mackie, yes, and now they're being punished with eternal life. PowerPoint
and
Doc,
thank you.
yes. PowerPoint Doc is on point here.
Thank you.
Zoe, hey Zoe, welcome. Do we think Victor is reincarnated? No, I don't. I don't think he is. Just personally, I think it's just Jade and Tabitha and nobody else because they were the original two people from the town who didn't sacrifice their kids, who refused to participate in it, tried to fight it but failed. So I think they're the only ones who would have been reincarnated. Victor, I think, is just like Ethan, just the son of one of the reincarnated people. In every cycle, the reincarnated Tabitha probably came there with two kids. And each time it's a new person, a new soul, like Ethan and Victor and in the previous one. That's my opinion. But Doc, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't think everyone's reincarnated from people in the past there. Kind of like Doug says, that would be going a little too far and silly with it. I mean, it's possible that some of the main characters are. I feel like with Victor, I don't feel like it fits. Unless he's like a reincarnation of the boy in white, but even that wouldn't make sense to me. So yeah, I don't think Victor's a reincarnation. I almost feel like Boyd and Victor are special because I don't think they are reincarnations of anyone. They are the kind of outsiders, and that makes them special in a way.
Right.
Like outsiders that got brought in. I mean, like karmic outsiders.
Right. Yeah. Like what? Why do these people get chosen? I think the outsiders get chosen for specific purposes to either help by a helpful entity bringing them there to try to help it, and end the cycle, and then I think a harmful entity bringing people there to manipulate and continue the cycle of violence and death.
Right.
Bringing people there like Sarah and Elgin. So, like, I don't think they're reincarnated people. I think they're brought there because they're either going to be helpful or a hindrance, or they're just innocent bystanders who happen to be in the same car or married
Right.
somebody who was chosen.
Victor was collateral damage.
Yes, indeed. That's what I think. Let's see. Michael says, now per the autopsy of Smiley, they have only yellow bile left, which I think is a reference to Greek throughs on the four humors, phlegm, blood, black bile, and yellow bile. Imbalance of the four humors was said to create specific temperaments. So an excess of yellow bile is associated with an angry, raging temperament, etc. That's interesting stuff. Yeah.
I think that's a clue.
Having that's probably a clue. Yeah. The bile has to mean something, even if it's just symbolic, because the bile bullets were a nothing burger.
The man in
Having
yellow bile.
Man in yellow bile. There's that. Having only yellow bile left basically means they've lost all their essential humanity other than rage and are now just monstrous beings with nothing left but rage, hate, rage, and hunger. I agree with that completely, Michael. Yeah. Mackie thinks Victor is reincarnated, just not sure who. Okay. Michael said, Victor says the children were born in the dark and murdered in the dark by people they loved. Yep. And told a story of hope by those who loved. Yep. And then Jade saw the sacrifices in his visions. He saw what was about to happen anyway. Mackie, yep. With Alice, that doesn't, I think it implies that some of the people were probably their parents. Because in the story, in the story, Victor remembered the boy in white telling Christopher that that basically they were what did he say, that they were born in the dark and murdered in the dark by people who loved? Like, no, was it by people they trusted
People
or
they
something
loved.
like that?
Yeah, people the kids
the-
loved or trusted. Yeah.
Yep.
So I think it was their parents and other people in town. Yeah. Fatima basically gets a vision while pregnant, giving birth with the kimono ghost lady, and basically says they made a deal for eternal life. Yep, Michael. Zoe says, I feel like Victor plays the same role in the story as Ethan, and maybe even the boy in white. I don't know if Ethan is a reincarnation of him. Yeah, I think they just fill the same role. Like if Victor says the boy in white chose you like he chose me once. I think it's just they're chosen for a specific role, but not necessarily a reincarnation of anybody. So, I mean, especially since if they're filling the same role and they're both still alive, reincarnation wouldn't make sense unless it's some kind of timey-wimey thing with time travel. That would just make it too messy.
Now there is, I can play devil's advocate, put an argument in that Fatima could be reincarnated, just because she had that vision. Because with Tabitha, her visions, are they really visions or are they like flashbacks, kind of memory being unlocked? So did Fatima unlock a memory that she had from previous cycles or something? Now I don't think that's the case with Fatima, but I feel like that idea came to mind, and I felt like that could be an argument that could be made.
Yeah, I can see that. And Michael, so it said someone who loved them told them a story that gave them hope. It didn't say who, but I assume it was the two parents, especially since Jade said when they had the revelation, Jade said, we used to sing them lullabies. So I'm guessing they did that too.
They probably did that too when they couldn't save them, and they were probably restrained and couldn't stop the sacrifice. Because I can't imagine them just sitting there doing nothing, physically, like not trying to stop it and telling them a hopeful story. I would guess they were tied up and forced to just be there, which is a horrific thought. But um, let's see. The two parents seem to be their caretakers. Jade and Tabby said they played them, yeah, lullabies and maybe read to them. So I assume we're the ones who told the story of hope after they were too late to save them and basically promised to save them however long it might take. Yeah, because that was, they said, Victor said someone who loved them told them a story that gave them hope, and they poured the hope into the roots. The roots became the tree, and these trees go back and forth between this dimension and where they came from. So it's like, to me, that makes it sound like, yeah, the story was maybe about how, in maybe not in this life, but in the next life somehow they would come back and save them. That was the story, and then the story kind of manifested itself, the hope from that story manifested itself into a tree that can teleport people back and forth. So yeah, that I think that totally makes sense, Michael.
I also don't think that we're going to see more than one story walker. I don't think the man in yellow is a story walker. I think that's probably like a special thing associated either with the cicadas or with Julie herself. But I'm not sure. I'm still trying to figure out how the story walking fits in with everything, like mechanically.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be Julie's thing. It'll get too messy if there are a bunch of them, I think.
Or it could
And
be
Mackie,
Julie.
yes.
It could be Julie telling them the story of hope.
Yeah, it could be
Oh, that could
Julie.
be.
It could be, yeah.
Story walking.
Yeah, maybe.
Mackie, yes, I think you have to be dead to get a reincarnation. Yes, you're right. So, yes, that's right, Michael. He said they were murdered by people they loved and trusted, and they were told a story by someone who loved them. Yes, exactly. And yeah, I think this makes total sense, Michael. The faraway tree is what powers the reincarnation cycle of the two parents. Basically, kind of avatar of the deal between the kids and the two parents, contra the deal between the townies and the entity. Still not clear exactly what happened. It seems like they were kept underground in cages, maybe for their entire lives. Yeah, that's what I think. That's what we were talking about earlier too, implied by the child in the cave that Tabitha found, and their pale skin and their hair falling out, extreme vitamin D deficiency. So yeah, I agree with you. Hey, real cinema therapy, nice to see you.
Or they could have been
Dieter, I'm
born
doing
by.
okay.
They could have been born by that eclipse that everybody talks about that happened, or it's going to happen, or might happen.
Oh, yeah, they could have been born and murdered during an eclipse.
Yeah, there have been pictures that implied an eclipse as part of the story somehow. So maybe they were born in the dark that way. I'm Dieter. I'm okay. I'm on the treadmill right now, so I'm doing what I need to do to take care of myself. Thank you for asking. So you're gonna hear a little bit of treadmill noise. Sorry about that. Real Cinema Therapy says it sounds like the children were pledged to be sacrificed before they were born. Yeah, it sounds like that, or when they were born, because if they were like 8 or 9 years old looking, or maybe 10 years old, maybe 8 or 9, I would have to guess. And they looked like maybe they'd been kept underground. What a horrifying thought, all that time. Maybe they were betrayed by the people in their lives who were supposed to protect them, but loved themselves more, except for the two parents who were their caretakers and loved them, and tried to save them. Yeah, I agree, Michael. That makes sense. I know, like, it's hard to imagine a parent ever doing that with Alice. Yeah, it's very hard to imagine. Kind of like some fables where the deal is made for riches or eternal life, but the terms are that the entity will come back in X number of years to claim their firstborn. Yeah, like Rumpelstiltskin. like that one. Anyway, where were we at? Let's see.
I think we
So
finished,
step
did we
3.
finish that one? Oh,
We
okay.
finished step 3. We're on step 4 now. Oh, well, this is something we do a lot in From. Step
Yep.
4 is logging sensory clues, visual cues, note
That should also
recurring
have sound.
objects. Yeah, but sound.
It should also
Wait,
probably
what?
have it should probably also have like, say, like sound in there too. Repeating sounds, music. Oh, it does. Audio hints. I
Yeah.
didn't look low enough.
Yep. Recurring objects, colors, or symbols. I mean, the blood symbol, we see that plenty of times and From. The blue, yellow, and red colors. Obviously these definitely carry some meaning. So that's a big part of From. And audio hints, pay attention to music, sound effects, or silences. So obviously the music in From is important. The jukeboxes,
Yeah.
the static on the police radio. Yeah, audio often foreshadows events. Interesting. And it can also be misleading too. The if I had a boat, well, if I had a boat, could foreshadow that there is going to be a boat, and that's the way out of this place. So it could
Or
that
there
could be
could be something a little
foreshadowing,
bit more. That there could be something more symbolic about it that we're not picking up too.
right? Could be. And add context, record where clues appear and what they might suggest. Oh, well, red door linked to danger. That's literally the case in season 3 of From, because there's a red door leading to the room where Fatima delivers the smiley pod. So that's like pretty obvious, but yeah.
It might be interesting to see like lists of where certain sound effects keep like that pop up repeatedly pop up, kind of like doing a timeline but for sound effects.
Yeah.
That might tell us some things though.
Mm-hmm. To drink. Yeah,
Add
so
context, record where clues appear, where they might and what they might suggest. Oh yeah, you already read that. Red door linked to danger.
yes.
Step 5 is explore themes and creator style. We've been doing we started off with that the creator style one. Identify themes, look for recurring ideas. Example, identity, betrayal, how they connect to the plot.
Mm,
What are some recurring ideas or themes that we've looked at already now?
dreams and nightmares.
Oh yeah, dreams and
Dreams.
nightmares.
It's like constantly in our face. Dreams and nightmares on From everywhere, in the dialogue, in the plot, dreams and nightmares in the music. Yeah, it's all over the place. So that's got to mean something. I don't think
Oh
it's
yeah,
literally a dream. It's not literally a dream, but
maybe a dream
it may be
world, but not literally a dream.
no, like a dream dimension where things can be manifested from people's nightmares, fears, etc. Yeah, that's a major theme. And Michael said Jasper's recurring screaming, flickering lights. That's another one.
Hmm.
Still not sure what that's about. Um, I think that was the man in yellow. After doing the rewatch, I think it's the man in yellow communicating. It was happening in the Matthews house.
Trying to warn Jim.
And
I warned
he
you.
was, he was, he was trying, I tried to
Flicker
warn
the
you.
lights for you, Jim.
Hope and
There's a
fear.
big yellow light. Hope and fear are major themes. Yes, hope. Definitely. Fear. Um,
Trauma. shared trauma or experiences of trauma.
And also going back to adding context to adding context to clues, the timing of when those lights were flickering, like we've pointed out, that yellow light above Jim's head flickered right before he went downstairs to dig the hole with the rest of his family. And there's a reason. Shows do this kind of thing for a reason. The whole family goes down the stairs, but the camera still lingers in the empty hallway and shows the yellow light flickering. Why? Why would it? That's a deliberate choice. It means something. That flickering light meant something, or the camera would not, the director wouldn't have chosen to linger in an empty hallway and show a flickering light with no one even noticing it. See, that tells us that that was a clue that was just meant for us to see. No one was even there to see it. There were no characters in the room. It was like, hey, audience, look at this. This means something, and it's a clue to something. And it was a yellow light. It was pointy. It was pointing right down at Jim's head before he went downstairs. He went down to dig the hole with the rest of his family to help them, and it keeps flickering. Then later they build the radio. The man in yellow says your wife shouldn't be digging that hole. By then it was too late. She had already dug the hole and fallen in by the time he got to her. But before he killed him later, he said, I did try to warn you. And I'm convinced that that flickering light was another warning. He just couldn't find there was no other way at that time for him to warn Jim. They hadn't finished building the radio yet. And I don't think he could physically show up yet. He was trapped wherever he was at. And he only could communicate through things like this. And then they built the radio and he could communicate with his voice. So yeah, I think the timing of that clue is really important to note. What it means, we can't be sure as of yet, but it's definitely something important to notice. And then also the timing of the flickering red exit light in season 2. Jim sees a flickering red exit light in the clinic. This was after his wife had already dug the hole, fallen in, and started following the Ankui kids around. So by this point, she's already off on her way. Like, her quest has begun. She's already set into motion the string of events that would ultimately lead to Jim's death by the end of season 3. It all started with her digging the hole, falling in, following those kids around after she saw the first one in the cave. That led her to go to the lighthouse to try to quote unquote save them, get pushed out, and then continue to try to figure out this mystery regarding the kids in season 3. And it led to Jim dying. When she got that revelation, the man in yellow showed up and killed him. So why did he see that red blinking exit light when he did? I think that was foreshadowing that there was no exit for him now. His wife already dug the hole. There's no way out. His fate was already sealed. It's red. Red means evil in the show, I think. It's pretty obvious. Obviously, usually red means evil. And the fact that it was an exit sign, and he noticed it. That time he actually noticed it and he was going to go mess with it, and someone came in and interrupted him. So I think that whole thing was symbolic. That entire time Jim was there, he was trying to find practical, common sense, earthbound solutions to getting out of there. So his natural inclination was go investigate why that light's flickering. But what he doesn't know is this whole thing is way bigger than him. Like, it is beyond his capacity to understand. This is not playing by normal real world rules for an engineer to understand. And there was no exit for him. And that's what he was not able to see. So, yeah, context is so important in terms of looking for clues. Like this, if I could highlight this, I would highlight this in red right now. Like, this is so important.
I think too with
Anyway.
I think too we can kind of add the where we see the yellow cues to the timeline for the man in yellow. And I feel like that's something that we were doing when we were covering the man in yellow in a stream, was that we were looking at the appearances of yellow, like the yellow flashing lights. Actually, yeah, I remember you brought up screenshots. So sometimes when you find these clues and realize that they're connected to characters, you can kind of put it in the timeline with the character.
Hmm. Yep,
I'm just thinking back to
absolutely.
the
Yeah.
whole building a timeline thing. And because just even because now that I'm starting to think about it, I'm starting to do that more in my head, like thinking about the actual timeline and where things are placed in it. And what else you might be able to place in that timeline to kind of like give it more context.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, all of that stuff is important to, I think it's going to be really helpful. Actually, I'm going to save this and look at it as we do the rewatch, and then the next time I rewatch, just going through and making note of all these things. It'll help me be more organized, and you know, my notes are more organized than they used to be, but still, like nothing like this. So, also this is something that I just found something that I wanted to pull up. Hold on. In another stream, and I forgot. This shirt Ethan is wearing. This shirt right here.
Oh, yellow
It's
shirt.
It is light. So not only is this a light yellow shirt now, it's light yellow, but later in season 2, we see him wearing the same shirt and it's filthy.
It's dirty.
It's not even,
It's dirty.
you can't even, yes, you can't
Doug's
even
not
tell that it's
here. We
yellow
can talk
anymore.
about this, Julie.
Yes, yes. Now, I gotta find,
Dirty,
there are 2
dirty.
different
Ethan,
shirts.
dirty, dirty.
Yeah. There's a shirt. I'm pretty sure that's the shirt that he wears in season 2 that gets really dirty. But I'll look in the background and see if I can find the picture to
I'm
compare
pretty
the
sure it's a
2. But
shirt.
If it turns out that he
yeah,
can story walk or something like that, then yeah, it's a done deal.
yeah. Oh, and look at this. This is what we were just talking about. So this is what I was trying to find. This is the light pointing. It looks like an arrow kind of pointing at Jim's head. It's very yellow. And he's smiling, going down, la-di-da, going down to dig the hole with his family. And they go down the stairs, and the camera lingers in the empty hallway. Why? Look at the light going off and on. Why? There had to be a reason it was doing that. Directors don't choose to do that for no reason at all. So I think it was a clue to something. Maybe the man in yellow trying to communicate with Jim and didn't have any other way to do it at the time. And Jim is smiling and he's got a big pail in his hand going down to help dig the hole. Your
I like
wife
the
shouldn't
fact
be
that you
digging that
pointed out.
hole.
I like that you pointed out. It also just looks like it's pointing to him. That light fixture was chosen for a reason.
I think so. I really think so. But yeah, this is an example of context. This is context is really important when you're looking at clues in shows, and this is a visual cue with context. So anyway, what's next here? Let me go back to our list. Let's see. Okay, study themes. Okay, so I think we covered that pretty well. Study the creator. Oh, well, we've certainly done that on FROMacademy.
Yep.
Research their past works or interviews. Like J.J. Abrams loves ambiguity. Their style can hint at what's coming. Yes. Yes. Really smart. Like it's given us new insight by looking at John Griffin, Jeff Pinkner, and Jack Bender, like we've done. So definitely helpful.
Yeah, they like
Um,
that light shining in the dark motif.
mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Yeah. So yeah, there's that. Um, and then predict next steps. Use themes and patterns to guess future twists. Like betrayal often follows trust. So yeah, so like let's see, what's an example of that? I'm trying to think in like either of the shows that were either from or residents. Theme or pattern to guess future twists. Like, well, in horror movies, I mean, there are certain tropes that I can use to guess twists. Like, as soon as like a couple hooks up, they're gonna die, especially the girl. Like, they're gonna be next to die in the slasher movie. But that's more like a trope that's being used to guess a future twist. Um, like we were just watching Chucky, and I was fully expecting that to happen when they were hooking up, but then they didn't finish hooking up. They didn't actually get to it, so the girl winds up surviving. Um, I can't for
Victor's
some reason
memory
I'm
being faulty and being an unreliable narrator.
yeah. Yep, there's a good one. Yep. So now we have to question when Victor remembers something. Like maybe we need to wait and see what his corrected version of the memory is going to be. The second time around is the one that's accurate so far. So
The
it's a good example.
the repeated the passing of the torch to and from Kenny, I think, is going to be one.
Hmm. Oh. So what do you mean? Like when Boyd was I don't think anything's gonna happen to Boyd until the very end of the series.
No, I think
Like
it's
you
a
mean
symbol
like
for. I think it's going to suggest conflict and power struggle.
oh, okay. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Yeah. Some people were saying they thought it was maybe foreshadowing Boyd's death, but come on. He's not gonna die at least till the end of the series. We all know that. We all know that. But yes,
Patterns,
power struggle.
patterns.
Mhm.
I think going to Ethan for advice and him having some sage wisdom from a story. It's not really a
Yep.
predictable pattern, but it seems to come to that. I feel like we probably should have predicted Sarah getting brutal again, kinda.
Yes. Um, well, we should have expected that based on well, once the episode came along and we saw Sarah was like a lot of people were predicting it in the episode itself. When Boyd went to get Sarah and brought her up to the house, they were like, "Oh man, she's definitely gonna do something savage to Algin." I actually wasn't thinking that. I really didn't think. I thought she was done with that kind of brutality. So I really thought that she was just going to try to talk him down. I didn't think she was gonna resort to that, but I guess I should have figured it. Other people did by the time that episode started anyway, and they saw that happening.
As far as themes, I'm not sure if well, I guess you can kind of consider it theme, like some of the mythology. Some people predicted earlier on, I think, that the kimono lady was going to have something to do with Fatima's pregnancy before they even started associating it, just
Yes,
because of the
because
myths.
the mythology. Mhm.
So I think
Yep.
too, we can take some cues from mythology to kind of try to predict some of the things that are going. I feel like we can't try to like jump ahead and predict the mythology that they are going to use each
No.
season. I think we kind of have to like see where it goes because they like throwing these curveballs, like the kimono lady. That just kind of no, I think Taryn might have predicted that before they even introduced her. Um, so, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, there are certain things you could predict, like y there was the myth of the Abume, the Japanese myth, where is related in some way to pregnant women. It wasn't like exactly like the myth or anything, but it did correlate to pregnant women in some way. So that was definitely a way to connect her to
Crows
what might
being
potentially happen. Hmm.
crows being liminal creatures, we see them mostly just at the border where the tree is.
Hmm.
Very rarely do we seem to see them anywhere else. Once in a while, we'll hear them, and then, of course, they'll show up for like crashing through a window to interrupt the tarot reading.
Yes. Yeah. Um, and yeah, and that one just went berserk and crashed and died. The other time we saw a crow was when it was already dead in the cave. So yeah, I think they're likely just liminal creatures myself. Um,
What comments do we have
and
from the community for section 5?
let's see. Um, let's see here. Yeah, maybe Morse code. Maybe that yellow blinking light. I was thinking maybe Morse code too, Amy. Maybe he was trying to communicate in Morse code. Some people thought that the blinking lights were Morse code. I think it could be whatever entity's doing it, it could be Morse code. I think the man in yellow. But yeah, what else? Definitely aliens, guys. Panda Kalima. Yeah, totally aliens. Let's see. What else? Donna is a creature but doesn't know it. Oh man, imagine if there were a twist that like one of the characters were nightmare creatures and she just didn't know it. That would be wild. I can't imagine it, but it would be crazy. It would be a crazy twist. I have to say. Imagine, yeah, but it would have to be, I think, a newcomer to pull that off because at night, I don't think these creatures can control themselves. They're just programmed
Yeah.
to rip people apart.
Plus the talismans. They could be
Do
like,
you think there's
what
anything
if
more?
somebody just keeps walking away from talismans or just conveniently getting away from the talismans every night when they put them up?
Right, what if there's something more to the talismans, like to the rules, like maybe she just has to be in before dark? And the talismans
Mm,
only work at night. I doubt it, but I mean, like, there might be something that we don't know about the talismans still. Like, we still don't know exactly where they came from, where they originated.
right. That's true. Yeah, we don't. Um, um, well, that's interesting, Scott. What if the cast of characters were the children that died and are reincarnated as the cast we're getting to know? Huh. That would be wild. That's interesting, Scott.
It could be.
Um,
I don't know.
maybe. Um,
But did
Jackson
we?
was a burn. Sorry, what?
But did we really get like a ghost? Thomas, not Thomas, Christopher. We got like a flashback Christopher, and we don't see a
We got him
ghost
on the roof
Miranda.
with Jade. Like when Jade falls down because Christopher's on the roof with Jasper.
Oh, that could have been
Yeah.
the entities or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. Could be.
Mm-hmm.
It depends what you
Um,
define as ghost in the show. It could be many things.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's so true.
could be many things. Dieter, yeah, Jasper was such a burn. They better not bring him up again. That part is over for me. What the fuck? Yeah. I think that was always meant to just be symbolic, like I originally thought. That the evil entity is trying to use these people as puppets and make them do its bidding. It's a metaphor.
I think that creepy doll motif was a little bit of a red herring for what the reveal was actually going to be with Jasper.
Yeah, yeah, I think so too. Uh, so I don't know though because the children have their own souls which are trapped in the tower. Yeah, I think their souls are probably trapped too. Um, Chekhov's boss, most of the people will escape on the bus after Boyd or someone frees the children after a heroic sacrifice. It's a Chekhov's bus, yeah.
Uh,
Oh. If
Wait,
only
didn't
they
Donna
hadn't
shoot the bus?
yeah, the tires. They need new
Oh,
tires.
okay.
So they can't go anywhere unless they get new tires. Um, so
I like that.
Michael said,
I want to call it that from now on, even if it doesn't turn out to be. Although we have
I know,
Chekhov's boat as well. But yeah, they can't all fit.
yes,
Well, depends on the boat that they find. If
Yeah,
it's
you
on a
read
boat.
my mind, Doc. I was going to say Chekhov's boat.
Chekhov's boat. I was saying earlier, maybe if I had a boat is foreshadowing. So the if I had a boat song. Um, Michael, skipping to predicting next steps. To me, the large drug overtones and hints are a big one. All the weed, Miranda's enlightenment on an acid trip, mirroring Buddha under the Bodhi tree, etc. Randall's foreshadowing conversation with Julie about foraging for
Yeah.
mushrooms. I think that Jade and Tabby will need to recreate or complete Miranda's vision quest and partial awakening, probably with magic mushrooms forged by Randall. Nice, Michael. Yeah, it's good, some good deductive reasoning there. In my opinion, that's how they'll gain intel and continue where their predecessors left off and put all the clues together. I like that a lot because Jade didn't use the more typical hallucinogens used by indigenous shamans to initiate vision quests, just softer drugs. I think Miranda did because she used full-on LSD, which is typically referred to as a mind-expanding substance, as opposed to other things that are more sensory, like ecstasy, etc. I totally agree. Indigenous shamans use things like peyote, ayahuasca, magic mushrooms, and other hallucinogenic things to trip out and have visions. So I think that Jade has some level of visions of his prior deaths, but they're a bit jumbled. I think that if they do a real vision quest, they'll have a more Dune-like, I don't know how to say that, moment. Yes, I
Kishwash
agree. I think,
Haderach.
yes, I
Kishwash
agree. I think,
Haderach. I can never think of this phrase when I talk about Dune, so I just make a bunch of words that kind of sound like it, and somebody eventually understands what I'm talking about. Like Haderach, Haderach. You know what I'm talking about?
yeah,
No offense. It's just a hard phrase to get your mouth around.
It made me think of
yes.
Dune.
I yeah, and I agree that I still stand by the theory that I still believe that all of those guys in Jade's visions are his past lives, and his visions are more confusing because he didn't do LSD. So it's confusing, and he's not connecting to them in the same way that um like Miranda connected through LSD and Tabitha through actually meeting members of her family from past lives. Jade doesn't have either of those benefits. Sorry, hold on a second. My
Al-
mom,
Also,
I
now
had
I'm
my
supposed to do
mom.
magic.
I had
No, I'm
this I
kidding.
had
We all
this
can.
I had this thing on in the other room for my mom so that she wouldn't be able to hear me. And I guess somehow it got shut off, so I have to turn it back on, because
Noise
she can
machine.
hear. Because no
White
matter where
noise.
I go in this, because no matter where I am in this entire apartment, she can hear me. So Dieter, y- red means evil, so you and Doc are evil. I guess I guess so, by from rules. Hold on a second, I'll be right back.
Okay,
Doesn't
I'll
mean.
just promo. You want to? Can I promo for a sec, Doc?
Oh yeah, go for it.
Oh, I was just gonna promo that we're gonna have the last live for Agatha Christie's Towards Zero on Sci-Fi Vision. Me and Jamie will be covering the last episode. We will also, me and Julie are thinking of having a watch party in her Discord for Towards Zero on Tuesday from like 9 to like 12. We'll like do all 3 episodes. It's kind of in the works, but we'll post it when it's official. And then everybody can come over to our live on Thursday at 11 p.m. EST on Jamie's channel, Sci-Fi Vision, and we can talk about if we guessed who did it. And if we can go through the clues that Doc has provided us here and apply them Towards Zero as well as from and the residents. So if you're into that sort of thing, into the
It's a
mystery.
good show. I did a
Yeah, you
watch
like
party
it?
for it on Saturday. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
So you ended up liking it, huh?
I did not. All right. So yeah, I'm not gonna spoil anything.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I liked it. There was
Yeah.
a very hairy chest involved in this show, though.
Is
At
that your
first, I was like, "Wait,
focus?
is that a toupee on his chest?" He had like 2 of them.
Yeah, I thought she would like run her hands through and then get her hands stuck in it, and she'd just be like kind
Okay,
of moving her hand.
like I kind of like body hair on a guy, but just like her massaging the body oil or whatever, the suntan lotion or whatever it was, into that was just, it made me like, cringe so bad. Oh man.
It's so manly. So much hair. Sasquatchy.
I'm fine with that, but just that scene, it just like, oh man, that was so uncomfortable.
Yeah. Yeah, I watched another version of it with Miss Marple, but she like puts herself like in every. It's like you say when you watch the Towards Zero, the first scene just has a guy addressing like the camera, but she is talking to that character. Like she's like in every scene instead of Mary reading the newspaper with the lady of the house, Marple's there instead. So it's kind of weird that she's just
Okay.
there. And I don't know if in the book they used Inspector Battle because he was the inspector in the book the same way, because I haven't read the book. Because I wasn't able to really get a copy of the book. I was able to get a copy of this TV series a little bit quicker. And I mean, the episode is like an hour and a half long. It has Julian Sands in it. It has Tom Baker from Doctor Who in it. It's really interesting. It's like the same
Oh my
story as
God.
what?
No, I just found the picture I was looking for to compare the two Ethan shirts. Sorry, go on.
Oh, that's
For a
fine.
second, I thought you were gonna say of the hairy chest, and I was
We were
gonna be
just
like,
talking
no, we
about
don't need
hairy
that.
chests and Towards Zero. You'll see it. You'll see it
Oh,
eventually, Julie. If we have that watch party on Tuesday, you'll see it. It's
okay.
it's full glory.
Okay. In the
It really had
background, I've
the
been looking for
cinematography,
this.
and it was beautiful. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I got excited because I've been looking for this picture and it looks like the same shirt, but it's really dirty. It's in season 2, and this is after Tabitha's already dug the hole, and maybe this seals everyone's fate. Ethan becomes the man in yellow, and that's foreshadowing. No, I'm just looking for the best picture from this particular episode so I can show you what I'm talking about. I think it was, yeah, toward the end, Ethan at the Colony House. Where is it? Where is it? Up at Colony House. I want to get the best possible image of it to put on screen. I have like 1,000 images from this episode. Like, not even kidding. Oh, where is it? Damn it, it's near the end. Hold on.
Okay. But did
Boyd.
while you're looking
Well,
for that, did Scarlet, did you finish your plug?
Yeah, my plug was finished.
Okay.
yeah, I think we better
He
get back on
sets head
track
rat.
now.
Okay,
Um,
sounds good to
I
me.
keep wanting to say Hatteratch with a ratch at the end. Key sets Hatteratch.
Zoe said,
Kyle
Zoe
McLaughlin
said,
from the Dune I like.
okay.
The only Dune that
Zoe,
matters.
Zoe
Sorry.
said, I think drugs can definitely unlock memories, which make me confused about why Jade didn't have visions of Fromville before getting there, like Miranda did because he did drugs. Yeah, like
Maybe he didn't
Michael
do the
said, it
right
was a
kind.
different because it was a
Yeah, like
different
Michael
type
said.
of drugs. Yeah, more sensory, like ecstasy. So yeah,
Mhm.
not the same kind. Yeah. Um, what else? What else before we move on here? Um, Mackie said I'll eat a hot chip every morning for a week if it's aliens.
I hope it's not aliens.
Amy said if it's aliens, then we should all eat a hot chip. No, well, honestly, yeah, I mean,
The alien
I'd
reveal would be the hot chip.
I'd almost be willing to make that bet because I really don't think it is, um, but
Do they even
so
sell those anymore?
I think they are illegal, because they can kill you. Like people
Yeah.
have been put in the hospital.
I don't want anyone to have a hot chip like that. Get just one of the regular hot chips from one of the spicy Doritos, the ones that are really hot or something.
Yeah,
Get one of those.
exactly. So you want to continue while I'm still looking for the best picture so I can put them side by
Yeah,
side.
sure. I was
She's
thinking
looking
of,
for
I
the
think it's,
most dirt. She's looking for the dirtiest of the dirty.
uh-oh.
The most unclean.
Yes,
All right.
indeed.
6 was engage with the community, join discussions like we're doing now, check out forums like Reddit, other YouTube channels like Tony Teflon or Sci-Fi Vision.
Oh,
Um, share ideas, talk through your theories with others like we're
Or this
doing now.
channel where we spend 12 hours diving into shows. You can do that too.
Yep,
It's not going to be 12 hours all the time, I swear. It's really not. That was an outlier.
collaboration
yeah.
can reveal new angles. Build on fan work, use existing theories as a starting point, but test them against your own evidence. I think that's important too, because I think sometimes I think a lot of us do that. Like if we're not streamers anyway, we well like well we see theories, we think about them, and sometimes we adjust them and have our own versions of them. Like I think there are a couple of different versions of like the Ethan becomes the man in yellow theory.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I think this part right here, I don't know if we need to dig into too much, but I don't know. I guess a good question for the community would be what insights have you gotten from other people on here or from the channel? What ideas, what theories did you have that you were inspired by from something and then modified? Or what are some
Yeah.
theories that you liked from other people?
Yeah, because the awesome thing about participating in live discussions, live chats, Discord communities, you can do collaborative theory crafting where someone has an idea and it inspires you to think of another idea as a jumping off point, and you can kind of bounce ideas back and forth and continue that way. And then it's hard to even remember, like, okay, who thought of what and where, and it doesn't even really matter, you're working together as a group, or you could come up with an entire theory of your own just based on one thing someone says that sparks an idea, like I did for Tony once, when I said that based on the clues I picked up on in the From trailer, I said I think that ambulance coming to town is going to be from Camden, Maine, and the person on it will have met Tabitha and tell everybody that she got out. And then Tony heard me say it, and live on the stream, it sparked an idea in his head, and he said, "Oh, I think you're right that it's going to be an ambulance from Camden, but Tabitha's going to be on it. She'll be back in town already." And he was right. And within a few days after he said it, I got on board with his theory. And I thought, I think it's right. I think he's right. So this is the cool thing about being part of these communities, having these kinds of discussions. You might come up with theories that you never would have on your own. One thing somebody says could spark a whole theory of your own. And speaking of theories,
Mhm.
here we have a beautiful clean white shirt that Ethan was wearing in season 1 before Tabitha dug the hole. This was before she started digging. So this was, let me see, what episode was this? Episode, I want to say 8. I think by the end, no, I think she was already digging maybe, but she hadn't fallen into the cave yet. Not
There's
yet
even a
anyway.
hint of yellow there too. There's one stripe that's yellow. And then
Yep.
the other motif colors, the red and blue.
Yep. And the white is pure white. And you see the 3 colors, red, white, and blue stripes. Now I'm going to show you I'm gonna show you the photo that I found from season 2. And see if I can share the screen so you can see it. It looks like the same shirt to me. It's red, blue, and white striped, and it's filthy. And it's after Tabitha's already gone down the rabbit hole and started her. I'm gonna stop that. She's already started her journey. Let me see. This one right here. It's filthy. It's absolutely filthy. You can't even tell that it was
Oh,
ever
yeah.
white. But if you look close, I see red, yellow, and blue, yellow, and red stripes. Now I have yet to put them side by side to make sure it's the exact same shirt. But even if there's a slight difference, just the fact that he's wearing a shirt with blue, yellow, and red stripes that in
It looks
season 1 that is
intentional.
clean white, and then in season 2 it's now filthy. Filthy. That looks like dirt. It looks like an intentional thing, so maybe it's a clue. Like the man in yellow. Remember how John Griffin described the way that he came up with the inspiration for the man in yellow? He was not always an evil, or not, he was not always, this dejected, dirty guy that he saw on the street. When he first saw the man in the yellow suit on the side of the road, he had a pristine, beautiful yellow shirt. He seemed full of hope and joy, and he was dancing. When he saw the guy again, he said he looked like the man had been on he looked like a magical figure who had gone on a quest and failed. And his shirt, his suit was filthy. Ethan is always talking about quests. He's always talking about quests, going on quests, and he was full of hope and optimism in season 1, and he's been getting darker and darker in his personality. So I'm just saying, maybe that's like the beginning of corrupting Ethan, and he turns out to be the man in yellow one day. Just something to think about. That's the picture I wanted to find during that rewatch live and compare before. So there's that one, and I'll show the other one more time now. They might be slightly different. I'm looking at it, and this one here looks like this one here, hold on. This one here looks like the yellow stripe in the middle is slightly thicker, but they are so damn similar. This one here, it's got blue, yellow, and then red stripes all the way down, up and down, and white in the background. It may not be the exact shirt. I mean, the kid grew from year to year. They might have had to get a different shirt, but I think it's probably meant to be the same shirt. I mean, it's a little bit uncanny for him to have 2 shirts that have blue, yellow, and red stripes, and one stripe just has one shirt just has a thicker band of yellow. So yeah, seems intentional.
Yeah,
Anyway, I'm gonna get off of that, but I had to show that. Anyway. Sorry, what, Doc?
yeah, it's definitely intentional, or at least it seems like it to me.
But
'Cause it's
anyway,
the same,
let's get
even if it's not the same shirt, it's the same colors.
yes, indeed. So
That goes back into the patterns, and in this case, we're looking at patterns with colors. And that's something that I think that'd be an effort, I think, tracking all the color symbolism, but I'm sure people have done it or tried.
oh yeah. Robert Saunders is one of the people in the community who's really got like the most interesting theories on the colors and what they could mean, and it's super interesting stuff. Yeah. Um,
The next part is advanced strategies for experienced detectives. Analyze power shifts. Track who's in control and how it changes. Power often ties to plot shifts. Power often ties to plot shifts. Have we seen well, when there were changes up in power dynamics, we did see things start to go to crap in the town a bit.
yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, like the power dynamics that definitely
that definitely has an effect for sure.
So we might see power dynamics start to become conflicting or shifting um, when there's another big climactic event going on. Kind of like to make matters worse.
Yeah, like what's probably going to happen in season 4 with Acosta making a big deal over Boyd torturing Elgin and Sarah, ripping his eye out. So I think there could be a power struggle going on that's going to undermine their ability to deal with threats. Could be Boyd's faction versus Acosta's faction, and Kenny might even side against Boyd once he finds out that Boyd has still been lying to him about stuff. So
Next is hunt for anachronisms, spot timeline oddities. Futuristic gadget in the past, for example, these can signal secrets. One anachronism is there are no Bibles in town. I don't know what that's gonna ultimately tell us, but didn't Father Kotri say that there are no Bibles in town? And that's kind of odd.
Yes. Father Kotri pointed that out. He said, they've got, like a bunch of Judy Blume books. They have so many different books, but not the most popular book in the world. He said, don't you find that odd? So, yeah, definitely an oddity.
They already figured out the anachronism with the electricity, that it seems to come from nowhere.
Yes.
They
Yep.
still have
Oh, yeah.
other anachronisms with the electronics there, but yeah.
Also, also the fact that the buildings in town seem to be dramatically different ages, which that's a huge red flag of a timeline oddity. The fact that you've got, like, the oldest building looks like the church, that old stone church. And then who knows what it was before it was a church? It may have been something else. The Colony House, that's less old, but it's older than the regular houses. Then you've got like the the classic colonial style houses that people live in that look newer, and of course the diner that looks like 1950s. So all this stuff
I
thrown together.
I feel like it begs the
Which could
question, like, what time, what did the town look like when everything went down with the curse?
Yeah, the thing of it is, see, the curse happened. All the clues are pointing to this curse happening around the time of the colonial period. And how have we deduced that? Because we've seen Jade have visions of a man in a pilgrim or pilgrim, period clothing. The Ankui kids have kind of like they're wearing like these underclothes from sometime around that time period potentially. There Miranda painted pictures of pilgrims, and the old cabin village looks like it could have been from that time period. It has dirt floors, there are wagon wheels on the ground. So if it happened that long ago, then who built a 1950s diner in the middle of this place? Who built these houses that are much, much newer? These are not old houses. Yes, the paint is chipped, but if you look in that, like the opening credits show, and the opening credits and Victor's flashbacks from when he was a little kid after the massacre, the paint wasn't all chipped yet. There was a merry-go-round that was new looking in 1978. It was shiny and colorful. The houses didn't have all chipped and faded paint. There was a white picket fence that's not even there anymore. But that's beside the point. But like, who built these houses that looked so new in the 70s timeline? Who put that merry-go-round there that was all freshly painted? Now, I don't think anybody did. I think in between cycles, after each cycle, there was a total massacre, and new buildings were kind of just drawn in there, just appeared. Nobody built them. I think they just appeared there, just like the goats and chickens appear in the woods. I think it's just, this is like a dimension that kind of copies things from the real world, or draws, maybe physically draws them. Who knows? Maybe there are missing buildings from the real world. I don't know. But either that or it copies them from the real world, as we call it, or the outside world. So it's definitely something to point out. So I really love this list that you put together, because I think that's a huge thing that we should really think about. Like, exactly
You're
where
right.
did these newer buildings come from? That's
I
a
think that
huge timeline oddity.
I agree with you 100%. I think you're right that those cabins are probably the original town. I think that the town that we think of as Fromville, with Colony House and all that, that might not have been part. I don't think that any of that was part of the original town. I think that's something that was just created almost like a trap to, or a place to keep all the people that get drawn in.
Hmm.
So there's
Yeah,
so that town is like specifically created for the people that are being drawn in. That's the
I
conclusion
think
that I'm
so
starting
too.
to come, that I think I'm at.
I agree. Yeah, I think so too. And Michael, since you so often have interesting links to share that pertain to stuff that we're talking about, I just made you a mod so you can drop links, because he was putting a link in the chat and saying, replace this URL with, replace this with a real URL, because he knows that the link won't work. But now it will. If you want to drop links, feel free to drop links anytime, Michael, because you always have interesting stuff to add. And now you have a wrench, so you'll be able to do it.
So I think that's probably why the caves are underneath the town too, because that gives monsters direct access.
Yeah. Um,
Because the town's pretty much their playground, I guess, then. Their
yeah, you
backyard.
could look at it that way. Yeah, basically. Yeah. You could look at it that way. Oh, Mackie, really? They sell gummy bears that are hotter than those chips that were out? That's crazy. Oh my God. What is wrong with people? Why do we torture ourselves with this stuff? Um, Mackie agrees we've seen at least 3 Jades or 4. Yes, I think those, I know it's, a lot of people think that those were the one-eyed guys he saw were Elgin, but I still think it was Jade, in my opinion, in past
That actually
lives.
makes more sense. I didn't think of that before, but that makes more sense now.
What? That it was
That
Jade's
the
past lives?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Like, Zoe says, I always thought Jade running from the soldier in the vision was him, similarly running from him in a past life. I think that really was him in a past life, Zoe. I think it's like his past selves like attacking him and blaming him for screwing up every time. Like, you idiot, trying to choke him and chase him down. I think it's like his past selves, visions of them blaming him for not figuring this out and for failing to save the children in the first place. That's the way
Right,
I
because
look at it.
if you look at a timeline of his visions, and then you see that the one with Christopher and yeah, with Christopher and the doll scaring Jade, that ultimately, there's kind of like a lesson there. And that's one of his reincarnate or previous incarnations, that yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I think so. I really do. Um I believe it. I just think it makes sense that he would be seeing visions of his past selves, because, you know, Tabitha had her memories from Miranda's point of view, her vision. Miranda had visions of all of her past lives, who she called the chosen ones who came before her. So why wouldn't Jade? It's just that Jade didn't have the benefit of LSD or the benefit of contact with somebody from his past life to kind of make his memories come more clear. I mean, Tabitha had those revelations, I think, because of the contact with Henry and Victor, her past husband and her past son. Jade hasn't had that kind of benefit, so I think that's why his visions are crazier and don't make as much sense, you know. But I think they're his past lives. It just makes sense narratively that that's what it would be. Let's see. Michael said his main inspiration came from a video by Gaze for You regarding Inuit mythology. And I ran with that from there, specifically their interpretation of Ankui. Sadly, that has subsequently been undermined, though I think they could still salvage it, right? Because they said it means remember, but they could still salvage it. The esoteric meaning could be something deeper still. And I agree with Michael that the Anuk-Suk is still relevant. The core narrative and informed the core narrative very well, still does to some extent. Though there's clearly more than just Inuit mythology built into the show nowadays. Oh yeah, it's definitely drawing from multiple mythologies. Greek, Norse, Japanese, maybe Native American. Yes, Native American with the dream catchers. But Inuit for sure is a big part of it. I agree with you. And the town is definitely starting to doubt Boyd, and him and Donna have both lost a lot of authority over the past few seasons. Agree, Zoe. Yeah, that's going to be a problem for sure. It's like the monsters build a new set. Yes, Zoe. It's like the monsters build a new set every cycle with new buildings and costumes to match the era. I don't think they necessarily need to build it, but it's like, I think after every cycle, there are changes made. And it may just appear by magic, you know, just one day, boom, there are new buildings there. Just like the tree, the bottle tree was basically created by magic. The children created the bottle tree with their hope, according to what we were told. Michael said, I still want to know what Victor drawing of the church with rays of light streaming out of the windows means or is a reference to. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That's interesting. Anyway, so yeah, thanks for sharing that link, Michael. I'll definitely bookmark that and check it out. Other parts of the video reference the Anuk-Suks and other stuff. Cool. Thank you for sharing that. And finally, and one more comment here. Zoe said in Miranda's visions, though, she felt like Miranda in the scene where she was hugging her children, while Jade never felt like anyone in his vision. I do like the idea that he's seeing past selves. I think, though, that it's because Tabitha really was hugging her child from a past life. So that was a strong emotional bond that enabled her to have a vivid memory like that. Jade hasn't had that kind of connection because, you know, Christopher didn't have any kids that he could bond with, you know, and Christopher didn't have a wife who he could meet and bond with. And so I think that's why Tabitha had a vivid memory come back and Jade has just had crazy visions. Anyway, so getting back to the worksheet here, did we finish this one yet? I forget where we are.
We're at decode episode titles. We kind of already went over that in the previous one. Doubt the narrator. If a character narrates, check for lies or gaps. They might be unreliable. Oh, I haven't seen that at all in this show. We've definitely seen that with Victor.
You don't say. We should doubt the narrator? Really? Yeah.
Have we seen other
Yeah.
cases where we should doubt the narrator or where the narration makes a difference with the story?
Well, we know people doubt Donna's story about her sister's face getting ripped off. So that's an example where people don't always believe her. I do, but I understand why a lot of people question it. It was a strange amount of exposition. It's not that there were gaps or lies that we could point to, but it was a strange amount of exposition for a show that's so well written and uses flashbacks for them to just have her just word vomit the whole story in detail instead of showing us they could have interspersed little flashbacks. bits and pieces,
That's a-
like showing us little glimpses, you know?
Exactly. I think it'd probably be another good thing to keep track of when we're giving a narrative versus when we're actually shown flashbacks.
Right. Yeah. Also, yes, so yes, when we're shown flashbacks, that helps. However, it's not always a guarantee that it's right. Or, you know, case in point, Victor.
True.
We were actually shown flashbacks that were wrong twice. Twice. This where his mother left him and he was alone the first time. Second time he remembered it, it was him and Eloise, who he had forgotten about before. So there was that. There was him remembering Jasper talking to Christopher. Then he realized it wasn't Jasper the dummy, it was the boy in white. So even when there's a flashback, we
Yeah.
have to question, but not always.
Like in the
And then if you,
residence.
I was gonna say, oh, yep, you read my mind. I was gonna say that too. Yep, residents. Sometimes those flashbacks are wrong, which in a very comical way
Or
because
the people, all the
they'll,
different people coming out of the door and different amounts of people, and
yeah,
then him talking to like Winter talking to a guy, and no, they were angry at each other. No, they were laughing with each other.
yeah. I love when they do those quick cuts between, like they'll do quick cuts between different people's flashbacks of the same scene, and it's completely different versions. Like it'll be 15 people running out the back of the White House. No, it was 2 people. No, it was 5 people. And yeah, then there's an argument. Oh no, there wasn't an argument. They're laughing, and you see them laughing. Yeah. So even when you see flashbacks, it's not always accurate. Also, we have to
Oh,
watch
gaps.
these characters closely. Huh?
Go
What,
ahead, but
Doc?
go ahead. I had a thought for after.
I was just gonna say that a lot of the characters in the residents lie. A whole lot of them lie. And sometimes it's not clear that they're lying. Sometimes we can tell immediately that they're lying because, well, you'll see them say something, and then you'll see like 3 other characters say, no, that's not how it happened. It happened this way. And in that case, I think we can say, all right, the majority of these people are saying it happened this way. I'm going to believe the majority and not the one person who says it was different. Now, there are other cases where there are 4 different people saying 4 different things and you don't know what to believe. So that's trickier. But I tend to go with, okay, if the majority of them are saying it happened a certain way, I'm going to believe them. And yeah, usually it's somebody lying to cover, you know, so it's very tricky. A lot of them lie. A lot of them lie. And you have to question, are they lying because they're guilty of something, or they just don't want to make the White House look bad? It's a political motivation. So all that stuff comes into play. What were you going to say, Doc?
There are gaps in what we know of, or there were gaps in how we were told um, Elgin's dream when he was riding on the
Mm-hmm.
bus.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't give it to us all in one go. They ended up tacking stuff on later on. And I
Yes.
still wonder if we're going to find out more about the dream he had.
I hope so. I really hope there's more. Because he looked around and screamed and yelled, like, no, we have to go back. You know, he said bad things are going to happen if, and he never finished the sentence. And then he threw up. And I'm sorry, but there's no way that all he saw was the boy in white singing him a nursery rhyme in his dream. There has to be more to it. Maybe he saw something that has yet to happen yet. And I hope there's more to come. So yeah, you're
Didn't he
right.
reveal? Didn't he reveal more than just the boy in white and the song?
No, he just said he saw a boy all in white and he was reciting the cicada nursery rhyme, and he didn't even remember the whole thing. Bacta had to finish it, said that she recognized that nursery rhyme.
Hmm. He didn't say he saw something about water,
No,
or maybe I'm just
he just
inferring because he has to see the water.
yeah, he just asked to see. He said, is there a body of water around here? And then I'm trying to think. And then I think no wait, first he asked that. And then they did actually go to the Brundles, and I do believe he said something once they were there that did suggest he saw that in his dream. I can't remember the exact words, but no, I think you may be right on that one.
Yeah, he might not have said anything specifically though. So I might have been inferring or assuming.
No, but I think when we did the rewatch, I remember being surprised, like, oh wait, he did say he saw this in his dream. And I'm gonna look it up in my notes as you continue, because now I'm curious. But I'll
So I
let you
thought
keep going.
okay. So yeah, I thought he said something else that he saw in his dream. So, but I could be wrong. I might have made an assumption from something that I saw or misheard.
No, now you made me curious, so I'm gonna look it up. Well, but I won't hold you up because we have more stuff to get through, so we can continue. But I'm gonna
Okay.
look through my notes while you're doing that. All right.
The final tip on this one is embrace the unknown. Mystery box shows thrive on ambiguity. So enjoy the process. Revisit your ideas often. Don't expect all the answers right away. The fun is in the unraveling. That's right. That's why we're all here, because we're not here because this isn't fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then it has a call to action on it. Share your discoveries with friends, online communities. We're doing that now. Solving these mysteries is even better together. I agree. And
Yes, it is. That's why we're all here for hours on end all year round, talking about a show that hasn't aired new episodes since November. Um,
oh my
because
God, it's been
it's
that long.
yes, it's been like oh my God, it's been like 6 months or more. It's been a long time. And but the fun is in the process, the journey, trying to figure things out bit by bit. I don't want to know all the answers yet. I don't want to figure it all out. It's the theory crafting for me is the most fun part. All of these conversations we get to have, and that's what I would miss the most if the show got canceled. As much as I love the show, I would miss the community and these awesome conversations more than anything else. And by the way, I found it in my notes, Doc. And you are correct. I have the exact words. I wrote it down.
Okay.
When I did my rewatch notes, I take down word for word quotes. I'm very, very meticulous. This is why I've had to pause. And I apologize to people who are really, who are anxious to continue the rewatch. And I know people really enjoy the rewatch lives, and so do I. But I take them so seriously, and this is an example of that. I write down most of the dialogue so that this is a great opportunity when stuff like this comes up. I can go back to my notes, and now I take organized notes and I go scene by scene, episode by episode, so I can go to my notes. Okay, like, let's see, did this happen in a certain way? Yes, it did. Here's an example. So they're at the Brundles. um Elgin asks how long Fatima's been there. She said she just had her 1 year anniversary. He says, is there water nearby, like a lake or a pond? Fatima says, it's the Brundles, the closest thing we have to fun here. Elgin, why do they call it the Brundles? Fatima says, it was just called that when I got here. How did you know about the? And then Elgin cut her off and says, I saw it. He said it flat out, I saw it. So we didn't even have to infer anything. I had forgotten until I rewatched it that he said that. He specifically said, I saw it. So, and this is before she brought him there and showed it to him.
Yeah, I think
So,
that was what I was thinking of.
yep. So that was in his dream. And something now that suggests something horrible is going to happen there that is yet to come. That is yet to come. So,
Yeah, that has to
yes.
be foreshadowing.
Well,
We've
it could
already seen
flood.
imagery.
Could flood.
Yeah, it could flood. It could be the source of a flood. So, yeah, so this is why I've had to take a break and just do more laid back from lives the last couple weeks while we've been doing the residents, because I treat the rewatch like we're covering a brand new episode, and I take loads of notes, loads of screenshots, and I want to do it justice. And we've got time. We've got plenty of time to get through the rewatch long before season 4 ends. So for now, we'll just keep doing From Theory lives and lives with Doug for the next week or two, and then we'll go back to the rewatch when things calm down a little bit. So anyway, Amy says, I know there's going to be a flood, or was one. They kept asking where the water was coming from. Yeah, Tabitha said, where's this water coming from? In the cave. Yeah. Yes, real cinema. Yes, indeed. He said, I saw it. He said he saw the Brundles in his dream. Mackie, yes, when Victor regains his full memory of what really happened, it'll move the plot forward a lot. He might turn into a different character altogether. I think he might get killed
wonder.
off once he remembers everything. So I really hope he doesn't remember everything anytime soon.
Oh, hold on for a second. Hold on, Mackie, it's 4. It's 4 o'clock. You know what that means? Does everybody know what that means?
Time to wake Mackie. Mackie alarm.
Yes.
I thought I forgot, but I didn't.
Yeah. So,
I just looked up and it was 4.
yes.
Spontaneous.
So, good timing. And yes, real cinema. Victor was traumatized and blocked out his sister in the tower with Wayne White because he felt responsible for their deaths and created a new narrative to deal with his repressed memory. 100%. So wow. So we have a bunch more things to get through here. This may have to be a 2-parter.
Yeah, we can lump in some of those with the next one. So whenever you want to call it quits, it's totally good, but I am also good for continuing.
Okay, yeah, I'm still good to continue too because I'm on the treadmill. Anyway, so I'm taking care of myself, and I would be awake anyway. So as long as you want to keep going, we can continue. But we'll probably have to do some of these next week because
Oh yeah,
you are so well prepared, and
thank you.
and yeah, there's so much to discuss with all this. It's really awesome. Applies really well to both shows, From and The Residents. So what do you want to dive into
Worksheet
next
1?
on the worksheet 1? Okay.
Or, well, all right. So since you mentioned putting stuff off, worksheet, we can use the worksheets as kind of like a recap next week, and we can instead go to the Birdwatcher's Guide to Decoding From.
Okay.
I
Sounds
don't know.
good.
What do you think? Yeah?
Yeah,
Okay.
that works for me. However, whatever you
So-
want to do.
So, fellow birdwatcher, you've got a rare talent for spotting the fleeting and deciphering the wild. Those same skills that help you track a warbler through the canopy or catch a hawk's silhouette at dusk are your ticket to unraveling the eerie riddles of From. Think of this show as an uncharted woodland full of strange calls, hidden patterns, and mysteries perched just out of sight, like Cordelia Cupp in The Residents, who uses her birding know-how to sleuth out secrets. She'll turn your binoculars on the supernatural town and uncover what's lurking beneath the branches. This guide will arm you with the strategies to tackle From like a seasoned birder stalking a lifeless rarity. All right, so keen eyes for the treetops, observation skills, how to use it. Out in the field, you'd never miss a flicker of wings or a splash of color. In From, train that eagle eye on the little things, a twitch in a character's face, a shadow that doesn't fit, or a cup left askew in the diner. These are your field marks for cracking the case. One moment. Oh, okay, I'll get to that later. I have a contribution too from the community, and we'll get to that in a little bit. All right, birders tip. Jot down every oddity like you're logging a sighting. That crooked smile or creaky floorboard might be a clue that ties it all together. Waiting out the dawn chorus, patience. How to use it. You sat through misty mornings for a single chirp. Bring that stamina to From. Rewatch episodes like you're staking out a nest, knowing the best clues might only show after the third or fourth pass. Oh, yep, we've definitely noticed that in From.
Oh yeah.
Birders tip,
Rewatches
don't
are
rush
so
it.
fruitful.
Yeah, they
Rewatches are
really
so
are.
fruitful. Like every time you rewatch, you find more. Every single time, especially after a season is aired. A lot of people don't do rewatches until right before a new season, but I would say that with a mystery box series like this, it's best to start immediately, like we did, so that you can use the insights you just gained, the new revelations and insights, to immediately, while it's fresh in your mind, apply it to the original seasons and work backwards. You know, the answers to the end are at the beginning. So I think the time to rewatch was immediately, like we've been doing. Anyway, go on.
Yeah, birders tip, don't rush it. The town secrets, like a shy owl, reveal themselves to those who linger. Yep, and like rewatching. Ear on the wind, pattern recognition, like with the colors. How to use it. You can tell a sparrow from a finch by its song. In From, listen for the show's own rhythms. Creatures attack at dusk. A phrase that echoes, or talismans popping up like migratory stopovers. These patterns are your map to the mystery. Birders tip, sketch a timeline of sightings. When do the creatures stir? When do folks arrive? It's your migration chart for the supernatural. Reading the landscape, environmental awareness. How to use it. A shift in the breeze or a trampled path tells you where the birds are. And From, scan the town's terrain. Fog rolling in, crows circling, or a road that loops like a bad dream. The setting's alive with hints if you know where to look. Birders tip, mark changes in your field notes. A busted window or a quiet forest might signal more than you think. So,
Yeah.
solo in the hide, solitude and focus. How to use it. You're no stranger to the quiet hours alone. Zeroed in on a distant perch. Dive into From with that same focus. Shut out the chatter and let the show's details sing. Birders tip, treat each episode like a solo expedition. No distractions, just you and the puzzle. Oh, I gave you
That's
enough
a good.
kibble.
Your cat pestering you.
Yeah.
um, that's a good tip right there. I mean, I would suggest that people watch the episodes both alone and with a group. You know, if you like watching with other people, watch parties are always fun. I love watching with people online in watch parties. But if you only watch during watch parties, you're going to be too distracted by the chat to pick up on enough of the details and the nuance. So I would suggest you do both, you know, enjoy the watch parties when they're around and also watch it by yourself. That's what I do. So that you can really focus, pause it, go back, you know, things that you can't do during watch parties.
And apparently, if we want to take Jack Bender's advice and John's advice, we should also watch it while high on hallucinogens. No, I'm just kidding. I'm totally just kidding.
Somehow I don't think that would be such an out there suggestion that to think Jack Bender would say that. Just look at the guy. Hey, I mean,
You'd probably
like
say it on the down low.
this dude got his start in the entertainment industry playing nothing but hippies on sitcoms and really tiny walk-on roles. And he looked like he probably experimented quite a bit back in the day with like everybody, a lot of people did back then. You know, a lot of people did that, the hippies, but yeah. It would be, I wonder what the experience would be like on LSD. Would it, now don't do drugs, kids, But I wonder, like,
Could
would you
be
suddenly have an
terrifying.
epiphany? Would you suddenly have an epiphany and figure out the From mystery?
I've never done LSD, but I've done shrooms, and it really depends on the shrooms. But most of them, oh my God, From would just be too terrifying to even put on screen. I would not be able to
Yeah,
handle it.
yeah. I know certain things people find like drugs enhance their experience, especially pot, but not specifically From, but just other, things, certain things in general. But yeah, Michael, I wish I had time to do this. When season 3 was airing, people kept saying that they were going back and rewatching old episodes and picking up on things. And I was too busy with my channel to have time for that. So I was like, damn, I wish I could do this because people were finding these details and I wanted to find them myself, certain things people were picking up on as time was going on. But yeah, rewatching is extremely helpful, even when the new episodes are on. Oh, thanks, Dieter. Yeah, hopefully I need to there's something that I can buy. I have to ask Infinite Umbra what he uses that actually gets rid of background noise because he works around a noisy area and when he joins the lives, you can't hear anything. So I need to ask him what he bought. Then you won't hear my treadmill anymore. Yeah,
I don't
Mackie.
hear the treadmill. Oh, but then again, I'm not on listening to YouTube.
Yeah, they can hear. I know they can hear it a little bit, but hopefully it's not. I don't think it's too bad. Mackie, yeah, the crazy theories are fun. I love the crazy theories. I love hearing all the theories, the tinfoil theories, and they can birth other more plausible ones. That's a great point. I agree.
Yep,
Oh,
I
Dieter says
agree.
he doesn't hear the treadmill. Cool. Okay. Michael says I just binged like half a season per night or so and worked through it fairly quickly. Damn. Yeah, Michael, I just didn't have time. I did nothing but work on my channel, trying to adjust to learning how to run a YouTube channel and a Discord while From was airing. It was a crazy time. I wish I had time to do it. I wouldn't have had time to even do what you did, Michael, because literally I didn't do anything other than work on my channel every time I was resting. And when I wasn't resting, I was thinking about it. When I would go for my walks, I was plotting out my next video and my theories, and it was an obsession. Anyway, so where did we leave off here?
Let's see. Birding journal or clue log. Keep a notebook handy like you would for rare bird sightings. Record character quirks, spooky sounds, and anything that catches your eye. Then check for repeats. Binocular focus. Scene study. Pause and zoom in on key moments, just as you'd glass a far-off flock. A glint in the woods or a whispered word could be your golden find. Yep, we do that. Plenty of scene study.
Oh
We
God,
just
yeah.
did a bunch of that.
Yes, we did. Yes, we did. Zooming in. I just went and zoomed. I literally just did that. I zoomed in on Ethan's shirt. So, yeah,
Call
very
playback,
helpful.
sound tracking. Tune your ears to From's audio, creature growls, rustling leaves, or a hum in the air. These are your bird calls hinting at what's coming. Kind of like the monster screeches, too.
Mm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. And yeah, the monster screeches. Um, sometimes you hear crows in the
Mhm.
in the distance.
Even
That
when
could
you don't see
possibly,
them.
even when you don't see them, that could mean something when you hear them. It could be a clue to something for sure. Of course, the obvious things like the jukebox, music, and the timing of the static noises coming from the police radio.
Yeah.
Also, mhm.
Range mapping, event plotting. Chart the big moments, arrivals, attacks, oddities, like you're mapping a species territory. Look for overlap or gaps that spill the town's secrets.
Mm. Okay.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah. Like yeah, like the way people kind of track, for example, arrivals versus people getting killed off. The quota theory that the town requires a certain quota of people, and so when certain people die, other people seem to arrive and replace them. There's that. If you look at the arrival of the bus, I think we can get a lot of really interesting clues from that about how the place works. I really think the force running the show here, the evil force, is playing this like a game of chess and setting up pieces in it well in advance. So
Mm.
if you look at the big moments, like the arrival of the bus, I think multiple people on that bus were essentially chosen to be like chess pieces for what was to come in seasons 2 and 3. And all of them were and in most cases they were connected in some way to Fatima's upcoming pregnancy. Now she wasn't pregnant yet, but all of it was already set in motion. How? Because when the bus arrived, what was happening at the same time? If you have to look at the timing of it. When the bus arrived, Boyd was already in the dungeon getting the worms. So
Mhm.
the events were already being set in motion for Boyd getting the worms, bringing them to town, unleashing the cicada entity. And by doing that, by killing a monster, then this cycle would need to continue, the immortality cycle. So this was the whole point. I think this was all planned. I think he was manipulated into even going out there by that If I Had a Boat song coming on the radio, giving him his quote unquote sign from Abby. And once he got out there, we got a conflicting sign. The voice in Sarah's head that sounded like a woman saying, I was wrong. There are things out here that are worse than the monsters. That conflicts with what that song said on the radio. So which is it? I think that was the real Abby's spirit. And the whatever played that song on the radio was trying to entice him out there so we could get the worms, bring them back, and unleash the cicada entity on the town, because that could have killed everybody. It was, people were not able to go to sleep. People were getting ripped open. That lady was ripped open in her sleep, Paula. And I think it would have probably killed everybody if Boyd hadn't smashed the music box. And my point in all of this is that it all started with the bus and Boyd getting the worms, and they happened at the same time. So this evil entity knew that Boyd was planning on going to the woods. He had this plan for a couple of episodes in season 1 already. And so all the pieces got lined up. Certain people got brought to town on that bus who were going to be instrumental in Fatima's pregnancy, which never would have happened if Boyd hadn't gotten the worms, gave him to Smiley. Smiley dies, and boom, Fatima has to now give birth to the Smiley pods. So again, who's on the bus now? Elgin.
Elgin.
Elgin became instrumental in getting Fatima to that birthing room. He was on there for a reason, for sure. There's a chess piece. You had a pediatric nurse, Marielle. That's convenient when Fatima was going to be pregnant with an entity. You had Tilly. Tilly served as a way to isolate Fatima. Someone who was going to be so helpful and in her face all the time, not afraid of her, not afraid to die, that she would wind up killing her because this thing in Fatima craved blood. And so the entity needed some really helpful person who would see Fatima in distress, not be afraid of death because she was already dying, and get in her face. This was a nice pawn to put in Fatima's way, get her isolated so that Elgin could get her to the birthing room. She never would have been able to, he never would have been able to convince her to go with him and be isolated like that if she hadn't killed Tilly. So Tilly was a chess piece too, if you ask me. I think she was a chess piece, Elgin, Marielle, all connected to that. And
Randall was a
then you
loose
had
cannon. There to
Randall was
bring
just a loose
chaos.
cannon. Yes. Oh my God, you read my mind. I was just thinking the word chaos. Yes. And then Bacta, I'm not so sure. Bacta, she remembered part of the nursery rhyme. So she had a connection too. Her grandmother told her that nursery rhyme, which clearly originated from this place. Now, the role that she had to play, I mean, she actually helped. So maybe a helpful entity, who knows, maybe the evil entity got several people onto that bus and a helpful entity got Bacta onto the bus because Bacta wound
I
up
was
being
thinking that.
helpful, right? I never thought of that till just this moment, but why not? Because I've been saying for a while, I have 2 theory videos on this, that I think there are 2 entities, and a helpful one and a harmful one, bringing people there, like chess pieces. And yes, I know there are a lot of Lost fans who say that's basically what they were doing in Lost. And if they do this, it'll be disappointing because they're repeating themselves. Well, I haven't finished Lost, so I'm not basing this on Lost because I haven't gotten to that point in Lost to even know. But this is from some of the same creators, so it could be that it's something like that, and it looks like that to me. And if there are 2 entities bringing people, one that helps and one that hurts, maybe a helpful one slipped onto the bus. Maybe a helpful one was chosen, Bacta, and she was definitely chosen. She was one of those people who was at a crossroads in her life, like a lot of the others. She was about to quit her job as a bus driver. She finally finished school. She was at a crossroads and she wound up being helpful. She remembered the rest of that nursery rhyme, which helped Boyd figure out what he needed to do to save the town. So yeah, chess pieces. And that also goes back to this thing here on the list, range mapping, event plotting, charting the big moments, like you're mapping a species territory. So the bus arrival, like major oddities, when they happen, the timing of it, that can spill the town secrets, like it says here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Would now be a good time to so Amy made a song about Cordelia, Cup, and From. And she posted that, I think. Amy, did you post that to Discord?
Yeah, is it? I don't see anything in the chat, so maybe.
Oh, Amy, I can't play it from mine. It has to, Julie has to have it. So it has to be either posted to the channels or a DM to Julie.
Where do you have it?
Sorry about that.
Doc?
It's in my DMs. Oh wait, duh, I can just send you the link. Oh
Yeah, you can send me the link. You could send me the link.
Oh, and I'm using the wrong device. Oh, sorry, I had a brain fart there.
It's
Oh,
okay,
wait.
Amy.
So,
Doc can just
wait, can I
Doc can
download
just
it?
send it to me.
Oh, I can forward it.
Yes, Michael, it makes you wonder who Bacta's grandma was, you know. That's a good
Oh.
point, you know. Like, how'd she know
Okay,
that
I guess
nursery
it's-
rhyme?
So the
And
second
what her
one,
connection
Amy?
was to that place. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead. What were you asking her?
Oh, and actually, let me post it. Sweet. Forward to. There we go. There we go. I sent it to the From channel.
Okay. Mackie said we should all do a trip stream. Oh no. Oh no.
I'm down.
Don't you
No.
Okay, hold on. I'm looking for the thing you posted now. Okay, I see it. I can just I'm gonna download it and then upload it to right to here so I can play it straight from StreamYard. It'll be the better quality that way. Uh, I think I can do that. Maybe not.
Makes sense.
Maybe not. I guess I can only do that with videos. Weird. You'd think I could do it with music too. But that's okay. I can just share my screen and do it. It's fine. It's weird that there's a place in StreamYard where you can upload video clips, but there's nowhere to upload music clips. That's so bizarre to me. But it's okay. I can do it this way. I've done it before. Okay. Here we go. Before Amy falls asleep. Getting ready to fall asleep. So we'll play Amy's song now. Oh wait, yeah, I can. I think it's just
There's
my
no sound.
computer.
There's no sound.
No sound?
No sound.
Huh? So can you hear anything? Because I can't.
I cannot hear your well, I cannot hear the computer or the music now.
Could you hear anything at all?
Nope. But
What the hell?
maybe
I've done this.
did they hear it on the stream maybe? No, they couldn't hear it.
I've done this before. I don't know what. Maybe I've done this. Amy, is this on your that website where you post music? Because I've done it through that website and that's worked when I've done it. What is it? What's that website called where people Suno?
Yeah, Suno. Let me see if she sent me a new link.
If it's on Suno, I can play it directly from Suno. I've done that before and it worked. I don't know why it's not working from here. Because it should.
All right, she's gonna post the link.
Yeah.
I thought
Okay,
that
yeah.
I thought there was an option for music, but maybe not. It might just be like for opening and closing music.
Yeah. You would think there would be. There's gotta be. This is so strange that there's no place to put music. Just those video clip areas and not music. That's very, very weird. I don't get that. Um Yeah, no, it won't let me put it on StreamYard directly from. Strange. Anyway, good night, Scott. Good night,
Thanks,
Scott.
Scott.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for all the support. Appreciate it. Have a good night. Um, thank you so much for all that help. I really appreciate it. It really helps. Um, sleep well. Um, Michael, I'm using, what am I using? Chrome. I'm using Chrome. And usually Chrome works great for everything. So, okay, Amy's got the link here. This should work. This worked, hopefully. This worked the last time I tried it, so. All right, hopefully. Um, volume. Can you hear anything?
No.
What the hell? Um, do you nothing, huh? So, do you have in your StreamYard, do you have a button on your end that says present on it?
Let's see. More.
On the bottom of the
Recordings.
screen?
I got recordings and settings. I got mic, cam, chat, more, and leave. When I click on more, I got comments, recordings, and settings.
Oh, what kind of device are you on?
It's a Galaxy Note, but when I did my own stream, I had a lot more settings. I had like all kinds of like crazy settings. I had like, I'm pretty sure there was one for music on there.
Yeah, like Dieter said, it depends on the device you're on though. Dieter was in here earlier and Dieter
It's the same device.
just
Oh,
as a guest, Dieter was able to share Dieter was able to actually share his screen, share stuff. So as a guest, you can do it, but if you're on some kind of tablet, then you might not have the option to do it.
yeah, my my laptop doesn't have Bluetooth, so I can't hook up the headphones to it. Probably get a mic.
Well, you know what? Hold on a minute. I'm gonna try one more thing. I'm gonna try one more thing. It could be the old
Do I have
laptop that
an
I'm
audio
using
jack?
right now. It could be the old laptop that I'm using right now. So I'm gonna try one more thing. The new one is still charging. And I'm very careful with it not to use it when it's charging. 'Cause I don't want to overheat it. So I'm gonna enter the studio on my Chromebook and try sharing it this way. And if this doesn't work, then then I guess I can't do it. Oh, Dieter is backstage.
I have an audio jack, so it's something I can figure out for next stream.
Dieter's backstage. Oh wait, no,
So
I'm go twice. Why is there an echo? Okay. Never mind. Dieter's doing it. So thank you, Dieter. Let's see if this works. Oh, first I have to shut mine off. Okay. Okay, Dieter, it's there.
is it supposed to be playing music? I don't hear anything.
Yeah, I don't understand what's going on here because this used to work and now all of a sudden it's not working. There's still no sound. I played songs from Michael's Suno account before, so I don't understand what the problem is here. Maybe Dieter, if Dieter streamed it directly from Suno like I did before, but um.
Is Peter's still
I don't
trying,
know.
or
I think he is, but
oh
I
yeah,
don't hear
I see
anything.
movement. Oh yeah, no, I still don't hear anything.
Yeah.
All right, we'll have to figure this out for next time. I'm sorry, Amy.
Yeah, we'll try next time. We're gonna cover the residents next time, next week, so hopefully we can figure out the problem before then.
It'll give us another tie-in.
Yeah.
Help us keep
Weird.
on theme next week.
Yeah. So strange. Anyway, um, let's finish up this worksheet if you want.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right,
So
so let's see. I have to scroll up a little bit. Where did we go?
we were left at
Range mapping.
ta-
All right, so
that's the last.
tactics to yep,
Mhm.
tactics to unravel From's flock of mysteries. Spot the plumage, character and creature traits. What to do? Study the species of From, people and monsters alike. Watch their moves, their tells, their roosts. Is Boyd hiding a feather or two? Do the creatures have a hunting call? Yeah, they kind of do, actually. Sometimes. Field note. List traits like you're IDing a bird, Victor's silence, or the creature's nighttime prowls, and look for what doesn't fit. Sorry, I'm sitting while getting into my seat. Track the flyaway, event patterns. What to do? Pinpoint the show's cycles. Newcomers showing up. Cat, this is awkward. I'm sorry, one moment.
Wait, what?
My cat's climbing all over me. Sorry.
Oh,
All right.
that's all right. My cat disrupts things all the time.
I don't know what she wants. She's got food, water. The litter box is fine. I just checked that too. I think she just wants attention.
Yeah, probably.
All right, sorry about that. All right, so pinpoint the show's cycles. Newcomers showing up, creatures striking, talismans glowing. Talismans don't glow, but okay. These are your your migration routes, showing how the town ticks. Field note, predict the next flight based on past sightings. Does dusk always bring trouble? No, not always, but often.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And we can we can predict like every season there's gonna be some newcomer because that happens every season. So that's something we can usually predict. There's gonna be somebody new. I think that's likely to happen again.
I look forward to
Um,
that every season.
yeah, me too. There's just something about seeing new people's reactions to the place. I hope they continue that every season, because it really breathes new life into it and just reminds you. It keeps you from getting too desensitized to how ridiculous it all is, how insane it all is, because you see it through the eyes of the newcomers.
I agree. My favorite thing about monster movies is when a person first encounters a monster and not even without realizing that it's a real thing and their reaction. It's one of the reasons why I loved the show Real Monsters when I was a kid, and also why I loved the novel version of World War Z because it was a lot of scenes like that in that book. Took up a good portion of it. People first like
Yeah.
experiencing the zombie outbreak.
Yes. It's always so interesting and compelling to see how different people react. And from it's really it's fascinating to see how different people react to the same situation in very different ways and how they cope in different ways. It's fun to watch. And the initial arrival, just seeing the chaos that ensues and how people deal with it, that's always so compelling. So I'm sure they're going to continue the tradition, and there should be a new arrival in the next season. Probably each season, there should be one new arrival.
And slightly off topic, but tying it to the watch parties, it's one of the reasons why I love Chucky so much is that Chucky loves to kind of like shock people like that too, and just like start swearing and stuff at people and completely like surprise them that it's all coming from a doll.
Yeah.
He loves getting a reaction out of people.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that part too. The element of surprise, it's always fun. Yeah. Um,
Survey the nesting grounds, town details, what to do. Scope out the town like a habitat. Where do folks gather? Where do the creatures steer clear? That diner or the forest edge might be a hotspot for clues. Field note, sketch a rough map, entrances, exits, weird zones. It's your birding checklist for the uncanny. And that takes me back to, I remember there's a show that you did where um, you and a bunch of others were going through the maps of Crumville.
yeah.
I don't remember which stream that was, but I kind of want to go back and watch that all again.
Oh, I'm so mad at myself that I've done so many long live streams, Lord knows. And it only recently occurred to me to start time stamping them for certain interesting moments, the different topics that we discussed, because a lot of times, well, first of all, a lot of times it wasn't always a set agenda. We wouldn't be planning that we were going to dive into the peach truck map. It would just happen.
I know.
So I don't know where to go back and find those streams. I don't know which streams they were, because it was just like, okay, I guess we're randomly diving down the rabbit hole into the peach truck map now. And I don't know where to find that now. This is the curse of being a disorganized person. I am getting better. I
No,
have started, huh?
well, also too, like these things kind of like show up like unannounced, like just like we go off on these tangents. There are a lot of them.
Yeah, there are a lot of them. And so I am improving. I'm starting to now, I haven't been doing it all the time, but I'm going to start doing this a lot more, doing timestamps, especially when we break down an episode of like a whole new episode, or even if it's a rewatch. I want to do timestamps on all of them. I did it for Severance because our streams were so damn long, and I saw a lot of people were watching the replays. So I thought, I'm going to put timestamps in. And yes, it's a pain in the ass. It is, because the stream is very long. It takes me a couple of hours to parse through it and pick out, like, even when there's a set pattern, it's not like I have to listen to the whole thing again. But like, I can look at how we broke down the episode scene by scene and skip ahead a bit, just keep skipping through it, and then add timestamps for every scene and major points that were made, theories that were brought up. But it's a pain in the ass, and I want to go back and do that with some of my old streams, but I can only imagine how long that's going to take me. It's much easier to do it when it's fresh in my mind, and I think, oh, we had a there was a really interesting conversation around this subject, and like go back and put a timestamp in there.
I
But
think
yeah,
it might be,
yeah,
I think it might be worth revisiting in From
yeah,
Academy on doing one on the town or towns.
yes, yeah. I think that would be great. Yeah, we should definitely do that. And we have done deep dives into the peach truck map and into Victor's drawings several times. And I don't know where I don't know where those are, because it happened randomly. It wasn't planned, at least with the rewatch lives and with episode breakdown lives. At least I know what those are, and I can go back when I have the time. It's not like I have a lot of time to do this right now, but I can go back into those and be like, okay, I'm gonna put timestamps in for each scene. And there were times where organically I would get really excited about a theory or an idea I just came up with on the stream. I wish to God I had thought to put in timestamps. That it just, as a new, so this is the kind of thing you don't think of as a new streamer. You don't think of this stuff. You're learning as you go, and then eventually you pick up on this kind of stuff. And so now I'm also realizing I should have clipped those really fun, interesting moments out of those long live streams and made them into videos. Because most people are not going to sit through a 6 to 8 hour live stream, and they're missing really fun moments that we've had that I could have clipped and made into videos. But I can't, better late than never. At least I'm doing it now. I'm doing it now with my latest lives, and I'm going to continue doing it. Because there's just so many fun moments. I am going to go back and clip one moment that I remember when Scarlet blew my mind with her point about Ethan possibly being the man in yellow in that scene, future man in yellow in that scene where Sarah looks up and sees him wearing a yellow zip up and it says "kill the boy" on her arm. I was completely losing my mind. That would make a great video. That would make a really fun video. So I'm still going to go back and clip things out of live streams that we've done, things that I can remember. But there's just so much great stuff that's buried under countless hours of marathon lives now. Call it a rookie mistake, but it also would have made easy content for my channel too, like put out more videos. But you live and learn.
We
Anyway,
still can.
yeah, definitely. In the lead up to From season 3, I'm definitely going to be going back through all of the rewatch lives and parsing through, putting timestamps in, and gleaning whatever I can from them to make content for as people start to pay attention again when season 4 gets closer. I can put videos out like from those rewatch lives, recycle them. Like a lot of the stuff people will have never seen because they were from really long live streams. Anyway.
Oh yeah, because there's so much that I haven't seen from real live streams.
Will you be doing any? There's so much that a lot of people wouldn't have seen because who has time to watch? Who has time to watch that many marathon live streams? Sorry, hold on. I have to mute myself for a minute.
Yeah, sure, no worries. Let me see what's going on in the chat. Moving over to another device. All right. Oh gosh, I don't even know where we left off. Oh, Amy went to bed. Good night, Amy. I think it's been a little bit. I think it's been a while since we were reading the chat. All right. I'm just gonna start from a random point. I'm sorry. I know that I'm not getting to everyone's chats. Yeah, I wondered that too, if Bhakta has any other connection to Fromville. Because she knows the nursery rhyme. And is that like a nursery rhyme that's common out in the regular world? I think they kind of said that it might be. I can't remember. I don't know if Bhakta knowing it is purely an indicator that everyone else or it's like popular nursery rhyme. But I think they said that it was. Let's see. Elgin and Bhakta have sus grandmas. Yeah, they kind of do, huh? And I feel like Elgin's grandmother probably passed away. I feel like that's like something that he's not like sharing from his story. Oh, and Scott went to bed. Oh, I think I knew that. This is going through audio settings. Amy says, honey dripping in the curve of her shoulder. Heat rising as the night's getting older. Michael says, plumage, well, in my opinion, the species of monster is inspired by the Kujarat from Inuit folklore. Seems like the various traits line up and fit. Oh, I need to look into that. I'm not familiar. I've heard that term before. I don't know if you mentioned it or if Taran Matharu mentioned it. I feel like he did as well. Because when I hear that, for some reason I think of him. Specifically, they have the ability to shapeshift and look like humans, but they always revert to their monster form just before attacking and feeding. I'm pretty sure I remember you saying that before too. Exactly like the central conceit of the monsters in From. Corset tighter than the grip of the Reaper, Mackie Val's. What? Yeah, Amy, Chucky does make you laugh so hard. Okay, Night for real. Dieter being naughty. Hey, and then. And I think I'm almost caught up. We went down the rabbit hole on the map in the box truck on the 11-hour live stream. Thank you, Michael. I'm gonna go and bookmark that right now. And I'm just gonna make a playlist and title it, and then go bookmark it for me. Cat, please stop. I need my hands. So, map stream. My cat is making things so difficult for me right now. All right. Yep, that was one of the things I was looking for. Thank you, Michael. Yep, yeah, so you talk.
Sorry, I'm back. That was more than a minute. I had to feed the cats.
Um, so, anyway, uh-oh, what happened to Doc? Did he get kicked off? So, anyway, so I don't know where, oh, here, he's back.
Oh, sorry about
Hey,
that.
what happened?
My cat hit my cat decided they wanted to mess with my tablet.
Yeah, that troublemaking cat again.
Yeah, for now she's locked in the room that has the litter box.
Oh my God. Locked in what, the room that what?
Has the litter box.
Oh, good. Yeah, you got to make sure of that. Um, yesterday, that reminds me, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, but my cat, I was trying to use my actually it was when I was on stream with Doug. We were doing the dog live Wednesday night, and Boo stepped on my I don't know what the hell she stepped on, but she stepped on something on my laptop, and this little thing popped up that said, "Are you sure you want to open 32 tabs?" I was like, "What the fuck? What did she
Oh
press?"
my
Like,
god.
I was like, "What the fuck is this?" Like, the havoc that could have wreaked on my live. Imagine if I tried to, imagine if she had actually succeeded in opening 32 tabs while I'm in the middle of a live stream. Like the whole thing would have frozen completely.
Oh, and
Like,
Dieter noticed the farting noise. That's my that's- technically it's my butt, but it's not what you're thinking. It's there's a little piece of like paint or something like covering like peeling off of this drawer that I use as like kind of like a ledge to let the cat lay in, and it keeps rubbing up against my jeans.
Oh. Sure, we believe you. Um, uh, real cinema therapy. My mom actually just said the same thing. My mom was just my mom just came out to the kitchen for a minute, and my laptop was sitting there while I was feeding the cats, and she heard your voice, and she said, "Who's that? He has a really nice voice." Hold on a sec.
Oh, thank you. Oh, and thank you. Thank you, Lori.
And yes, I agree with Lori that you have a great speaking voice, very soothing. I was literally just telling my mom, yeah, doesn't he have a great voice? It's soothing. I literally just said the same thing and I didn't even see her comment. Yeah, because you do. You do have such a
Oh,
nice
thank you.
voice.
And
It's
when
it, it's great for
our
streaming.
Lord Void Ghidorah comes, you will all be grateful.
Yeah.
And then
Uh,
zap, zap, zap.
yeah,
Okay.
you'll use that soothing voice to lull us into a false sense of security before you take over our planet. Planet whatever. Dirt? Planet Dirt?
Planet Dirt. What I like to call it.
That's how you'll get us. That's how you'll get us all.
Don't worry. I will just be an interim leader. I promise you. I will be an interim leader and you will all have direct democracy or something. You can all vote on it. And, eventually we'll get to it when I feel like it.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
Like all, revolutionaries, that become corrupt and then become dictators.
Uh-huh.
I've gotta have my goals and my aspirations. Aim big.
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. So we know that's true.
Yep, I'm
Um,
preparing in advance.
yeah. Peter said, real indeed, he's sexy, and I'm straight. Well,
I've been told I have that effect on men.
oh, it's funny. Yeah. Um, yeah, my mom was just saying, like, he has a really nice voice. Yeah. Um, and yes, Lori, your voice is soothing too. I agree with Mackie. Lori has a soothing voice. Very
Oh
soothing
yeah, she
voice.
does.
I like her voice. It's great voice for streaming. Really great voice for streaming. And she's a natural at it. Um, Teeter said my son pressed on the keyboard once. Everything was zoomed in and locked. Restarting didn't do anything. Thank you, Google. That's great. Yeah. My cat's always stepping on my keyboard and wreaking havoc. I don't know how the 32 tab thing happened though. I don't know what key you would step on to try to launch 32 tabs. I don't know what she did, but
I had a cat
luckily
do something like that.
oh yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't home. I just came home and there were like a million tabs open and like other
Oh.
random things open. Like the cat had clearly just like walked all over the keyboard, maybe laid on it for a while. I don't know. After that, I
Yeah, that
started shutting the keyboard off after leaving it.
yeah. Uh, cats love to walk over keyboards and just totally wreak havoc, seriously. It's right when I'm trying to get stuff done, blocking my view, standing in front of the screen. My cat will just stand there and just wait a few minutes before she decides to lay down. Just stand there so I can't see what I'm doing or type anything till she decides, okay, I think now I want to lay down. It's such a classic cat thing. They're in control, we're their servants, and they're going to do what they want to do. And, and we just have to deal with it. Dogs want to please you. That's the difference between cats and dogs. We have to please the cat. The dog wants to please us. Anyway, Dieter has an AI poem here. Doc's FROMacademy is wild, weird, and totally brilliant. Or maybe not poetry, but just AI stuff. Kind of like his undying love for Godzilla. Big brains, bigger monsters, and huge theories. Come get wrecked in the best way, Fromily.
Thank you, Dieter.
Oh, Michael found the replay where we circled back to the Peach Truck map. Michael, see, this
Yep.
is why Michael needed to have a wrench. Like Michael is always so handy with the links. I should have given Michael a wrench a long time ago. I just never thought of it. Thank you, Michael. Thank you. I'm going to bookmark this. Excellent. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it for the assist because I knew it was recent. It was only a month ago. But I do a lot of streams in a month, so it would have taken me a while to find this. So, thank you very much. Michael was on panel with us that night. So,
Mm.
yeah. I do a lot of streams and Michael's not on streams all the time, so I appreciate the assist, remembering that and finding the link. Thank you. And you are welcome, Lori. You are welcome. Please subscribe to Lori's channel. I actually linked her channel in the description of this video, by the way. So please give her a subscribe. She's got really insightful psychological perspective into series that she covers. Like she did Severance, Yellow Jackets. She's done some Last of Us content now. Um, so check out her channel. I'm gonna put a comment too at the top of the comment section where you can find Doc's channel and Real Cinema Therapy's channel. And please subscribe to both of them. Um, give them some support. They both deserve it. Yeah. Yeah, I should mention that more with your channel. I don't know why I don't. I mean, you don't have like specific stuff you're doing right now to
Yeah,
promote
it's because
on it.
I'm not doing anything with it right now. I intend
Yeah.
to, but I haven't been.
Yeah. But in the meantime, hopefully we can try to get as many people to subscribe to you as possible because I'm sure you're gonna be doing stuff with your channel when you get around to it. And in the meantime, why not increase your subs when we can? So
I do have the Protect Family video that I uploaded there. So if
nice.
anyone's interested in checking that out, that's up there. And eventually I'll be live streaming once I figure out a schedule that works for both me and Critter.
Right.
And then we'll start covering monster stuff. And I think Scarlet was interested in joining us in covering some movies and things once in a while when she's available. So
Cool.
awesome.
That's awesome. So yeah, make sure you subscribe to Doc's channel. His channel is in the description of this video. So please subscribe to him if you haven't already and yeah, we'll let you know. We'll keep you posted when he's going to be doing content for that channel and doing live streams. And Real Cinema says, I'm going to do a video on how terrible a therapist Gail is on The Last of Us. Good.
Oh
I
my
think
God,
someone needs to
yes.
please do that. I know she's terrible just because I've been to therapy. I'm not a therapist like you. Lori is actually a therapist, Real Cinema Therapy. Her name is Lori, and yes, she is a therapist, and she would know. And I know just because, I used to, my ex is a therapist, and I also have been in therapy. I know a good therapist from a bad one, and Gail is the worst. So yes, please make a video on that. And everybody, I would really encourage you to check out her channel and subscribe to it. You're gonna
Oh
love her
no.
content.
I just
And
thought of how sorry.
huh?
I was
I
just
was just
thinking
gonna
how
say, Dieter dropped the links to both your channel and Real Cinema Therapy's channel. Thank you, Dieter. The links are right there in the chat. And if you're listening on the replay, you can find them in the description of this video. And I'm gonna pin them to a comment at the top of the chat. Sorry, Doc. Go ahead.
I don't think I put it together that your ex was a therapist because, oh man, that can give you so many tools to being more manipulative if you have that streak to you.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, he is a therapist. I often refer to him in the past tense because I don't like to even think of him that he exists on this planet anymore. So I
I've
always
done
say
that too
was.
before.
It's crazy. I know it sounds twisted. I don't want like anything to happen to him or anything. It's just my brain trying to protect itself, blocking him out. So I say was instead of is. But
I only have I only have one ex I think that I can refer to technically as was. But even that, I'm not sure of. It's just because he fell off the face of social media, so I have no idea. Actually, no, that's two of them that fell off social media, but I think one transitioned to female and changed their name, or maybe just changed their name altogether, and that's why I can't locate them. So
Yeah.
anyway,
Anyway.
but I might have a pile of dead bodies under my house. You don't know. Here on Planet X, here on Planet X, that might be common.
Could be, you know? Dieter, I don't know if I ever said it on stream when you were around. I'm sure I must have mentioned it at least once, but I've told people before. I've told people before that he was a therapist. See, I said it again, was. I don't do it on purpose. He's not dead. I just he still is a therapist unless he lost his license because he is a mess and the state was investigating him for major ethics violations as a therapist because he could
Oh,
not keep up with what he was supposed to be doing at his job and was committing ethics violations. I mean, no crimes or anything, nothing criminal, but like ethics violations that can cause you to have your license taken away by the board, the clinical social work board. So I don't know. I think he's still a therapist. So maybe the fact that I'm saying was, it might be accurate. But Dieter, you can be a therapist and still be nuts. Trust me. A lot of people get into that profession because they're trying to figure out their own headspace. They have all kinds of their own psychological issues they're trying to figure out. And you can and there are some therapists that are really messed up people too. It is possible to be a messed up. Hey, there are doctors who are crazy as hell. There are actual people who are MDs who are out of their minds, and somehow they got a doctor's, like an MD. So trust me, it can happen. Anyway, enough about I don't want to talk about him anymore. So um old joke, dad joke, old joke. But he's not in your life, so it's okay to use was. I get it. You're not killing him off. Okay. Yeah. It just sounds weird, I know it just sounds weird because he's still alive. Um you killed him since you say he was. No, no. So like a psycho therapist. But old joke, dad joke. That's where the old joke, dad joke came in. Yes. Um, nice, Michael. Anyway, 51 people. See, this is the crazy shit that happens, Doc. This is what makes it so difficult to get off these streams because we've been on here. You joined a little bit later, but the stream started 5 hours and 16 minutes ago, and this is a peak now for the most people we've had all stream. That's 51 people. Makes it hard. It makes it hard to sign off when you see that number. Now I know a lot of them are probably asleep. Trace literally said he was gonna let himself just go to sleep by this stream, but I see the numbers climbing, so new people join. New people definitely join, and last Friday it went up over 100, so I couldn't leave. I was like, I can't leave with it over 100 for the first time since November. So I'm like, okay, I guess I'm sticking around for 12 hours. Anyway,
right.
um,
Well, I mean, someone DoorDash me another monster. Let's do this. We'll go through all the worksheets too. We'll go through all the materials.
just go through all of it now. Oh man. I mean, you really prepared meticulously for this. There are a lot of worksheets here, and it took us like we went into such detail. Part of it because I don't know when to shut the hell up.
Well,
Admittedly, a
no,
lot of
that
it's my fault.
the whole point of this is
But
for us to have a good conversation, to get some new insights and stuff. So we're getting what I intended for us to get out of this. I put all kinds of extra stuff because I wanted us to be able to have a full stream.
great. Well, yeah, because like it's taken us a while just to get through a few of these because these have sparked really interesting discussion. So this amazing stuff. Really, you did an amazing job preparing this, and I just ramble on a lot. I don't know when to shut up, so it makes things take longer. But I really do. I love having these conversations, and so we could easily go down rabbit holes with any one of these worksheets.
Well, that's what makes them fun is all the conversation that it leads to. If I was just reading this,
Exactly.
it'd be boring. I think I could
Oh, definitely.
it'd be like a bedtime story being told by Doc Kaiju.
Well, I mean, hey, like there's value in that too. You have a soothing voice, so I mean, you could just read these and just lull us all to sleep, and that would be nice too. But these are just so interesting that yeah, I couldn't help but jump in and go down rabbit holes and
Oh,
digress a bit here and there.
I was diving into them with you. I was there for the ride.
Yeah, okay, good. So it wasn't just me rambling for too much time.
Nope.
Good, good. Um, uh, Dieter has a link for me to open. Yes, I will do that. I'll work on that. Anyway, so
Do you want me to go on to what's
so
next?
yeah, so what's next
Sur
here?
Survey the nesting grounds, town details. What to do? Scope out the town like a habitat. Where do folks gather? Where do the creatures steer clear? That diner or forest edge might be a hotspot for clues. Field note. Sketch a rough map. Entrances, exits, weird zones. Is your birding checklist for the oh, it's your birding checklist for the uncanny. Oh, I already read that before. That guy was talking about maps.
Mm-hmm.
Catch the song, dialogue, and sounds. What to do? Perk up for repeated lines or eerie noises. They're your dawn chorus with hidden meaning, a muttered warning, screech in the dark could unlock. Oh, I already read that one, didn't I? Anyway, replay the dialogue like you're
Um,
learning a new call.
which one
What's
which one did you think you read already?
catch the song?
Catch the song.
I think it just might be some repeating themes.
Yeah, it's just repeating themes. You didn't read that one before.
Okay. Catch the song, dialogue, and sounds. What to do? Perk up for repeated lines or eerie noises. A dawn chorus with a hidden meaning. Field note, replay dialogue like you're learning a new call. What's that phrase Boyd keeps dropping? Adapt to the weather. Story twists. What to do? When the plot shifts like rain scattering, like when the plot shifts like rain scattering a flock, adjust your lens. A busted theory about the creatures? Switch to their link with the town instead. Field note, stay nimble. A new episode might flip the field guide upside down. That's true, we've seen that happen. Comparison example,
Mm-hmm.
Cordelia Cup's birding brilliance. In The Residence, Cordelia Cup turns her birdwatching into detective gold. Spotting the outlier, she sees a lone bird flitting and flitting near a window when the rest of the flock avoids it, tipping her off to a secret room behind the glass. Listening for clues, a faint chirp at odd hours leads to her stake out the grounds. Leads to her stake out the grounds, yeah, where she catches a suspect sneaking around. Um, Actually, this is all different section, kind of. It's a little bit different. Uh, so using the environment. When the birds go quiet, she knows trouble's brewing. And sure enough, it points her to a buried clue in the garden. And from spotting the outlier, notice a character who lingers when others flee, like Victor staring into the woods. What's he seeing that you're not? Listening for clues. Catch a faint sound, like footsteps in an eerie, silent scene. That hints at someone or something nearby. There was actually a scene like that where there was the dog with, I think it was Boyd, and you hear twigs snapping in the woods, and the dog looks at it. Maybe it was in the scene with the Matthews family. I can't remember which one of the dogs. Um, using the environment. If the town's birds vanish before an attack, that silence is a signal to deep to dig deeper into what's stirring. Parting words for the bird-watching detective, at least from this section. Hold steady. A rare bird doesn't show on command, and neither will From's answers. Stick with it. Your patience will bag the prize. Chase the unknown. Don't shy away from a wild hunch. It's like chasing a rumored sighting. The payoff could be huge. Savor the hunt. Every clue you snag is a tick on your life list. Relish the thrill of piecing this puzzle together. And then next is the birdwatching detective's reference sheet for unraveling from. Actually, I feel like we already went through this. I think I just pasted it twice.
Oh, let me
Well, let me
see.
see. Oh no, this is different. At least it's in a
Yeah,
different format. I think it's a lot of the same details, just in a different format.
okay.
Observation, watch characters' interactions closely, especially in high stress situations or near key locations like the diner, forest edge. Look for subtle cues, body language, eye contact, or hesitation that might reveal hidden knowledge or fears. This is just like straight up just translation to analyzing from. Okay, so no environmental details. Sorry, my notes are a little bit chaotic in some areas. And I've put these together over the span of, I think, what, a month now?
Yeah.
Sorry. Anyway, but no environmental details such as weathered signs, unusual markings, or misplaced objects. These provide clues about the town's history of creatures' behavior. Pay attention to character reactions that's specific to specific triggers, like mentions of the past, the creatures, or attempts to leave. Sudden shifts in demeanor might hint at concealed truths. I think it's one of the reasons too why people are suspicious of Donna, because when people mention leaving, she starts reacting kind of like negatively or shifty and like suggesting that maybe it isn't better to leave. Pattern recognition. Track the timing and locations of creature attacks to identify patterns or triggers. Are there correlations with specific times of day, weather conditions, or events? Monitor the appearance of symbols such as the talismans and note any links to safety or danger. Do these symbols cluster in a certain area or in certain situations? Listen for repeated phrases or concepts in dialogue that might suggest underlying rules or secrets like dreaming, nightmares, hope, fear. Recurring references to the cycle or the rules could unlock key insights. Environmental analysis. Create a detailed map of the town, including roads, forests, and key buildings like the Colony House. Use it to visualize spatial relationships and pinpoint supernatural hotspots. Actually, I like that idea. Um, Identify areas where creatures are more or less active and look for environmental factors, proximity to water, dense foliage that might influence their behavior. Not sure how relevant that one is to this, but could expand from that. Um, Sorry, I'm getting a little tired. Note locations
It's okay.
tied to strange events such as visions, disappearances, or anomalies like looping roads. These could be critical to understanding the town's origin or purpose. Collaboration, join online forums or discussion groups, exchange insights with other fans, participate in collaborative projects like a shared timeline of events or a character relationship map to pool knowledge and accelerate your investigation. Adaptability, be ready to revise theories as new episodes or information challenges your assumptions, or if a trusted character proves unreliable, adjust your framework accordingly. Stay open to the idea that the town's rules or the creature's nature might be more complex than they seem. Embrace the unexpected. Um, Embrace unexpected discoveries, even if they shift your focus. Treat dead ends as opportunities to pivot. A failed escape theory might lead to insights about the town's boundaries or the creature's weaknesses. Persistence.
Mm-hmm.
Rewatch episodes multiple times to catch overlooked details. Continuity errors, background elements, or subtle foreshadowing. Maintain a running list of
Mm,
unanswered questions. Why can't residents leave? What do the creatures want? And seek out information to address them. Stay
yes.
motivated by and
That's
stay motivated.
important. Go on.
Okay. Stay motivated by celebrating small breakthroughs like connecting two unrelated clues or confirming a minor theory.
Oh, Lord knows you got to do that. Like, you have to celebrate the small wins when something gets confirmed. You connect something together, you get a minor theory confirmed. Like, that's fun. That really
Oh
does.
yeah.
It's motivating for sure. Um, and you don't have to be right all the time. Like, to enjoy the process anyway. Like, I've gotten plenty of theories wrong, and I still don't regret the process because it was fun and I enjoyed the theory crafting and the conversation, even if I was dead wrong. But then when you're right, you have those moments too where it's like, oh wow, this is really cool. It motivates you to continue. Like, I made this connection and it actually panned out. And it's important to it. I definitely want to maintain a better running list of unanswered questions. Um, like every question I can possibly think of, and eventually I'm going to do a video on that. I think it would be a really interesting, especially for this show, like just to look at the sheer volume of unanswered questions. And I'm sure as many as I'll be able to think of, I still won't hit on all of them. People will be able to think of more. They're endless
Mhm.
questions. It's amazing. That's what makes the show so fun. And also, I'm gonna make a video on all the questions that have been answered too,
I
because
love
that
that
finally
idea.
started happening. So eventually, not anytime soon. It's right now people aren't really looking for From videos at the moment, and I'm too busy with other stuff. But that's definitely on my agenda for future From videos for sure.
I think that would
Yeah.
be great
Um,
for right right when or right before the new season starts up, because I think some people might want to be like, wait, what did that mean? And what did they say? Did they say what I think they said? And did that really mean what I think that meant and stuff? So I think that'd actually be really useful for a lot of people. Also, too, that brings me to like a lot of people. There are a lot of people who felt like they didn't give enough answers in season 3, and I don't really understand how they came to that conclusion unless they really wanted all the current answers, well, questions to be answered and then new questions brought in. But that's not how these shows work. So but I felt like they gave a ton of answers. We already went through a ton of them tonight.
oh yeah, yeah. And also, something that you said that I want to circle back to just for a moment that
Mhm.
you covered just in the previous section here. This is extremely important for From theory crafters to remember: adaptability. Do not cling to confirmation bias. It's really an easy trap to fall into, to get so attached to a theory that you don't want to let it go, even as new information challenges your assumptions, new evidence comes up that contradicts your theory or the logic of it. You've got to be willing to let it go. You've got to be, instead of tap dancing around it and trying your best to cling onto it for dear life and trying to shape what you're seeing in the show to a preconceived notion or theory, instead of letting the evidence lead you. Look at it like a science experiment. You want to let the evidence lead you. You
Mhm.
never want to go into it with a foregone conclusion. You know what I mean?
I agree
All right, were you
completely.
saying? Yeah.
Oh, I was just agreeing with you.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Like, you never, like, too many people are trying to bend and twist what they see in the show to fit their preconceived notion or theory that they came up with a while back, and they don't want to let it go no matter what they see. I've deliberately shot holes in my own theories just to test them, like consider opposing views. But that comes from also being, I was in a writing program in college. That was my degree, and you have to anticipate opposing views to strengthen an argument. That's how you form a persuasive argument. So
Mhm.
test it by shooting holes in your own theories, see if it holds up to scrutiny, anticipate opposing views. And if you see new evidence that comes up to contradict it, then you've got to be willing to throw it away. Like I've thrown away my own theories before. Like I jumped on board, like with Tony's theory that Tabitha was going to come back in the ambulance. I I helped get him there. You know, I was halfway right, but part of my theory was wrong, and I decided, no, I think he's right. And there's nothing wrong with that. Like that's a, you know, honestly, whenever like in politics someone is put down and by being called a flip-flopper, I think that in many cases that's the wrong perspective to take. I think it's important to shift with changing circumstances, shift your perspective with new information that comes in and new circumstances to evolve and change. That's a good thing. To cling to the same theory from the beginning because you can't let it go, that's more problematic. So if your theories evolve and you're willing to, you know, say, oh, look, I was wrong about this. I think this now. I think that's a, you know, the most intelligent way that you can go about looking at the show. So you got to be willing to adapt like that, like it says here. Like that's really important because one of the biggest problems I see with theory crafting is confirmation bias, lack of adaptability. Yeah. Keep an open mind. You know, like like I have my certain theories, but I say, look, I'll keep an open mind. Right now, I say the boy in white is a helpful entity. If I see something that challenges that, I'll change my theory. But right now, that's my theory. And right now, Ethan could become the man in yellow. I'm just keeping an open mind to the possibility. That's all. Now, some people have the reverse problem and they hate an idea so much that they don't want to even see that there are potential clues that you've got to keep an open mind. This isn't about the show that you want it to be or it's not about what you like or what you want. I'm not saying, oh, I want this sweet little boy Ethan to become the evil man in yellow. I'm just going, look at it through an unbiased lens, not based on what you want. And you might find that you see some things that you might not like so much, but it's you know, you got to try to be objective about it. Anyway, um, so
I agree.
so Doc, agree, yeah. So
Like we're at
so where
attention
were
to
we at?
detail.
Attention to detail.
Do you want to read this one?
Sure. So let me see. Where am I? Where's my tab with that? Here it is. Attention to detail. Analyze background elements in scenes, props, set design, lighting for potential clues. A faded photograph or an odd shadow might hold major significance. Um, that's a great point. Sometimes there's also random shit in Colony House that doesn't have any significance. It's just funny. Um, like there's this mannequin there. There's this I think there's this just this naked mannequin with I forget what it has on it, but it was funny. Sometimes you see random shit, but then there's stuff that you never know. It could be a clue. Like there's a photograph of Donna and her sister with a little corner torn off that some fans think is a clue to something. Maybe that something in Donna's story is not true. Who knows? But it's worth thinking about. Um, and I'm trying to think if there are any other possibilities. Well, like background elements, like the lighting. Um, well, in the residence, there's the blood on the wall that Cordelia finds under the fresh paint that she scrapes off. So there's that. Like certain empty glasses. You keep seeing things like the camera pointing out like empty glasses laying around. That could be a clue to something happening in that particular room related to AB's murder. Um, and on From, there's a lot of yellow lighting, which could have symbolic meaning related to the man in yellow, or some other meaning related to the color yellow. So there's that. Pay close attention to the soundtrack, noting shifts in music or sound effects that could signal important moments or narrative changes. Okay. Yeah, the soundtrack. Yeah, oh yeah, like we all can tell like when there's something unsettling about to happen. You could hear shifts in the score.
Mhm.
Um and and certain music that's supposed to stir emotions in us, and like music has a powerful effect on mood. So, um scrutinize dialogue for subtle hints, double meanings, or inconsistencies. A casual remark might later reveal a critical truth. Yeah. Yeah, that's important. I write down, this is why I write down a lot of dialogue when I
Mhm.
do when I cover from. Dialogue is so important in mysteries. So I write down a lot of quotes, um looking at it for clues, for themes, double meanings, like all the stuff related to dreams and nightmares, everything Ethan says, that's important. All of Ethan's dialogue is important. All the Chromonacle stuff, the quest stuff, he's basically our key for how the show works. He's meant as a narrative device. I'm definitely convinced that he's meant as a narrative device to tell us this is how this place works through Ethan as a mouthpiece. So I always scrutinize his dialogue. Um, yeah. And on the residents, there are a lot of people who, um, you know, they're a little sus in the way that they talk, and the way they claim that they liked AB, they had a great relationship with him, but it's not so convincing. You got to look at their body language, listen to the words they're saying, um, and so yeah, that can be important in a murder mystery like that too, for sure. Inconsistencies, like I'm sure there's plenty of those. Um, Tools and documentation. So, recording devices, you can use screen recording software or note-taking apps to capture scenes, unusual sounds, like creature noises or whispers, or visual anomalies for later review. That's a good idea. Yeah, screen recording software. Yeah. History field guide. Keep a digital or physical notebook to log observations, character profiles, theories, and questions. Update it regularly to track your progress. Man, I need to get more organized and do this kind of stuff. My notes just go scene by scene, but I don't have like it broken down in this way. That that would be really helpful. On my next rewatch, I'm going to do that. And then visual aids create timelines, mind maps, or relationship charts to organize and connect information. These can help you visualize complex relationships or event sequences. Yeah, yeah, like you can do flowcharts. There's software you can use for this kind of stuff too. So that makes it easier. Like murder board type stuff. Geek Academy does stuff like that with
Oh,
From.
really? That's cool.
Yeah. Yeah, he uses some kind of software to do it. I want to learn how.
I need to check that out now.
Yep. Yeah, he did it for his he did a rewatch of From right before season 3, and he did a murder board thing for each episode where he put everything he could find that he thought was significant up on the murder board, and it was really really interesting stuff. So I want to do that. I want to figure out what software I could use and do that on my next rewatch. So
And
yeah, and it can be
and
very
with
helpful.
people contributing too.
Mm-hmm. Go on. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
What were
that
you
was it.
saying?
I said with people contributing too, if you're doing it live.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like with people contributing to as in TO. So I thought there was like more to the
Oh,
sentence.
nope, sorry.
Yeah. Yes.
It was what was to follow. contributing to it.
Gotcha. Okay. So, oh, Scarlet is in the chat there. Scarlet here. My network went
back.
down. Figured as much. Um, I've got to mute myself for just a sec. Would you mind reading the comment, Doc? Can you see it?
Yeah, sure. Let's see. Scarlet here, my network went down. I fell asleep. I woke up to a very cool show called Vincent Price's Dracula. Oh, I don't think I've heard of that one. They put a joint in the colony house mannequin's mouth. Oh, I think I
That's
remember
what it
that
was.
actually.
That's what it
That
was. I couldn't remember what they did to the mannequin. Nice. Yes, they did. Vincent Price's Dracula. Yeah, Vincent Price is just classic horror, man.
I love
Yeah.
him.
I love Vincent Price. Yeah. I haven't seen all of his old stuff. Like I need to watch more of it, but I loved what was it? House of Wax, and there was another one. How I think it was how was
I
it
did see
maybe
that.
House on Haunted Hill
Wait,
that he was in? I think.
I,
Um
I think
that
so, but
one
I
was great
haven't
too.
seen. If I've seen it, it's been a long time.
Yeah. I think he was in House on Haunted Hill. I think that's the name of it. But that owl shadow on the stairwell in Colony House. Yeah, that's a yeah. There's a big stain on the wall in Colony House. That looks a lot like an owl. So that's an
Huh.
interesting like visual clue to something potentially like an esoteric thing. Owl symbolism. We later had Elgin and his owls. It was always owls that he and his grandma would crochet. So yeah, so the owl thing, and what else? Owl stain. Yeah, I knew what you meant. Owl stain. Yeah, sorry your network went down. It was it's Friday night. That usually seems to happen to her on Friday night. Chase Bridges does cool. Can I solve it before the reveal for Yellow Jackets, Twin Peaks, and other shows? I love his channel. He should try out from. Oh, nice. Yeah.
Ooh,
Now I can hear Doug Hughes' voice in my head right now.
I
And I
haven't
know
heard
what
of
he
that
would say
show.
to that. I know what he would say. He would say, but what would be the point? He would say, why would you want to ruin it for yourself? What would be the point in trying to solve it?
It's part of the fun. It's
But
a puzzle.
it's fun to try, it's fun to try. It's fun to, you know, put together the pieces of a puzzle and, you know, and then if you get it right, yeah, it's everyone enjoys, being able to solve puzzles. It's just human nature. So anyway, Haunting of Hill House. Um, uh, I can't remember if those are two different things.
I can't remember either. Wait, The
House
Haunting of
on
Hill House. Yes, The Haunting of Hill House was a Netflix miniseries or series. That was pretty good, if I remember right.
yes. Um, yes. I stopped watching it. Uh, I stopped watching it because it was, I don't know. I just found it a little bit too triggering and disturbing. It was so morbid, constantly focusing on these adult siblings coming back together for a funeral, and I don't know. I just found the subject matter kind of triggering and depressing, so I stopped watching it. But I heard it was excellent. I heard it was fantastic. Yeah, I
I
just
remember
looked it up.
liking it. I remember
Yep,
liking it, but I hardly remember it.
yeah. Um, House on Haunted Hill was a horror movie from 1959 starring Vincent Price about a rich oddball who invites five guests to a possibly haunted mansion, and if his proposal is to show up, survive a night filled with scares, and receive $10,000 each. The guest of honor is his estranged wife, and with her secret lover, she has concocted her own scheme to scare her ex-husband's associate into shooting the potentially crazy millionaire. And then, but all kinds of things happened that were not anticipated in the process. So it's a classic. It's a classic. They remade it in 1999, but the remake was terrible. Don't watch the remake. Watch the original 1959 House on Haunted Hill. Now, The Haunting of Hill House is different. That's a different one. That one is The Haunting of Hill House. Was that the original one about yes, okay, so there was a movie about that too, but that one was just called The Haunting, and that was from 1963.
Well,
One
they
of
did
the
remake it.
most yes, it was so The Haunting of Hill House was it was basically a loose remake of the original. Like they did something the series did something very different with it than the original movie, and but the movie was about an anthropologist who takes two specially selected women to Hill House, a reportedly haunted mansion. And one of them is a lonely, eccentric woman with a supernatural event in her past. Another one is a woman with ESP, and then a couple other people. And they're immediately overwhelmed by strange sounds and events. And Eleanor, the lonely, eccentric woman, comes to believe the house is alive and speaking directly to her. It's it's not one of those like it's not action packed. It's not like, there are no jump scares. It's one of those
Mhm.
creepy psychological horror
Yes.
movies. It's one of the most unsettling psychological horror movies I've ever seen personally. Um just gives
Well,
you that creepy vibe.
they
Now,
did remake The House on Haunted Hill in like the 90s or early 2000s. I remember seeing it. And it was like and yeah, I actually I think it was playing in the break room actually around Halloween this year. Because I remember seeing part of it. Um it had a decent lineup for the cast, if I remember right too. But yeah, they remade the movie where the people they have to stay in the house for such and such, I think it's overnight. They get money if they stay the whole night. They find they're trapped in there, they're not supposed to be, or something like that. Like they were supposed to have like I guess like an emergency out because then they lose the money. Oh no, we lost Julie.
Oops, I'm back.
Oh, welcome back.
Sorry, my laptop died. Um, anyway, well, you were starting to say something right when I had just finished talking, and you started to say something when I got kicked off.
Oh, there was a remake in the 90s or early 2000s.
Yes, there was.
It was a full remake, the House on Haunted Hill. And I remember when I watched it, I didn't realize it was a remake of an older movie. But yeah, they have to stay in the house and they win money if they stay overnight. And I think that they couldn't escape and they were supposed to have like an emergency out. This way, they lose some money. And didn't work out. And yeah.
Yep.
And then there have been plenty of movies inspired by that. There were some 80s, cheesy 80s ones that I've seen too.
Yeah. Yeah, and the Haunting of Hill House Netflix thing was totally different from the Haunting movie of 1963. It was the TV series was just I mean, the story was completely different. The only thing they had in common was Hill House itself, like the the concept of this cursed house or haunted house or whatever. But other than that, I really didn't see any parallels between them at all.
Same here.
Thing.
I didn't think it was actually related other than the name. I felt like they were just trying to capitalize off of the older movie.
Yeah, I think that's what they were doing for sure. No. But yeah. So yeah, Bent Neck Lady was the best part of it for me. And then it just got so morbid I dropped it. I couldn't take it. If it had been more about stuff like that, I would have enjoyed it more.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Yeah, I still have to. I've never seen Midnight Mass. Scarlet loves Midnight Mass.
I don't know if I've seen that.
Never seen that. Mike Flanagan stuff. Michael said, "What's the point of completing any logic puzzle? Personal satisfaction, a feeling of accomplishment, kudos and an attaboy." Yeah. No, Doug isn't like Doug understands the appeal of the mystery box. The whole point is, it's supposed to inspire people to theory craft and try to figure out what's going to happen, and the fact that people are doing it means the show is successful in that regard. It's more than just about that, but that's a big part of what From is. So it's supposed to be like that. But Doug personally, he actually really does like theory talk, as long as it's not too tinfoily. That's just not his thing. But he likes theory talk. He just doesn't have any interest in trying to figure out how it's all going to end, because he would much rather be surprised. That's all. But everybody's different, though.
I know sometimes from watching all the theory videos and especially watching the trailer breakdowns, I feel like sometimes it gives away a little too much for me. But I really just love the act of trying to figure things out so much that it more than makes up for it. And I spend way more time watching like theory videos and reviews and different things and deep dives than watching the actual show. And I get so much enjoyment out of that. So it's like, well, yeah, I'm fine with spoiling some things because I'm having so much fun in the process.
Absolutely. Yeah. So if honestly, like, okay, is it a little anticlimactic if you're able to figure it out and guess correctly? Well, not necessarily. It depends on how hard it was to predict. If it's obvious, well, then yeah, that would be a letdown. Like, oh man, this was predictable, whatever. But if it's something that's more ambiguous, like I was so excited when I watched the season 3 finale of From, and what I had believed all season long, that since around episode 3, I believed Tabitha and Jade were reincarnated, and to have that confirmed, I wasn't disappointed, like, oh, geez, this isn't even surprising, this is a letdown. No, I was thrilled. I was so excited, because that wasn't an easy thing to come to. It wasn't an easy conclusion to come to. There were clues and breadcrumbs to lead you in that direction, but plenty of people didn't think that was going to happen, and the theories were out there, but some people believed it, some people didn't. So I was thrilled to have that confirmed. It's just a feeling of I don't know, just satisfaction. And then there were other things that I got completely wrong, and I'm glad. I wouldn't want to predict everything. If I guessed everything right, oh, that would be kind of disappointing, because
I
you
agree.
want some surprise. I sure as hell didn't predict the man in yellow ripping out Jim's throat, and nobody could have predicted that. And that's great. So I got a mixture. I got the best of both worlds. I got confirmation of a major theory I had. So that had that satisfaction, and then a few minutes later, I got it shocked the hell out of me with the man in yellow. So it was just truly the best of both worlds. Perfect. Couldn't have been a better finale experience for me, because I got both.
I wonder if maybe some people made, do you know if anyone made that connection? That the man in yellow would show up and off Jim? Like anyone that didn't actually see the screeners?
I have never heard of anybody say that I mean, there were people who expected the man in yellow to show up, but not to show up and kill anybody, let alone Jim. Now, I predicted that Jim was going to die. I just didn't know how. In episode 9, there were clear red flags that Jim was going to die, just narrative clues, just from watching so much TV and movies.
I agree.
The writing was on the wall. He didn't have a constructive purpose on the show anymore, and he was making peace with all his family members. Things were going a little too well. And all those sweet sentimental scenes had me convinced. So I went on Twitter and I said, "That's it. He's gonna die. He's definitely gonna die in the finale." And that tweet was my most viewed tweet I've ever put out, actually, which is cool because I wound up being right. It was like 14,000 people viewed my tweet, and
Did you
I,
get
I
any people like
huh?
angrily argue? Did you get any people like angrily like arguing that that wouldn't happen?
No, pretty much everybody agreed with the points I was making, that it made sense. That not everybody said, "Yeah, I agree, he's gonna die," but nobody was saying, "No way, he's definitely not." There wasn't any big pushback, and so yeah, so in my video for episode 9, I predicted Jim was gonna die. I didn't know how it was gonna happen. All I knew was that they said a major death was coming, and we still hadn't really had a major death that other than Tian Chen, and the writing was on the wall. I did not predict the Man in Yellow was going to do it. No. I figured that he was going to show up because everybody else was saying Man in Yellow ever since they saw the painting. Man in Yellow is going to be on the show. Personally, I wouldn't have predicted the Man in Yellow was going to show up based on just looking at that room full of paintings, and I didn't really understand why everyone jumped on that particular painting so soon. I mean, there was
The
some really
IMDb
wild.
credit.
Yeah, the IMDb credit, that was a giveaway. Um, that was a giveaway. They shouldn't have released that so soon. Scarlet asked me, "You think this would be too much of a spoiler to say it?" And I was like, "Yeah, we better not say this on the stream because it is a big spoiler. They shouldn't have put that on IMDb." And well, when they
Wasn't
showed the
there?
paintings, there were a lot crazier paintings than the Man in Yellow, so I couldn't understand why everyone jumped on that immediately. So, to be honest, I really didn't understand it.
Didn't someone try interviewing Doug and getting him to talk about it before before the episode aired?
Yes. Yeah, they did. And he couldn't.
Yeah, and
Uh,
he was trying to dodge all the questions, and that was like so awkward.
yeah, yeah. That was super awkward. I got secondhand embarrassment watching that. He couldn't, yeah, he couldn't say more because the episode hadn't aired yet. And even right after the episode aired, he was asked not to really discuss
Mhm.
it because it hadn't aired in all countries yet. So he didn't want to answer a question in another interview too. Um
Makes sense.
anyway, let me see. Did I miss anything here?
I think we did. Okay, so now we're at putting it all together.
Oh yeah, yeah. Putting it all together. Wait, which is this? What's the name of this worksheet again?
Oh, Birdwatcher's Guide to From
Okay, because
Unraveling.
I had to switch devices.
Oh, no worries. This one is Birdwatcher's Guide to Decoding From.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
And do you want? I can read the next section. If you want?
Okay, cool.
Putting it all together. Hypothesis formation. Use your data to formulate hypotheses about the town's origin, such as the town is a purgatory-like realm, the creature's nature, etc., their former residents, and escape methods. Breaking the cycle requires a ritual. Actually, just 1 second. I'm gonna Beta over here. She wants to go outside. Play. She was just outside the potty. Come on, over here. There we go. That'll stop the tasting. All right. Testing and refinement. Test your hypotheses by seeking supporting, contradictions, or evidence in new episodes or rewatches. Discard ideas that don't hold up and build on those that do. Synthesis. Review your mystery field guide and visual aids regularly to spot connections between clues. Look for overarching patterns that might explain multiple mysteries at once. Broader context and thematic analysis. Okay. Oh, okay. So thematic reflection. Explore the show's themes of isolation, survival, and the supernatural. Does the town's isolation reflect the characters' emotional states, or is it a literal barrier to escape? Genre tropes. Consider how From aligns with or subverts horror and mystery tropes. Does it follow trapped in a small town conventions or introduce unique elements hinting at unconventional resolutions? Narrative structure. Pay attention to flashbacks, visions, or nonlinear storytelling. These might reveal critical backstory or foreshadow key revelations about the town or creatures. Um, Actually, yeah, that makes me think that Donna has some revelations about the town or creatures in her backstory.
Hmm.
Oh, I'm getting a slight echo from you, Julie. I'm just realizing it.
An echo.
Mhm.
I wonder why. Hold on, I'll mute myself for a minute.
Echo, echo. Okay, no echo. All right, well, final tips for the birdwatching detective. Stay patient, like waiting for a rare bird. Solving From's mysteries takes time. Trust that persistence will yield results. Embrace the unknown. Venture into unconventional theories or interpretations, just as you'd explore new habitats in birdwatching. And find the joy in the journey. Celebrate each discovery, whether a new clue or a deeper character insight. The process is as rewarding as the final answers. And that's that.
Okay. I don't know why there's an echo, but we're wrapping up anyway now.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna
I don't
gonna
hear it now.
switch. Oh, you don't
Oh,
hear it
then I
now?
heard it. And then I heard it again.
Hold on.
Even she was echoing there when she left. All right.
I switched back to my laptop just so that even though we gotta wrap this up, I don't want to wrap it up with an annoying echo. So
Okay. I'm sorry.
anyway. So let me just go through the last few uh comments here that we've got before we wrap this up. We've been going 6 hours and it's 6 a.m. and I need to get off of here and I'm sure you need to go to sleep.
Yeah.
So Murder by Death, I've never heard of that, but I'll have to add that to the list. Hilarious movie. Murder by Death. Even the title sounds funny. Um You is an insane show. I've heard that's a good show. I The synopsis of it didn't appeal to me, so I was surprised to hear people loved it so much. Maybe the synopsis, I mean, maybe it's one of those shows that it's hard to describe unless you see it, so the synopsis wasn't that impressive, and it's more than it seems on the surface. I'm gonna have to try You. Um, it has a surprising number of seasons, and I feel like it hasn't even been around that long. It's weird. Anyway, um, so yeah, I didn't watch long enough to see the crazy bent neck lady scene, like I think Scarlett said in the chat here somewhere. Um, I remember when we saw Doug and wondered when he would be in the show, then I forgot he was in the episode until the last scene. What a surprise. Yeah, I kind of forgot too. And we thought it was like we decided it was too much of a spoiler to say anything about him being on the show, and who would have thought he'd wind up being a friend of the channel? I never would have imagined that in a million years. And he'd be on our channel all the time, on our live streams here. It's just amazing. We're grateful for it. Very, very fortunate. Um, yeah, we should do okay, Murder by Death is a comedic takeoff on Hill House, on Haunted Hill. Has an all-star cast. Okay, yeah, I'd be down for that. That sounds fun. That sounds fun. I'd like to watch that. I'll put that on the list. Put that on the list. We could do a watch party. We do lots of movie and TV watch parties. AA says, I noticed season 3 of From, there were a lot of spoilers disguised as theories, mainly in their Facebook and Reddit groups. YouTubers too, the entire finale was spoiled for me from this guy's comment section. Yeah, that sucks. And I got falsely accused of having seen the leaks because I predicted that Tabitha and Jade had been reincarnated just based on the clues. The clues were all leading that way, and I didn't see the leaks. Now, that really upset me. Yeah, we looked at every sentimental Jim scene with his kids or Tabby. Yeah, it was pretty obvious he was going to get it. It's because they thought the man in yellow painting was Randall. Yeah, I guess so. I didn't get why people were so fixated on it. Anyway, yes, please hit the like button, even though we're about to head out. Um, Maybe Jim's soul will be trapped in the lighthouse. Someone needs to save our Disney princess. I mean, Jim, Samuel are funny. Um, oh, is you back with another? Oh, maybe it's not. Yeah, I've got to check out you. Um, anyway, um, the last anniversary, I looked it up and it looks like it already ended though, Scarlet. I was thinking this was like some show that's like just starting, so I thought, oh, something new to cover that's a mystery, but it already ended. And plus I've got too much going on like to do right now. I was hoping this was going to be like an upcoming thing that would be something new, but since it's not, it might be tricky to cover right now, but we can talk about it. Um, it sounds like a good show. I love mysteries. It's just so hard to find new shows. Um, okay. Now Doug has to subtly recruit a few more castmates to come on too. Well, I would never expect that. But I've done now that I've done a couple of interviews, it might be more likely that I could get more. Scott McCord said that he would do one. I just have to find a way to reach out to him. He said that he would do one in the spring when his schedule freed up, but I wanted to wait until he was done with his show in New York City, his show on, his theater show that he was doing. I figured he'd be too busy, so I need to reach out to him and see if I can get Scott McCord to do an interview. Because he said he would. And maybe we could get Jamie McGuire on. Scott said he would do it too. It's just tricky. I don't know. Because if they might be shooting in June, then he might not have time. I don't know why he said that his schedule would be more free in the spring because if anything, I think he got busier doing that show in New York. It's a two-person show with a lot of work for him when there are only two people in the whole thing. He thought the man in yellow was Randall. It made sense with the whole a villain isn't born that way. They are created throughout experience, etc. equals Randall. I still think it could be him in another timeline. Yeah. Um, okay. Scarlett, I have a terrible memory. Please know this. I don't remember. Dieter has to tell me things. You can ask Dieter a million friggin' times, and he'll be like, I just told you this a few days ago. I just told you this yesterday, and I don't remember. So you can't rely on my memory. I'm sorry. It's my pain and my brain fog. I have a horrible memory, so I have no recollection of you mentioning it. And so yeah, sorry sorry about that. Because I probably would have jumped on it beforehand if I had known, but when you said it, I must have been distracted by my pain and it wasn't thinking straight. Sometimes, like, I literally can't think straight. It's mind-numbing pain. Or I'll hear it and it'll resonate in my head, but then I'll forget later due to mind-numbing pain. Anyway, um, yeah, I have a shit memory. It's terrible. Yeah, Dieter, daily, I say I told you 5 seconds ago. Yeah, yeah. So please, anybody out there, if you tell me something that really is important to you and I forget, please don't take offense. It's just my brain fog because of my pain condition. I promise. It's not because I don't care. If I forget to respond to a DM, it's not because I don't care. If I overlook a DM or if I seem like I'm overlooking your message in any way, in any setting, it's not, none of it is because I don't care. I just want all of you to know that, please. Like, please, please. I know it's difficult for people to understand unless you've lived in this skin, but I always feel bad. Like, I feel like I'm constantly letting people down or disappointing people because I forget things and I don't want people to feel overlooked or forgotten or whatever. So, um, yes, I'm definitely going to give Squid Game a shot, AA. I am. I'm going to give Squid Game a shot because I know this new season comes in June. So, yeah, that's on my radar. It's on my radar. Um, okay. Jamie and Scarlett had to change the watch parties for the last anniversary to change the schedule around. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Um, I think we should get off of here now. I need to get something to eat and drink and
Okay.
do some dishes, unfortunately. Don't feel like doing that. But Doc, thank you so much for
Thank
all of
you,
your hard
Julie.
work. Thank you so, so much for all of your hard work, preparing all of this stuff. It's been so much fun diving into it. I really enjoyed this, and it's so fitting. Like, these are such great tools to have to dissect, to do what we do on this channel, deep diving, dissecting shows like shows with mystery elements. And so, like, this couldn't have been a better theme. So I really appreciate all the work you've done, and we'll keep diving into the more of this stuff because there's plenty more that we can discuss on the next one.
Mm, thank you. Yeah, I love this. I feel like while going through all these like tips, we were kind of like unraveling like clues ourselves and digging into things. And I'm seeing certain things about the show in a new light now too. And I feel like this also gives us a little bit of more like strategy for when we're actually watching the show or thinking about it and helping us organize, or at least for me, it's helping me organize it in my mind and when I'm thinking about things now. Especially that timeline thing, thinking about things in like chronological order and putting things into a timeline and really, I don't know, puts things into perspective. Like even just breaking down into like smaller things. Anyway, I'm digressing.
No, I completely agree. It's so helpful, especially for me being a disorganized person. I'm going to keep all of these worksheets saved so that I can go back to them as I make notes for shows like this um and do rewatches. This is gonna be something I return to and use as a guide. Really helpful for somebody like me who's struggled with being organized, trying to organize my thoughts and my work my whole life. So this is really, really super helpful. And I think this is stuff we can come back to like in future lives as we're trying to make sense of things, like pull up a worksheet, like, hey, let's refer to this and use this as a tool as we're trying to figure this out. Like we can totally use this stuff beyond just these theme weeks. I think these are tools we could use, you know, whenever we see the need, whenever we need like an assist or we want to organize our thoughts in the future as we're analyzing shows. So,
I think so.
yeah. So, good night, Scarlett. Yes, thanks to the lurkers, the people who are just listening and lurking. Thank you. We appreciate you too, and everyone in the chat too. Thank you all. And good night, Scarlett. Um,
Nice,
oh,
Scarlett.
thank you, Dieter. Thank you, Dieter. Yep, yeah, Dieter, I don't have the compilation on here anymore though. If you still have that handy, right now I just have your screen share with Amy's song on it, which we Sadly, we're not able to play, but maybe next time. Sure, Michael. Go ahead and share your playlist for your songs on Suno. I think it's Suno. Yeah, feel free to do it. Go ahead. You don't even have to ask. Just drop the link. And Samuel says Tabitha's lighthouse dream could be a warning not to save Jim, or maybe it's a manipulation to get her not to save Jim's soul. I like that a lot. There was a foghorn noise in her dream, and somebody looked it up, and I think it might have been AA who looked it up, and I think 2 long blasts mean a warning, and that's what she heard, if I'm not mistaken, but I'd have to go back and check. Could be a warning. Could be a warning. I don't think it's possible to save Jim personally. Based on the time travel rules that they seem to have laid out with Julie throwing the rope to Boyd and an endless loop, bootstrap paradox, I don't think she'll be able to save Jim. And I won't go off on a whole tangent on that because then we'll be here too long. And we've gone over that ad nauseum, but that's super interesting, Samuel. I think at the very least, it was a warning in general. It may have been a warning to her that Jim was in danger. If anything, I would say that's what it was. That was a premonition that Jim was going to be in serious peril. And it was not literal. I never expected Jim to actually be hanging upside down in the lighthouse, literally. I knew it was some kind of symbolism that Jim was going to be in danger. That's another thing that factored into my prediction that Jim was going to die in the season 3 finale. I thought, okay, all the other red flags are there, and you add that in. I thought it's time they have to pay off that part of her dream where he was hanging upside down. That dream happened in season 1, and if they didn't pay that off by the end of season 3, it would just be stale at that point. So, yeah, I think it was a warning to her that if she continues down this path, that's what it was, because Tabitha dug the hole because she dug the hole and started on that whole quest that led, no pun intended, that led her it led her to see the Nkui kids in the cave. It led her out of Fromville through the lighthouse because she went there to try to save the kids. She came back and kept trying to decipher all of that. Ultimately, it led to the revelation of her past lives and caused Jim's death. It all led to his death. So I think that was a warning for her not to continue down this path that she was on. Remember what she was doing? Holy crap. Okay, yeah, see, this makes so much sense. What was she doing in the premonition dream? She was at the beginning of the dream, she was in the basement digging the hole. We all were watching it thinking it was really happening at the time. We were all watching it thinking, oh, she's just down there digging the hole because she'd been digging the hole for a couple of episodes already. But it turned out to be part of her dream. What does she do? She leaves the basement, she starts going up the stairs, and then you see it turn into the tower and you realize that she's dreaming. That was a warning to stop digging the damn hole. Maybe the man in yellow even sent her the dream. Maybe that was part of the warning too. Who knows? But that was a premonition dream that what she was doing was going to culminate in Jim's death. She had the premonition that she was going to go to the lighthouse. The stairs turned into the lighthouse stairs. She saw all those numbers up on the wall, which were probably dates of when she died in her past lives. And then she saw Jim at the top. At the end of the dream, what happens at the end of the dream? Jim hanging upside down that's at the end. Then she woke up. That was the culmination of her digging the hole, and that's how it ended. It all ended with Jim dying. Your wife shouldn't have dug that hole, Jim. He's dead. So it's really genius now when I think about it. The foghorn noise, that was a warning too in the dream. The horn blasting. Amazing. See, this show is just genius. It really is. Anyway, now you got me all worked up with that comment. Just winding down and you got me all worked up. Um Real Cinema Therapy said, okay, hold on, let me just finish what this is related to what I was just talking about. Samuel said, I don't think his life should be saved, but his soul should. Then he could be reincarnated or linger around as a friendly ghost. I think in the end, all of their souls that of the people who died there will be freed from that place. So I think that will happen. Not till the end of the series. I think all the souls of the dead will, be rescued. Anyway, um, Real Cinema Therapy says Dead City is dropping on Sunday at 9 p.m. on AMC. Jamie from Sci-Fi Vision and I will be having a watch party on Sci-Fi Vision's channel at 10:15 or 10:30. Oh, cool. Great. In Discord. In Sci-Fi Vision's Discord. So if you go to Sci-Fi Vision's channel, you can see her Discord link in her bio and join it if you're not in there and you want to join that Dead City watch party. And you can check that out and check out the live streams for that too. So, um, wait a minute. Oh, okay. Um, that's a shame. It's dropping at the same time as The Last of Us. Yeah, they're not starting. Okay, I get it. So it's dropping at the same time. The Last of Us drops at 9 p.m. Um, so the Last of Us drops at 9 p.m. Eastern time on HBO Max, and Jamie is having her watch party for Dead City at 10:15 or 10:30. So that's after The Last of Us. Um, so okay. Yeah, that's too bad that they're both dropping at the same time. But that's cool. So people who watch both shows don't have to choose. Anyway, um, this Sunday I will be doing my usual watch party like I do every week for The Last of Us at 9 p.m. right when the episode drops. I play it immediately. So if you want to join, we'll be streaming episode 4 of The Last of Us at 9 p.m. Eastern on Sunday night, episode 4, and we'll do a voice chat afterward. Last Sunday we had a really fun time after The Last of Us, we did a voice chat and then we just wound up watching all kinds of other stuff that had nothing to do with it. We watched Dead Silence, which is a haunted ventriloquist dummy movie. We watched like I played like this old uh show from 1978 about a haunted voodoo looking doll. Um yeah, so you never know what our watch parties are going to turn into. It wound up being an all night thing. I don't know if it's going to be like that this time, but you never know. Um, it wound up being an all night affair. So that's what happens sometimes. If we feel like watching something else, if there are people there that want to, then sometimes we just do it. And and our watch parties are a lot of fun. It really helps. I don't have to watch everything alone anymore, thanks to this community. So um, anyway, then Monday night will be the next live stream, 10 p.m. Eastern. We'll be breaking down season 2, episode 4 of The Last of Us. And I'm gonna ask Smitty Snippets to join again. I think he's gonna be able to make it, hopefully, at least for the first part of the live. And Infinite Umbra, I'm gonna ask him again. And when he's able to in between work, hopefully he can join like he did last time. And I'll see who else can join. If anyone else wants to, Tony Teflon is always welcome to join, of course. If Grant Gregory wants to join. I'll keep you posted on who will be guesting, but I would say most likely Smitty Snippets for sure, and probably Infinite Umbra at the very least. And Doc, of course, you are welcome to join. I know you're not too thrilled with the show at the present, but if you ever do want to join, it goes without saying that you're welcome to join.
I appreciate it. I might join. We'll see. I'm 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 I don't want people to give up on The Last of Us. I think that it's probably going to get better. People that played the game said that the stuff that happens in the past few episodes kind of needed to happen for the rest of the story to happen, and the rest of the story is good and worth sticking around for. And the trailer for the next episode looks really good. So I'm optimistic. I think that the show's going to get better. I'm looking forward to it.
Good, yeah. I'm optimistic too. I don't think people should give up on The Last of Us either. The trailer for the next episode looks really exciting. We're getting some infected action. I think it's gonna be a fun watch, so I'm looking forward to it. And so yeah, let's not give up on the show. And if and anytime you want to join, you just have to ask. I'll just send you a link, and then when if you feel like joining, then you can join, Doc. Um,
Okay. Mondays can be a little rough for me, so we'll see.
it's hey, no pressure, because we've got like it's not like I'll be alone. Scarlet joins, so I'm not by myself, and then other people join and relieve her because she doesn't actually watch the show. But she's nice enough to join and hang out, so I'm not by myself. So no pressure. But if you do want to join, you're welcome to join. Um, AA, yes, I knew it was you, who looked up the foghorn. It was a warning sound. Yes, yes. Sometimes I forget who says what, but that stuck in my head when you said that. That's stuck in my head ever since. I knew that was you, and it makes perfect sense. Anyway, so thanks for looking up uploading the cameo thing again for me, Dieter. I appreciate it. I'll close with that. AA says, I wonder if any of Tabitha's past reincarnations dug a hole as well. Maybe in the basement of the motel. Maybe that's why it isn't there. She's done this before. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I get the feeling that this is an anomaly. None of this has happened before, but I could be wrong. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's not. Yeah, I don't know. Um, was it a foghorn or a car horn? It was both, Michael. Um, as she's going up the stairs, you hear a foghorn. It's a distinctive, low, long blast of a foghorn. And then when she gets to the top of the stairs and she sees Jim hanging upside down, then you hear the RV horn blaring, and it ended with a car crash. So it was both. The foghorn was the warning that if she continues on this path, then that's what's going to happen, and Jim inevitably dies at the RV. It makes sense that she heard the RV horn come out of his mouth. That was the place where he was going to die. So anyway, oh, Dieter, I did look up those photos. I'll show them really quick before we sign off. Yeah, I've got them. The photos, the latest photos Dieter made. Yes. Um, yeah, it was both actually. AA, it was a foghorn, and then it was the car horn. So both of you guys are right. Um, anyway, hey Grant. Hey Grant, nice to see you. If you're caught up on The Last of Us, you can always join Monday. Um, I'd love to have a Shining watch party this summer, AA. I love The Shining. One of my all-time favorites. Classic. Classic, classic. Um, it's both though, Michael. If she as she's going up the stairs, I remember clearly as she's going up the stairs, you hear the distinctive long, low blast of a foghorn. And then when she gets to the top, she sees Jim and it's the RV horn. It's both. It's both. Yeah. Yeah, it's earlier in the dream as she's going up the stairs. So if you rewind it a little bit more, you should hear the foghorn first. I believe it happens when you see her walking down the street. You see like those little blips of her like standing in an empty Fromville. That's when you hear the foghorn sound. Yeah, before she gets to the toys. Yes. So it's both. It's both. Yep. It's a warning. It's a warning. Anyway, uh, no, thank you, Dieter. I appreciate you. Jeez. Um, oh, I appreciate all the effort you do. Seriously, thank you. Thank you. And I'll show you the pictures that Dieter made. I'll show the pictures Dieter made, and then we'll sign off of here. There are several foghorn blasts, a couple in the stairs and one in the street. Yes, that's right, Michael. Definitely a warning, I would say, for her to stop going down that path. Tabitha, you shouldn't be digging that hole. Anyway, where is it? The latest ones I think are right here. These are the latest pictures Dieter made. Where are they? This one here. Oh, that's beautiful. That's so realistic. Wow. It looks just like us. It looks like almost like a photo. And FROMacademy. So cool.
I love it.
Beautiful. Just beautiful. Thank you so much, Dieter. I know these are not easy to make. It takes a lot of effort and time to, playing around with and the input stuff and to create these. So thank you so, so much. We love all of these that you've made. Um, anyway, guys, thank you so much for the awesome conversation. Thank you again to Doc. Please subscribe to Doc's channel. The link to his channel is in the description of this video. We'll let you know when he's going to be doing more content and when he's going to be doing live streams again on his channel. So thank you so much again, Doc.
Thank you. And thank you everyone for being here. Thank you, Dieter. Thank you, Scott. Thank you, Scarlet. Everyone have a great morning.
Yeah. Everybody have a great morning or night or whatever time it is where you are. Appreciate you guys so much. My lifeline, the family I've chosen here, the family you choose. Um, yeah. Yeah, right? It makes sense, right, Michael? A warning tone and then the crash where it all ends at the RV, right? Exactly. Foreshadowing the end. The warning sound came before she got up to the top of the stairs and saw Jim there. Exactly. Brilliant. Yeah, the show is brilliant. Good night / good morning to you too, AA. And yeah, the trailer, if you're talking about the trailer for The Last of Us next episode, it looks awesome for sure. Samuel says one prolonged blast indicates that a vessel is underway and moving forward. 5+ signals denotes doubt or confusion about the intentions of another vessel. Oh, okay. Good to know. Anyway, yeah, no, they're beautiful. They're beautiful, Dieter. They really are. And Dieter dropped the link to Doc's channel here. Please subscribe to our friend Doc. The link is in the description of the video, but there it is in the chat as well. And I'm going to pin it into a comment too, so it's a little more visible. And I'll also add Real Cinema Therapy's channel there as well, because we want to support her as much as we can. Help her get those subs up. Let's try to get her subs up. So, all right. So, have a good day or a good night, everybody, and I'll see some of you hopefully in the watch party. Um, keep an eye out for my video. I am gonna most likely be releasing a Handmaid's Tale video today. If you watch that show or you know somebody who does, try and give it a view. My content is kind of dying out there right now. It's just I think it's just the shows I'm covering that are not really resonating with people at the moment, not getting a lot of viewership, The Last of Us and The Handmaid's Tale. But anyway, I'm gonna keep grinding anyway. So I'm churning out another video, hopefully this morning if I can, hopefully today. It will be on The Handmaid's Tale episode 5. I'm behind in my coverage, but I'm gonna be doing a deep dive on episode 5 next. That will be today. And then by Monday, I'm going to be getting my episode 6 deep dive out before the new episode drops at midnight Monday. So then I'll be caught up. And also, I'll be doing a Last of Us episode 3 deep dive, trying to get that out on Sunday. So it's crunch time. I gotta get to work on all that stuff. So keep an eye out for those. Keep your notifications on if you want to see any of those. Um, if you have a chance to just give the Last of Us and The Handmaid's Tale videos that I put out a quick view. Anything helps right now because it's really difficult to get views. The Last of Us, there's a lot of backlash right now, and a lot of people are not watching the content. Everyone's views have taken a huge hit. Um, so if you do have the time to play it, let it play for a couple minutes. 30 seconds counts as a view, but if you play it a little longer, it is better for the algorithm. You don't even have to listen to it. You can mute it, just have it on in the background in a separate tab. It would help a lot. Every little bit helps getting into the algorithm. Even if it's a show you don't watch, it helps me get into the algorithm so that people who do watch Handmaid's Tale and The Last of Us can find my content. That's the key. That's the tricky part. And also hitting the like button on the videos, throwing a comment into the comment section. It helps immensely. If you throw even just an avatar, you can just put an avatar of like a smiley face or a wave or anything. Doesn't matter what it is. An avatar, a single word, any comment at all triggers the algorithm and helps more people find my videos. So even though these shows may not be your cup of tea, it helps push it out to people who can then find my videos more easily. So that's the catch-22 of the YouTube algorithm. It's tough. You got to get views in order to be able to get more views. But how do you get those views in the first place if the algorithm makes it too difficult, if you don't have enough views? It's like it's this crazy circular logic. So anyway, if you have the chance, if you have the time, you see a notification and one of my videos pops up, it would help immensely if you could give it a view, even if you don't watch it, have it on in the background, shut the sound off, whatever you have to do, play it for a minute or so, hit the like, throw a smiley face in the comments. Anyone who's so inclined, it would help me immensely because I'm struggling a lot to get anyone to view the content right now. It's like I have the lowest views I've ever had on anything lately. Like I literally by far the lowest. So it's kind of tricky, and it sucks because I do spend an enormous amount of time and effort making these videos. It's kind of like an unpaid job. So it's like my payment is essentially people watching them and enjoying them and engaging with me. That's like, it's like it's satisfying since I don't get paid for what I'm doing. At least if people are engaging with it, it helps. It it feels good. Anyway, thanks, Michael. Thank you so much. Yes, please hit the like on the way out if you haven't. Thanks for being here and being an awesome part of the conversation as always. And feel free to drop links anytime. You've got the wrench, so you can use it. Oh, after the foghorn, she finds the toys, including the ambulance, foreshadowing Acosta's arrival and Tabitha's return prior to the end. Yep, that's partly why I agreed with Tony when Tony said Tabitha's coming back in the ambulance, because I went back and looked at that and I said, yeah, it was foreshadowed. Tabitha's coming back in the ambulance. That was part of my justification back then for agreeing with Tony and jumping on board with his theory on the timing of Tabitha's return. Also, the finger puppet from when Julie told the story in the first episode and Norman died. Jim is Norman. You agree with me on that? Yep. I I said that right not that long after season 3 ended. I said Jim is Norman. Can Julie bring him back or something? That was the title of the video. I'm convinced that that's foreshadowing. Yes. 100% that's foreshadowing that Jim is Norman and Norman is dead. Bring him back, Julie, bring him back. That was Ethan in episode 1. Now Julie's trying to bring Norman back. This show is genius, guys. Genius foreshadowing. Um, she also kicks the bottle down the stairs, and i.e., if they figure out the bottle tree before the end. Yeah. And the bottle doesn't even break, which is, I always thought that was odd too. Yep. They were literally ticking off a list of things that would happen leading up to Jim's death, right? They figured out the bottles right before. And then she goes up the stairs and Jim's hanging upside down, which symbolized the peril that he was going to be in. Crazy. The show is just genius. They planned all of that. You do realize that means they planned all those plot points in season 1. Plot points that were not going to be paid off until season 3. They had it planned in season 1. That's how genius this is. That's how genius this show is and how fruitful rewatches can be. It makes me have more appreciation for the show than I already did, which is saying something because I already was obsessed with it. Jim, the poor guy, just wanted to fix a radio. Next thing you know, bam, Man in Yellow turns him into floor pizza. All because Tabitha said, let's explore tunnels. Classic From logic, die trying to help. Yes, indeed, Teeter. Yes. Maybe with season 4 of From, that's gonna help my channel. Yeah, that's not coming for a long time, Dieter. In the meantime, dying out here, guys. Dying out here. I need a new From caliber show to cover. Have a good night or a good morning to you too, Lori. And thanks for being here. Poor Jim. Yes, Miss J. Poor Jim. Um, Gotta love revelations in the last 5 minutes of the show. Always stay to the end. Yes. Yes, Michael. And actually, Michael, that's why I realized I need to start clipping things out of live streams because a lot of people don't they're not going to be here till the end of these. And I understand it. We've been going for 6 hours and 44 minutes. So from our the Last of Us stream, I actually took a clip out of I thought I actually really encapsulated a lot of the major themes of The Last of Us in the last part of my live stream. So I made a video out of it. I clipped it and I made a video out of it and I put it on YouTube. So I'm going to continue doing that with live streams like this. 'Cause you never know when you're going to hit on a special moment and an insight that more people might want to see, and it'll be buried in this long marathon live. So I'm going to keep doing this more and more. I know, AA, but Yellow Jackets is over now, so it's too late. I need something to cover now. It's got to be current. The channel needs something current to do well. That's the tricky thing. It needs something fresh and new. Miss J's Reviews channel is right here. Throw her a sub. We would appreciate it. Friend of the channel. She's been a guest on panel before, and Mr. Grant Gregory's better half. So, yes, we would love it if you would throw her a sub as well. Um, Yellow Jackets hasn't been renewed yet. Seriously? That shocks me. What the hell are they waiting for? All the other popular mystery box type series get renewed quick. The Last of Us got renewed before it even mystery box. It's not a mystery box, but it got renewed before the season even started, just based on the reviews alone.
This was a
No,
good
Miss
season.
J, I've never seen Resident Alien. Never seen that. I'll have to look that one up though. I think people like live stream clips because the conversation flows very freely. Yeah, I'm gonna be making a regular practice of this now. I should have been doing it from day one because I have marathon streams and all kinds of fun and interesting moments that get buried in there. So I'm gonna be doing this on a highly regular basis. You can count on that, and it'll give me some nice, easy content for my channel, although not as easy as I was hoping it would be. It actually does take a bunch of steps. I have to screen record on my phone, then upload it to YouTube privately, then download it to my laptop, then upload it to Clipchamp to edit it, then download the edited version from Clipchamp to my laptop, then upload it to YouTube. No joke. Those are all the steps that it takes. So it's not as easy as I was hoping it would be. That's a lot of steps. I don't know if there's some easier way to do it where I can cut some of those steps out. I I mean, if I didn't have to use my phone to screen record it, that would be easier, but I don't know what else to use to screen record it. Maybe OBS. I have OBS, but OBS is kind of a cumbersome software. I don't know. OBS might be better. At least if I can cut the phone part out of it, then I won't have to do as much downloading and uploading and downloading and uploading and oh God, it's annoying. Clipchamp is offline, so not really uploading. Yeah, but you are. You are uploading it. You're uploading it to that program or whatever it is. And no, trust me, it's a lot of steps. I think I need to screen record on my laptop and that will cut some of the steps out. Doing it on my phone is just too many uploads and really freaking annoying. I definitely will keep posting the live stream clips. Trust me. And I'm gonna start writing down when there's a particularly I'm gonna try to well, the key is gonna be remembering to do this, but I'm gonna start trying to remember okay, as like a fun moment happens in a live stream or something interesting or insightful, writing down what time it was so I know where to go back and find it in these long streams. So I'm gonna be doing that, yes. If I had a clone, I would do it for you for the right price. I know, Dieter, you do enough as it is. I don't need you to do anything else. Trust me. Uh, I will start screen recording on the computer. That'll make it easier. Um, oh, Miss J, that's so nice of you. If you need a hand with editing, Grant or I are happy to help you. I appreciate it. Yeah, maybe any advice you guys have or what kinds of programs you use, that would be helpful. I'll reach out to you guys. Yeah, there's got to be an easier way. CapCut is awful on a computer though, AA. CapCut runs really, really slow. It takes an eternity to do everything. I feel like I'm using America Online back in the days of dial-up internet. But on a phone, CapCut works great. I don't know why on a computer it's terrible, but on a phone it's great. But the phone part it causes more steps to have to happen for me. Too many steps. Um, Me thinks there should be a way to use YouTube itself to copy and clip videos, at least to make individual shorts, maybe not a full compilation. I feel like there should be some options for that. Maybe um there are ways that you can edit videos, live streams, but that cuts it out of the live stream itself and then that section of it is just gone. But I'll have to look in the studio and see if there's any way to copy or clip videos, and I know there might be a way to make shorts. I think I've heard about that. So the Clip Champ is great. It's just the screen recording on my phone part that's a problem, Dieter. That's taking it's making it too many steps. So I need to screen record on the actual laptop. Maybe OBS, I'm thinking. Okay, anyway. It's almost 7 hours now. Gotta go. Gotta go. Thank you guys so much again. Last of Us watch party will be Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern in the Discord. The link to the Discord is in the description of this video. We'll be starting on time. And Saturday night, we might do a little late night thing. If we stream anything in the Discord, like really, really late night, then I'll tag everybody and let you know. So, um, you never
Maybe
know.
Nightmare on Elm
We might
Street.
do so. Um, we might play that. We might play at least one of those. Yeah. Yeah, so we'll keep you posted. That's definitely going to be next on the agenda, Nightmare on Elm Street 3. I'm looking forward to that because that one has it has a lot of parallels to From. I've never seen it. Dream Warriors. So there's that. And um so we'll keep you posted in the Discord on what we're doing for watch parties and tag everybody. Sometimes I just tag everybody even without much notice and just decide to watch something. So you never know what we're gonna do. But we always have fun watch parties. And again, my Handmaid's Tale videos will be out, two of them over the next few days, and The Last of Us as well. So it's a lot of stuff I gotta get to. Um, and the next live will be Monday night at 10 p.m. Eastern for The Last of Us. Most likely with Smithy snippets and probably Infinite Umbra again. AA, there's an option to make a clip as a viewer on a YouTube video. It's next to report and save under the channel name when you're watching a video. Maybe try that. Oh, okay. Hmm. I'll check that out. Thank you, AA. I appreciate it. On PC, I made you a screen recorded clip a while ago. I'll look up what software it is. Oh, thanks, Dieter. Screenrec.com. You drag a window over the screen you want to record and it starts filming. Okay. Okay. I will check that out. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, I'll see you guys next time. Have a good day or a good night, everyone, and thank you all so much. Still 51. Amazing. Thank you.
Bye all.
Good night.
Julie, hi. It's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi, JulieBDeepDives. It is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlet of Many Names.
Hey Julie.
Hi, Julie B. Julie B. Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with Julie B. Deep Dives.
Julie B. My child. It is I, Father Kaiju. But Julie B., I understand you are rocking it on the old YouTubes, and I appreciate you. We, as a Fromily, appreciate you like you wouldn't believe. And we are so thankful for everything you do and all the love and energy that you put out there into the universe.
Hey, Julie B. The man in yellow here, along with his alter ego, the mini MIY. We just wanted to let you know that you're in our thoughts.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. With big muscle car hugs, there's a bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Maybe binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's Deeper Dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4.
Father Kaiju thanks you for watching. Sean Majumder, the actor, who couldn't be here right now. But he wanted to let you know he's very thankful. And I hope you feel better. I know you will. Keep your chin up. And I wish you all the best. Take care. Season 4 is going to be fucking bananas. Be well.
Listen, kiddo. Like the man said, we're here for you. 24/7. Anything you need, you just get on the blower. And hey, don't take any crap. Anybody gives you any grief, you just tell them. They're going to have to answer to this guy. Couldn't have said it better myself. Take care, sweetheart. We'll talk soon. See you later.
Streaming.